Enterprise is now live streaming Star Citizen CitizenCon giveaway party free ship request Elgatog Fuel VKB Zeni Dano. Rewatching or first time? First watch with us. First time for Ender, no spoilers or you will meet hate mace. 07 07 Howdy all. Hey everyone, can't wait for the reactions. Oh 07. New giveaway started for Star Citizen 100 starter pack to enter type free ship in the channel. Hello. 07 07 I love the 100 someone is getting a fantastic starter. Giveaway for Star Citizen 100 starter pack is still active to enter type free ship in the channel. I hope ya had a good weekend gang, watched with Saul Temek and saw a lot of my fellow enders. 07 to you guys pppppp. Untamed Wolf 179 spoiler, there are pixels. Giveaway for Star Citizen 100 starter pack is still active to enter type free ship in the channel. 07 This song is a vibe. Oh yeah, the real CitizenCon. Giveaway for Star Citizen 100i starter pack is still active. To enter, type free ship in the channel.
Toy Soldier _0506 has subbed for 5 months.
Giveaway for Star Citizen 100i starter pack is still active. To enter, type free ship in the channel. Hello. Excellent song.
I saw this band Anamanaguchi play Saturday night in
Giveaway for
Brooklyn,
Star
and it
Citizen
was
100i
absolutely
starter pack
incredible.
is still active. To enter, type free ship in the channel. Yay, 7 months.
Jack 101K has subbed for 7 months. Yay, 7 months.
I'm seeing them on Friday in Orlando. Hey. The new content looks great.
Dude, Jake, it was incredible. I'm still thinking about how amazing this concert was.
I can't wait. It's at House of Blues here, which is a pretty solid spot. Lots of lights and good sound guaranteed.
I've been to that Orlando House of Blues. It is great.
I hear your voice, but you're not there, Spooky. Hey guys. Highly exited for the next update. Text to speech is need. Hi guys. NYX looks promising. Hi.
Wait, I think I've played that Orlando House of Blues. Hold on, we'll get back to that in a moment. I think I played there with Rebuilder and Frank Turner like 2 years ago. Hold on, I gotta start the show. We'll figure that out in a second. What's up, everybody? Here we are. It's Monday. I'm on time. I went to the gym. I got some gains today at the gym. I hit some new levels on ab day, which is great. I make Monday ab day to kind of like get me in the zone for working hard. You know what I mean? So thanks for clicking on the show. Whether you're on YouTube, I see some of you there, or maybe you're on the vertical stream, the TikTok. Nice to see you. And maybe you're in the best place in the world for live stream content, the only place where the giveaway's happening today, Twitch. Thanks for being here. Exclamation free ship to get involved in the giveaway, which is for this thing, the 100i starter package. You'll get the ship, you'll get the game, but we'll come back to that later, okay? We'll talk about that later, because you need to know that I have sequestered myself from all Star Citizen things since Saturday afternoon. I haven't even opened my Discord. I haven't scrolled Twitter at all. I haven't looked at any clips at all. I know nothing about what was debuted or shown off during the 3-hour CitizenCon live stream, because I want to watch it all with you for the first time, so we can get my authentic reactions together, you and me. That is literally what I want to do today. That's kind of all I want to do. And I have one giveaway. I might fire off a second giveaway if the mood strikes me right. And that's what we're going to do. I got some tea. I just turned my kettle on to my right because my voice is a little scratchy today. So we're going to sip some tea. We're going to watch the CitizenCon footage. And that's the plan for today. I'm really excited. Once again, if you are not watching on Twitch, you can't be a part of the giveaway. You're going to have to figure out how to do that. Good thing it's really freaking easy, and my name is Enterprise on all platforms. Nice to see a lot of familiar names in the chat. Also, nice to see some new names in the chat. Amazing. So I'm just going to fill time until my tea gets brewed. I know that every minute I wait to start watching is a chance that someone will spoil something for me. But you know what? We got to wait and see what happens. Oh, what's this? Today's G Fuel? Yeah, cheers, everybody. Use code Enterprise on G Fuel. Thanks. I got a email literally yesterday that said, congratulations, you have made $2.25. So one of you bought a tub of G Fuel over the weekend. Thanks, whoever that was. I can like buy one fourth of a tub of popcorn at a movie theater now. Terrified Squirrel saying, I watch on YouTube because I don't want the ads. Squirrel, you know what you just said to me? You just said, I like what you do, but I don't want you to get paid at all. You shouldn't get paid 1 fucking cent. I'm a watch. You don't make any money. You live in a hole in the ground. I'll watch from above. That's what you just said in your own way.
TFPX has subbed for 3 months.
Hey,
Whoa, love the
TFPX,
content.
you know how the job works. I stream 5 days a week, entertaining, educating, posting videos 5 days a week, entertaining, educating, and you subscribe on Twitch, so I make a little bit of monies. Hey, thanks so much, my guy. Thank you. Did you know that the streamers make a little bit of money whenever you watch the ads? It's true. It's called ad revenue. It's not very much. It's pretty low. It's not that much, but it is something. And if you have Twitch Turbo, which gets rid of all the ads on every single platform, I still make a little bit of money there. Now, yes, I am monetized on YouTube, but YouTube is a very small part of my revenue scheme. Like, barely anything. Hey, is this the first new Prime of the day? Hell yeah, it is.
Kenobi __ 101 activated the Prime sub.
Kenobi, thank you. Also, hello, Alex from Taiwan. Nice to see you. I like to be as clear as I can about the world of monetizations in the world of live streaming, because a lot of people don't understand, you know? So when you go to someone's stream and you're like, hey, I don't want to watch here because there's ads, I'm going to watch over here, just understand the subtext of what you're saying, you know? That's why I make it, that's why I explain it. You know what I mean? Look, if I didn't want you to have other ways to watch my show, I wouldn't multi-stream. Do you know what I mean? I'm allowed to multi-stream, but still belittle you for watching on the other platform. If you're going to pull off that sneaky maneuver, emissary, make sure the Twitch window is still active with a little bit of volume, because they might hide it. You know what I mean?
TFPX.
Dude, TFP! Not only subscribing for 3 months, but dropping the first gift sub of the day. Hell yeah, man. Thank you. That is really kind of you. Incredibly kind. And OMG, we're already 1 person away from 100 viewers right now. Come on. What is even happening here? Do you like me? Do you like me? No, you just want to win my free spaceship. I get it. I get it. Exclamation free ship. Okay. So I'm going to pour that tea now that I just brewed over here. Hold on. Hold on. Yes, it's hot. I worked at a coffee shop in college. I'm a pro at transferring hot liquid from one container to another. I used to call myself a high temperature liquid transference expert because I was a nerd. Am a nerd. Exclamation tea time in the chat, if you want to know. Is that a Borg Picard back there? Very good eye. Very good eye indeed. Do you want to see? We are the Borg. Now I'm just showing off my collection of stuff for you. was my stuff collection. Oh, have you seen the statue of me? Yeah, that was made by the incredible member of our community named Moist Pine Cones. Oh, another new Prime sub. Squirrel!
Terrified Squirrel activated
Squirrel!
the Prime sub.
Squirrel, dude, you didn't have to do that. I was just having a bit of fun earlier, but that is really cool of you. Thank you. Thank you so much, dude. Oh, amazing. And Cyber Gamer coming in with that Prime sub as well. Hey, everyone's being too nice to me today.
Gamer__
Is this like
activated
be
the Prime
nice to Ender Day? Come on. You're going to get me used to this. Another?
Carl Kills activated the Prime sub.
I mean, I think we need to rip a quick song on drums before we go into this watch party. Don't you? I think we need to. The hype train's going. I got the wheel of ships. Yeah, let's do it. I'm going to the drums right now. Let's rip a quick song. Here we go. Shoes. Let's go. This is the Wheel O Songs. Let's give it a spin and see what I'm going to play first thing on the show right now. I didn't get a chance to warm up today, so give me a break if I don't sound good, okay? Paradise City. That's a Guns N' Roses song, but you know what I'm going to do? Instead of that one, I'm going to do the song next to it that says Remind Me with 2 R's because I misspelled it. But I think this would be a better song to start the day with. You know what I mean? Remember this one? Remember this one? Ether Fox! 5 gifted. Let me see you sing along in the chat. Thanks for all these gifts. I see them. Thank you. Oh man, get the day started with some Nickelback. Something I never thought I would say out loud, but it just did. So, hey everybody, thanks for joining the first stream of the week. I'm your host, Ender, the only place on the internet for your daily dose of live music and space video games. Today we are watching the Star Citizen Watch Party. Rather, we're watching the CitizenCon footage from Saturday. It sounds weird calling it a watch party because the thing didn't happen in real life. It only happened online. So in my mind, I feel like we're watching the stream of the event, but we're actually watching the literal exact event because it didn't have a show. We couldn't go to it this year. If I could have gone somewhere to a real convention this year, I would have. Regardless of where they hosted it, I would have gone. Even if it was in the UK again, I would have, made my way there. But the hype train is still happening. Level 3, I want to thank everyone for these gifted subs. Nuzzy coming in with the 4-month resub. Mr. Muffin with the gift sub. Ether Fox with 5 gifted subs. We got some bits from Tons. We had Carl Kills with the Prime sub. Cyber Gamer with the Prime sub. Thank you, everybody. And another Prime just came in. Slickwater. Hey, I see you. Thank you very much for the Primes. Let's get back to the desk, and we're going to start this watch party, all right? Watch this sweet, beautiful, slow fade. Here we go. And another Prime sub coming in during the scene transition. Come on. Come on. Thank you. Thank you very, 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 very much. Who was that just now? JC Death. And another one. Real monochrome optic. Everyone's being like way too nice to me today, okay? I'm gonna get used to this, all right? You're gonna give me an ego. Be careful, chat. Let me sip my very hot tea. Hold on. It's hot. Dude, you know what's wild, Yins? Is first of all, are you from Pittsburgh? Because they say Yins in Pittsburgh. Nickelback is like not ironic to like these days. Like it's like you can. There are these bands that you weren't allowed to like without admitting that you were like lame years ago. That now you can admit you like and not feel lame about it. Nickelback is one of those bands. It's so interesting for me. So interesting. Ragsy over on TikTok, thank you for those kind words. Thank you.
Has subbed for 40 months.
Envoy, resub, 40 months. Are you the number one resubber of the day? You might be. 40 months? I gotta go look.
Korosu activated the Prime sub.
Yeah. I don't see anyone with anything past 40. Dude, you're the champion today. You're the champion. Thank you, Envoy, for 40 months on the channel. And our first time subscriber, Kurusu. Thank you. I missed Comic-Con this year. I have not missed New York City Comic-Con in like 5 years. And I missed it this weekend. I just had other stuff to do. And honest answer is, they didn't cop me a ticket this year. They didn't cop me. They were like, we're sorry, Enterprise. You are an effing loser. Signed, New York City Comic-Con. Eat it. Period. Actually, it was a way nicer email, but that's the way I felt when I read it. So I did not go to New York City Comic-Con, but I did get to go see one of my favorite bands of all time, Anamanaguchi. Anamanaguchi. I'm saying it multiple times so you get the name of the band. They're one of my favorite bands of all time. They don't tour very often. They played Brooklyn Steel Saturday night, and it was incredible. Anamanaguchi is the only band I have ever heard of or seen that is simultaneously a chiptune band and a dance, like techno band, and a Weezer power pop band. Like, the way they blend these styles together is incredible. And their show was huge. There was like, I don't know, almost maybe 1,000 people at their show. I was like, what? More people like the band than me? Are you kidding? I know. Yeah, they did the Scott Pilgrim video game soundtrack for the PlayStation, and they also did music in the Scott Pilgrim movie and the Scott Pilgrim newer anime. That's kind of where they got a lot of notoriety. My favorite album of theirs is called, hold on. They also did a Hitsune Miku song that's really big. My favorite album by them is called Endless Fantasy. Endless Fantasy is my favorite Anamanaguchi record, hands down. Hands down. Where is the shirt? Oh, this shirt. Come on. Neon Genesis Evangelion. I got a bunch of, I got 3 Neon Genesis Evangelion shirts made for me by a t-shirt printing company in Jersey. What are they called? T-Foria? I forget. I literally was like, choose icons. It's totally bootleg. It's totally a bootleg shirt that a company made for me, but it's still a great shirt. Okay. Do I have any other questions in the chat before we begin this? Before this. The giveaway will end at the end of the stream. If you win, you win. Everything will be done through Twitch. I will write you if you win. You don't have to be watching, although it's cooler if you do. Again, we are giving away this ship, the 100i. Exclamation free ship in the chat. I have not watched any of this today. I literally know nothing. Like, I know less than nothing. I have sequestered myself away from all the news. You can learn about my tea by typing exclamation tea time because I love Nightbot. Thanks, Nightbot, for telling the things to chat that I don't want to say over and over again. Nightbot. If you're a streamer and you're not using it, you're fucking up. Use Nightbot. This moment not brought to you by Nightbot. They don't know me. Yet. don't swear often, but when I do, it's to make a point. Charles, thanks for being here from my shorts. I post videos every day for a reason, to meet people like you, Charles. Exclamation request in the chat to learn how to get me to play songs. Which will be the only times I stop this CitizenCon watch party, by the way.
K gifted a sub TOIM Charles 014.
Yo, Scarthy! Thanks so much, homie. Appreciate that. Here we go. Cueing Chris Roberts in 3, 2, 1. Chris.
This year has marked a turning point in Star Citizen's history. We have finally moved past the question of whether we can build an architecture to deliver a universe with incredible detail at massive scale.
Pausing to turn on subtitles for those of you who need them, because I care about you, chat. I do. Please follow. Consider subscribe. Wink. Back to the show.
Seamlessly, and where thousands of people can all play together. Server meshing has been working pretty much flawlessly at scale for the past 9 months.
I don't know if I would say pretty much flawlessly, but it has been working.
It has brought a more populated and active verse.
Let's hear that again.
At scale, play together. Server meshing has been working pretty much flawlessly at scale for the past 9 months.
Launch the game! You heard it from Chris. Launch the game. It's done. Flawless. Send it. I like how I told myself I wasn't going to pause the video much. I paused it 5 seconds in. That's the benefit of watching it after the fact. I have a space bar. I can use the space bar at will. Deal with it. Okay. As you were saying, Chris?
It has brought a more populated and active verse with up to 700 players online and in the same space at once. It's greatly increased server performance and delivered a much more responsive player experience. I couldn't be prouder of the team. They delivered something no other online game does presently. There may be other games out there that claim large player counts, or even the ability to mesh, but none do it at our detail, scale, and seamlessness.
I will agree with that. That's something that I always tell people who know nothing about Star Citizen, is that regardless of how good or not good things are running, they are building something and they are doing things that no other video game has ever attempted to do. That is an absolute fact. And I like bringing that up because I have no qualms about sticking my foot down when it comes to that statement. So I like that, Chris. What else you got for us?
Of course, there will be continued improvements to server meshing and to Star Engine, but having moved past this last big technological hurdle has allowed us to finally focus on quality of life and stability improvements, something that has long been overdue. We're about to deliver our 9th patch in 10 months, with content that has brought Star Citizen storytelling into new and exciting directions. We pushed more than 24 features and more than 2,000 bug fixes. And while there is still a long way to go, the game has gotten more stable, performant, and fun as a result. We see this in player metrics. More of you play every day. The daily average users is up 45% from last year, and your play time is up 15%. So more people venture out into the verse and stay there longer than ever before. And through all that, we've told the dual stories of the Frontier Fighters Assault on Pyro and the moral compromises being made to combat the regen crisis. Now, as those stories come to a rest for the time being, it's time to look forward to the next chapter of Star Citizen.
I agree, Scarthy. 45% is really high. I kind of didn't let that number sink in. 45% more people have been playing the game this year than last year. I'll tell you this much. My viewer count has not gone up 45%. It has gone up, but not 45%. Thank you to all my new friends out there. I'm really happy you're here. Thank you.
where the instability in Pyro and the callous actions of some pave the way to new adventures, new locations, and new threats. Last year, we announced our next star system would be Nyx, home to the People's Alliance of Levski and bordering the Vandal threat.
Yeah, Levski!
Today, we're proud to share that your adventures in Nyx begin not next year, but next month, when Star Citizen's third system comes online in Alpha 4.4.
Hell yeah!
2 new systems
Hell
in 1
yeah!
year. That's only possible because of the tireless work of our development teams.
Pause it right there, everybody. Nyx is coming to the game next month.
Brian Storm by Arctic Monkeys Smile.
And what?
I'm not from Philly BTW, I'm from the north of the UK.
What a perfect time for a song donation from our new friend, Yinzer. Nyx system coming to the game next month. I'm actually really excited about that. That is a wonderful first little drop about something brand new. And I'm going to play an Arctic Monkeys song right now for Yinzer. It's called Brainstorm. I don't know this one, but I'm going to learn it on the fly for you. Brainstorm, Arctic Monkeys, first listen, first time play. Let's go. Yo, this song is wild. First listen, first play. Yo, okay, that song was ridiculous. There was so much going on in that tune. For a first listen, first play, that was kind of a wild one. Not because the things that were happening were like really, really hard to play. They were just like boom, 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 like right away. You know, lots of new grooves, lots of different parts. Cool song, though. Thank you very much, Yinzer, for that first song request of the day. Thank you, dude. I'll have to play that one again sometime so I can know what to do better. I like the parts that went kind of right before the verse. Can I highlight that section real quick, and then we'll go back to the watch party? No. This one. Yeah, right there. Here. Yeah, that's a really cool way to bring that in and out of the beat, right? Oh, ba 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 ba, bam! Yeah, that's the hotness. Doon, doon, doon. Ga 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 ga, ba! Yeah, that's hot. Great job, Arctic Monkeys. Love that track. Let's get back to the desk. Okay, so if you missed what has happened in the past 5 minutes, we just learned from our Lord and Savior Chris Roberts that the Nix system is coming to Star Citizen live next month. This will be the third star system that we have yet been able to fly and interact with in Star Citizen. We got a little piece of the Nix system years ago. We had one planet, Levski, and it had a landing zone, and we used to be able to go there, but that was only temporary. That left the game well back in patch 3 point something. And we know that we're going to get it now next month. So that's the first bit of positive news from CitizenCon this year. The Nix system, third Star Citizen star system coming to the game next month, according to what this old guy is saying, if we're going to believe him. Do we believe him? We'll have to wait and see. Let's do a quick rewind for consistency and keep playing.
Share that your adventures in Nix begin not next year, but next month, when Star Citizen's third system comes online in Alpha 4.4. 2 new systems in 1 year. That's only possible because of the tireless work of our development teams, server meshing accelerator.
I'm going to pause this. Anyone saying low-key disappointing to getting the Nix system has not been disappointed for enough years loving this game. I'm sorry, Kane. You need to get on our level, okay? Now, let's keep watching. Remember, I have not seen any of this. My first time is right now with all of you. Let's go. After I say thank you to Dextro Gaming.
Dextro Gaming PR joined the Enders Elite.
Dextro Gaming. First tier 1 sub of the day, everybody. We've had a bunch of primes today. We've had a bunch of resubs today, but I don't think anyone has tier 1 hit the button. Yeah, correct. You're the first, dude. Thank you. I get the best revenue share from tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 subs here on Twitch, 70%. Thank you very much. Our savior, Chris Roberts, also says thank you, since his checks to me keep bouncing. They just keep bouncing like super balls. Let's keep watching the show. No! Costy! Costy!
The Costi dropped a 10 sub bomb.
Costy, thank you for 10 gifted subs. Thank you very, very much, dude. That's the first 10-pack of gifted subs today. We had a 5-pack a little earlier today on the show, and now we have a 10-pack. That's the biggest gifted pack of the day. Thank you very, very much. Now, real quick, I'll answer this question about my revenue share. The standard Twitch revenue share is 50%. But if you unlock something called Partner Plus, which is when you have all of your subscribers accrue you so many subscriber points over the course of 3 months, you unlock a 70% share for a full year. But I have to redo it every year. It happens typically in January. So when we get to January, we will once again need those tier 2 and 3s to quest for that rev share again. But we'll get there. We'll get there again, only because of all of you and your amazing support for what I do here. I'm still blown away that this has been my job for 5 years now. I never thought I would get to do something like this. And my stubbornness has kept me involved in this job because I refuse to give up until I know how popular, how successful can I become in this kind of work. That's the reason I haven't given up yet, because I want to know where the ceiling is. And I know if I stop, I'll never know, you know? So thank you. Now, the giveaway is still going and is for this ship, a 100i game package and download of the game. Let's get back into the CitizenCon watch party right now with our good old pal, Chris Roberts.
Yeah, that's only possible because of the tireless work of our development teams.
Let's keep going.
Server meshing, accelerating what's possible, the support teams behind the scenes, and most importantly, all of you. Now, I do miss that we're not all together under one roof this year, but in many ways, we're more connected than ever. Across the globe, many of you are gathering at watch parties, 9 of them with our developers in attendance, and countless others springing up in communities everywhere, and all happening simultaneously today. So even if we're separated by oceans and continents, we're bound together by the same passion for space, for discovery, and for this incredible universe we're building together. Whether you're
Hell
at
yeah.
home or alongside your crew at a watch party, grab a drink, sit back, and let us take you inside
Cheapo, thank you for the sub.
62 activated the Prime
Thank you,
sub.
dude.
our up-and-coming plans for the next year of Star Citizen.
Music. This is my first time watching any of this. Heat. Heat. Is it a description of the music? Star Destroyer, I was playing Brainstorm by Arctic Monkeys when you got here. Did I recognize the hologram? Let's go back. I mean, it kind of looks like the door in the back of the Apollo. Is that the Apollo entranceway, or is that the jump gate? No, is that the Nix system? Is that the pit in the middle of the Nix system? I'm sorry, not Nix, in the middle of Levski. Oh, keep watching. What ship was that? The Paladin?
With the foundational technology now in place, the content development of the game is no longer restricted, allowing us to forge ahead with building out our first 5 star systems. Nix will see the much-loved Levski landing zone added back to the verse, while also bringing you one of its most iconic landmarks, the Glacium Belt.
So the Nix system, or rather the Levski landing area, used to be the absolute easiest place to land your ship and get a vehicle and put it on your ship, or rather to call your ship and get a vehicle and put it on your ship. Before we had the elevators and all that, that was the easiest place in the entire game to do that move.
Yinzer _ activated the Prime sub.
Yinzer coming in with that Prime. Thank you very much, Yinzer. Appreciate you. But yes, who remembers how easy it was to call your ship and just like move it right over next to that little zone with all the garages? It was like, wow, this is so easy. Why is everything else not like this? Yeah. Okay. Back to the show.
Here, you'll experience a new combined arms operation that will introduce new factions and new adventures for you to discover. With this edition of our third star system, we're also going to do something that's at the heart of the entire Star Citizen experience, and that is to build it right in front of you. As we have done this year, with the addition of several major locations, such as the Hathor facility or the Lazarus complex, we will continue to unveil new Nyx content throughout the year. It's a slightly different approach to how we deliver Pyro, but we feel this gets the content into your hands sooner and shows our intent as we continue our march towards 1.0.
Now I'm going to jump ahead here. Chat, do not tell me if I'm correct or incorrect, but based on what Richard just told me, I feel like they're going to give us part of the Nyx system and then be populating it with more planets and more things as it moves forward, as opposed to giving us the entire star system.
I'm so incredibly proud of the work our teams have done and are continuing to do, and we're excited to have you on this next step of our journey. And as with any journey in Star Citizen, that begins with a little story.
Okay. The story so far.
In 2025, we introduced two major storylines spanning multiple patches, creating a living backbone for adventure across the universe. The first was Pyro Must Burn. It connected Stanton to Pyro and introduced the Frontier Fighters, who are relentless, brutal, and determined to wipe out any threats that cross them. And with this month's release, you'll now take part in the conclusion to that storyline. The second was Science Run Amok, with the Regen Crisis throwing the Empire into chaos, and you all jumping in to help the...
I don't remember these subtitles. Science Run Amok? Did they say that behind closed doors?
various corporations respond. Through that journey, we pulled back the curtain on ASD and its shady practices, uncovering long-forgotten Onyx facilities, and met new characters like Dr. Logan Yorit and Detective Arkham Meller of the Hokro Agency. And just like the Pyro Must Burn storyline carried us into a new system, Science Run Amok is now setting the stage for Nyx. The next...
Have we ever heard them say Science Run Amok before? They do this. CIG will say things to us like we all know what they're saying. Like, you guys remember the video where they kept using UGF? And I was like, what the hell is UGF? What is UGF? We're like, underground facility. We had to look it up. Okay.
Next step in the larger story we're telling on the road to 1.0. As this new chapter of Star Citizen begins, let's hear...
Like they need... Okay, here, look, here's the deal. Every time CIG makes a video where they casually say things and we're like, there should be like a little... At the bottom, the editor should like put in at the bottom of the screen what the hell that means. Like a little like, you know? Okay. Back to the show.
From just a few of the team members working to bring this next era of our universe to life.
The Apollo. No, Terrapin. Useless ship.
When the Nyx system was
absolutely
first discovered,
useless.
The United Empire of Earth, the UE, came out and did.
Oh, they're going to pretend it's useful?
Kind of found out that the system wasn't really worth settling. The planets were too hard to terraform.
Oh, we're
the
dreaming.
Resources were too tough to get, so they opened it up. And one company saw an opportunity where the UE didn't, QV Planet Services. And so they expanded into the system and tried to mine as much as they could, making a very slim margin by the sheer quantity of resources they were pulling out.
Don't get me wrong, I would love for this ship to have a scanning function that is useful in the game. Could you imagine how cool it would be to deploy one with your squad that scans once and you and all of your squad mates know everything that's around you? All of the asteroid locations so you won't crash into them. All of the enemy locations so you have their names. Yeah, just, okay. Go on.
The system itself sort of ran its course from sort of a large corporate interest perspective. and then was mostly left abandoned.
Now, this ended up being the ideal situation for the People's Alliance, who
Party-wide scanning is an idea that I want. They have never said this.
Were a group of revolutionaries who were trying to overthrow the dictatorship of the Messer regime that was going on in the empire at the time.
If we're to believe CIG, there will be no full wipe of your items until 1.0. Now, unless they say otherwise in this video, I'm going to imagine that's what they're trying to do.
So
but who knows?
They went to the Nix system and established what became known as Levski. They wanted to make it everything that the UEE wasn't at this time.
Aha!
They set up what they saw as their ideal society, where everyone's voices would be heard, where everyone would be equal. But they've fallen onto hard times. So Nix today is kind of at an interesting point in its history. Now that the UEE has kind of transformed itself into a democratic society, what is their role? What are the People's Alliance rebelling against? And they still see the empire as being inherently unfair. They see their role as still trying to create a free and fair society. But on the other hand, they have more problems than ever, and there's new threats lurking around every corner. And they have to ask, are they prepared to handle that? Or do they need to turn to the UEE for help?
Spray paint technology. Don't try to understand it. Just accept it. Okay, a little bit of backstory on the Nix system. People left Stanton. They're like, we don't like UEE. They go to Nix. They're like, we're going to make this better. And then it maybe doesn't get better. Got it. Or maybe it does get better?
Making a star system is you approach it from kind of two angles in a weird way. What is this system bringing to the gallery? How does this new system plug into it, and what does it bring to the table from a sort of a flavor experience? We want to make sure that whatever it's bringing to the company is unique and has some flair to it.
So what is the flavor of the Nix system, chat?
Nix system is a remote system where people want to go and live free outside of the pressure and influence of the UEE. It's a remote and rugged system with a lot of hostility coming from the ever-present threat of Vandal.
It's kind of like a frontier-esque thing. It's not lawless like Pyro, it's just kind of out there. Pyro's more like a Mad Max wasteland, and Nix is more like Silverado or like like Deadwood, right? It's kind of like a smaller scope.
The emptiness and the loneliness is the defining factor. You're still going to find gangs.
All right. All right.
Dexter DCB activated the Prime sub.
Dexter, thank you very much for the 5-month resubscribe. Using Prime, the free way to subscribe and support what I do here. Thank you so much, dude. Let's get back to our Star CitizenCon watch party event where we're giving away a ship throughout the whole show. It's this, the 100i exclamation free ship in the chat if you would like to enter the giveaway. Now, why would one say the Amazon Prime sub is free? Well, here's why I think it's free. Because there are millions of people around the planet that use Amazon Prime that do not watch Twitch at all. They're spending that set amount of money for Amazon Prime free shipping. Now, if you have that and you link it with Twitch, you can click on my face and boom, I make like almost $3. Imagine if all the aunties and uncles out there use their Amazon Prime sub. It's like millions of untapped dollars. But I don't like to think about that because, well, yeah, let's get back to the show. Thanks for the sub. CitizenCon, watch party, you and me right here. Let's get back into it now.
You're still going to find hostile presences, but it's where people go if they want to live off the grid.
The People's Alliance is the main peacekeeping force in Nix.
They were unhappy with the direction that the empire was going under the Messers. They got out. They said, we're just going to start from scratch, build our own society, but build it the way that we think it needs to be built.
They're not perfect.
Thank you, Dexter.
They're just people, but they're doing their best. They want to help keep Nyx safe and make it prosper.
All right, so we're getting a bunch of little blurbs about the Nyx system lore, right? Little lore blurbs.
They are trying to do the best that they can, but are faced with the realities of dealing with people, which is tricky.
The Pyrostar is quite a warm star. Stanton star is quite neutral. And the Nyx is a little bit cooler.
Hold on, I want to see that comparison again. So this is the Nyx star.
The Pyrostar is quite a
Pyro.
warm star.
That's Pyro.
Stanton star is quite
That's
neutral.
Stanton.
And the Nyx is a little bit cooler.
And that's Nyx. Can we see those again? All right, so this one is Nyx.
The Pyrostar is...
Damn. Pyro.
And the Nyx is a little bit cooler.
I'm trying to see if I can tell the difference.
Neutral.
Can you?
Pyrostar is quite a
I can't tell.
star. Stanton star is quite neutral. And the Nyx is a little bit cooler.
Hold on. How much cooler is it? Hold on. Oh, okay. Now I get it.
Neutral. And the Nyx is a little bit cooler.
There we go. Now I get it. Zenny glasses. Exclamation Zenny in the chat. Get yours today. Okay. This.
The system has a star, and it has this dark, really, really dense gas sort of nebulous cloud. And it has points of light scattered around it, and those points of light in this gas cloud is really, really hazy.
Oh, that's cool.
So because Nyx is bordering Vandal space, it was important that we have a gap in the Nyx gas cloud where you could sort of just, in between the clouds, see a piece of the Vandal space.
Oh.
It feels so close that it's even like protruding some red light.
Oh, that's cool.
The level designers are using it as an actual visual indicator of where to place more dangerous POIs. So if you point your ship in the direction of it, you should find, as we build it out, that you will be in more and more danger. And I think that's really cool.
Very cool indeed.
To give more atmosphere,
It almost looks like snow. The way the stars have that extra little haze around them.
I was testing out adding some sort of space snowflakes, essentially. So
yeah, I was just,
when you look towards the sun, you can sort of see that sort of like sparkle. But then when you look away from the sun, you'll see the reflections and sort of like little glints of light.
Yeah, very cool.
For the jump points in Nyx, we'll have 2 on this release. We'll have one from Pyro to Nyx and one from Stanton to Nyx.
Oh, cool.
It should be going from Nyx to Castra, but we're essentially bypassing Castra temporarily.
Hey, we want to make sure you can get there any way you want.
I like that.
Galatian Belt is a huge asteroid belt that is in sort of the middle of the system.
If you just got here, we are looking at first footage for us of the new Nyx star system that is premiering in Star Citizen next month.
Galatian Belt is a combination of a bunch of technologies that we already had. The asteroid fields we use for planetary rings and the gas clouds, and it's combining them to make something completely new that we've just not seen before.
It's full of resources that are still left unharvested because it's kind of a tricky spot for mining. It's not the easiest place to go, but that means that there's still a lot of opportunity for independent miners to go out there.
So the rocks in Nyx are...
There's no freaking way this golem is going to do anything to this rock. Do you see this?
So the
what are they doing here? Homie's going to be sitting at this rock for a fucking millennia. Okay, now, unless CIG is introducing some kind of other aspect of mining, maybe there are small deposits on the surface of these larger rocks. This is a really interesting moment where we have to decide one of two things is happening here. One, we are getting a preview of early gameplay, proposed gameplay, or it's just a mistake put together by the editor and animators of this, and we shouldn't read into it any further. Which one is it? Let's keep watching.
Rocks in Nyx are a bit more sharp, like sorts of like icy look, rocky, cliff-like, very different from those in the Pyro and the Stanton.
One of the big differences too is all of that extra added movement that just adds a little bit of extra flair.
It's also a good hiding spot for people who are trying to elude capture, maybe set up ambushes, that type of stuff.
I mean, it would be if there was any kind of scanning occlusion or sensor disruption or a way to make your ship locked to the asteroid so the asteroid doesn't move into your ship. I get too caught up in the reality of today's gameplay when they talk about tomorrow's gameplay. Does anyone else deal with that constant internal battle with this game? I think I'm too invested. I have too many years already in this. Okay, let's keep watching.
Always feel way more interesting flying in those spaces than just, you know, through empty void.
And as we build out the Glacian build over the next year, lots of places to put new content.
Delamar is a very large asteroid in the Glacian belt.
Yeah.
That QV Planet Services had built a mining base
Delamar.
that got taken over by the People's Alliance and renamed Levski.
Levski is our first and biggest social outpost for Nyx.
It's kind of like the place where you stop before you do your panning. So it's kind of a San Francisco before you go out to the gold rush.
I'm going to pause this for one moment because I'm making some more tea behind me and I can hear it making noise, but I also want to answer this question in the chat that just says, hey, Ender, just got playing, or rather, just started playing the game. Once you quantum jump to a planet, what's the fastest way to fly to the surface, or am I missing something? You have to pick another location on the planet. So when you quantum to a planet, you'll stop in front of the planet. Then you need to pick another spot on the planet, anywhere that you want to go, and quantum to that, and they'll get you within, like, I don't know, a few meters of being on the planet's surface. Cool. Or a few kilometers, I mean, not a few meters. That'd be way too close. Okay, back to the show.
It's going to be the central hub for trade and hauling and all of the commerce within Nyx and also from Nyx to other systems. But it does have a CD underlayer to it.
Over the years, you're sort of improving the generation method of those asteroids to culminate towards this specific point to make large, explorable location. When you fly towards the Levski, you see this huge gas ring around it. It's scattered small.
Yeah, the gas is cool looking. I like that.
Well, Levski is immediately apparently unique by the fact that it's a facility clamped onto the side of an asteroid. The breathtaking views of looking into the belt instantly gives it a unique charm and flavor.
As you approach...
Yeah, see, that's the hologram from the beginning of the show. That mining pit here in the planet. Cool. Or rather in the asteroid.
Actually see a very dramatic borehole that goes all the way through the asteroid. You will also see growing out from there and alongside Levski, there will be landing pads along what I'd call the spine.
I wonder how much this landing zone has changed since we had it in the game years ago. Probably a lot of it.
Lots of industrial pipes and transport systems to bring out the refined mining materials when it was a mining station.
Before we were using an actual planet, so we had all of the space available to place all of these structures.
Oh, here
but
we
now
go.
it kind of meant that we had to create an asteroid which has the appropriate size to...
Okay, cool.
If we took the whole shot of the asteroid, you will see that there is an area to fly underneath. We plan on bringing in hull C gameplay, so this is exterior cargo elevators, so as a team you will be able to load and unload cargo.
Okay, so here's my question, everybody. What kinds of things are going to be built into the game to stop people racing through this hole in the asteroid where people are using their massive hauling ships? Like, there's gonna be a hull C, a hull A collision with a bunch of racers flying through this. Like, what things in the game are going to be set up to help stop this? Because the way turrets track ships in the game right now, barely. Like, you can zoom and boom all over stations, and as long as you keep moving, you don't get hit. But we need the kind of insane security presence that Elite Dangerous has, where if you F around outside of a station, you just get deleted, not only by the station's weaponry itself, but swarms of AI ships that come in. Because if this is going to truly be a place for people to go mining, hauling, trading, like, CIG needs to be prepared for what the people who play this game all the time do, which is F everything up all the time and troll people and zoom and boom. And like, I know they want that, but they need better systems to curtail this stuff. And I hope they go into that later on in this video.
If we took the whole shot of the asteroid, you will see that there is an area to fly underneath. We plan on bringing in hull C gameplay, so this is exterior cargo elevators, so as a team you will be able to load and unload cargo.
There's a lot more movement on the exterior, such as the cargo trains.
Oh, that's so
going
cool.
around.
Is that going to work, like, with my cargo when this rolls out? No way. No way. When this rolls out, this is definitely going to be a placeholder thing that just scoots around like a little train, a little trolley. But if it actually would bring me my cargo, that's okay. That's pretty cool.
Tracks. It's now going to be fully EVA-able. There will be walkways
that rules.
around the main landing zone.
Oh, I
to
love
walk
this.
on using gravity plates, but you can drift off and kind of go wherever you want.
Awesome. Da 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 da.
Drift off
da, da,
and kind of go.
Da 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 da. Okay.
There will be walkways
Swan dance, right?
around the main landing zone to walk on using gravity.
In the chat, imagine all the floating naked NPC bodies. Oh my God, Scarthy, I know. Dude, the NPC bodies, CIG has got to solve that. If we get this in the game and there are floating, like, looted NPC bodies everywhere, I'm gonna be so upset.
Gravity plates, but you can drift off and kind of go wherever you want. They can explore fully the whole place, which is great.
Stronger together. That's actually really sweet. Look how wholesome that is.
Unlike the majority of anarchists living in Pyro, there are people here in Nyx that care.
It's not a downtrodden or derelict, dilapidated location. It has a sense of order.
But only where the People's Alliance has people living.
But we've had Livsky before, and we've updated it quite substantially to be more in line with the newer features that have been put in since, but also visually, and there's been a lot of quality of life fixes that we've wanted to add and and bring up to like a good standard for a landing zone.
Gracing the main lobby of Levski is a large statue of Anthony Tanaka.
Oh, yes, the
who
statue.
was a child worker.
And was being worked to death. All of them were.
Yeah,
and
I remember
Anthony
this.
Tanaka just had a break and just said no, and stood up against the foremen, the supervisors, the managers, the guards, and was killed for it. And so he became a sort of a figurehead.
And kind of was one of the linchpin moments in seeing the fall of the Messer regime.
Oh man, I haven't been in Levski in years, right? When's the last time I got to go to Levski? 2023? Someone look it up for me. When was Levski like interactable last? Like this station? 2021? No way. Was it that long ago? How long have I been streaming this game, chat? What year is it? Okay.
So if you take the elevator up to the top deck, you'll see the top view and the cargo area as well. So you can go through the cargo shop. You've got your normal kind of cargo needs. You'll have ability to trade and buy your tractor beam and other gear that you need. So if you were to die in the Nix system, then one of the places you might come out from is the hospital in Levski, which is called the Mercy Hospital.
Oh, cool.
So Mercy Hospital is just basically, it's a local med station for all the residents of Levski, anybody traveling through the system. Again, they're trying to provide as good medical help for people as they can.
When you arrive at the HAB's location, you'll be presented with a lobby, elevator bank, and then you will take that transit
Space
to
Rat.
the HAB room.
We have those in New York, but they're way frickin' bigger.
And then you will take that transit to the HAB room. So within that room will be pods.
And that's where the original miners would have lived. They're not the nicest, and they're a bit messy, but they're a home for people in Levski. If you head down to the lower view deck, you'll go through into the Grand
Oh, yeah, the
which
market.
is your main.
Oh, I used to love the door to the market. It's like huge old fan.
Social
Yeah,
and
there
commercial
it is.
area of Levski.
This is where you will see market sellers selling their wares. There will
Oh
be
man,
stalls.
I feel like low-key nostalgic seeing all this stuff again.
There will be kind of more embedded shops.
And that includes things like Corderies, which is your armor shop, and also conscientious objects, which is for weapons. There's also one of my favorite places.
Yeah, there's
Cafe
the fan
Museum,
door.
which is where you can go down into some of the more rocky depths and grab yourself a drink, and you never know who you meet down there.
Wasn't there a mission giver down there? Or am I getting it mixed up with the dude, the mission giver from Hurston? Whatever.
If you explore a bit more around the Grand Barter, there's other routes around and little side passages. There's another shop that's away from that area called Teachers.
Teacher's Ship Shop is basically
Yeah,
where you would
the
go
ship
if
shop.
you were looking to pick up a used ship, buy some
I always liked this ship shop because it looked like a yard sale.
ship parts, fix up
Yeah,
your old ship,
see?
buy some new stuff, sell some scrap.
We've closed up Dumpers Depot for Levski, and everything that used to be sold there will now be sold at Teachers. Another new area, as well as the cargo shop that we've added, is the refinery deck for Levski. That's where you can take your processed goods, not just from Levski, but...
And now you'll need to also process salvage construction materials. That was just added to the PTU last week. We tried it out on stream, meaning you now need to refine your minables and construction materials. So far, RMC, which is the outermost part of a ship, does not need to be refined, but everything else will have to go from gathering to clicking a button on refinement, which could take minutes to hours, and then gathering and then selling. So another level in between. They're doing a lot of tweaks to salvage. We spent a bunch of time going over that last week during my Thursday stream, was it? Yeah, let's get back to this. Hey, by the way, if you're out there, I'm Ender. Hi, we're giving away this ship, the Origin 100i, with a digital download of Star Citizen. To win, all you have to do is type !free ship in the chat. Do it one time, you're in the giveaway, and if you win, I'll DM you here on Twitch. You got to be watching here to win. So that's the story on that. And now we're going to get back to my very first experience watching Star CitizenCon 2025. I have kept myself away from Twitter. I have not looked at Discord. I know nothing about what they're saying. The only announcement I've heard so far is that we are getting the Nix system next month. And we're learning more about the Nix system right now. So there you go. Now you know all the stuff, and let's keep on watching. Thanks for the follow.
From the rest of the Nix system and refine and sell those goods there. As a lot of the content in the next coming releases for Nix is going to be mining related. So it's super important that Levski is a really nice hub for mining type of gameplay. So we're really happy to bring...
Grim, did you hit the Prime sub?
Grim
you did.
4109 activated the Prime sub.
Thank you, Grim. Using your Bezos pesos to subscribe for free. I make some money. You get no ads. Everyone's happy. Thank you very much, dude. Thank you. Let's get back to the show right now. And I'm kind of, to be honest with you guys, I'm almost checked out about Levski news. I'm hoping the next segment is starting soon at that little dot down here. See how see this? I'm hoping this next segment is like enough of this because I want to move on to the next topic. But let's keep on watching. Here we go.
Levski back into the game. It's been gone for quite a few years now.
I think it really provided a unique environment of it's run down, but the people who live there love it and are working their hardest to make it a great place to live.
This is a location that has a lot of nostalgia for you guys. And
yeah, legit.
We don't want this just to be a re-release. We do want you to go, wow.
It's not going to be as complete as Pyro was when it first came out, but it's going to be our first iteration, and you're going to be able to see it grow as we work on it.
Like with everything, we're always learning and improving and finding new ways.
I mean, is there anything more Star Citizen than just building the system while the players watch us build it around them?
I mean, he's right.
A nice dynamic to Stanton and be a much more calming of, style system than Pyro.
The people that would have played it before are going to love to see this come back, and the people that haven't seen it before, it's going to be a great new location.
This is the first time that I'm going to be able to touch stuff and kind of bring my own content to the game, and that's really exciting to me.
Levski coming back into the game is a huge milestone personally for me. So I worked on the original quite some time ago, so seeing it come back and updated and improved and better is fantastic.
All right, I'm going to pause it before anything gets said here because I feel like they're about to go into their next segment. So we just watched a whole thing all about the Nix system, a lot of it about the landing zone that we used to have in Stanton on loan, but it was on a planet, but now it's actually going to be a huge asteroid with a big mining base on it. And it's cool to see that stuff again in a new way, and it's cool to see a gifted sub in the chat.
Cheddar Thief gifted a sub.
Cheddar. Thank you, Cheddar, very much for that gifted sub. Your first ever gift sub to the community. Thank you, dude. Cheers to you. My only takeaway about the new landing zone, my only concern I have right now is that it's going to be very tempting for people to race and screw around in this massive hole that goes through the planet. This right here. This hole goes through the asteroid, and people are going to want to zoom through it all the time. But big ships are going to be loading cargo here. So How is CIG going to curtail people from zooming and booming through this and crashing into mining and salvage ships and hauling ships? What are they going to do?
Bitter joined the Enders Elite.
Bitter is the second tier 1 of the day. Bitter. Thank you, dude. Thank you very much. What's this?
The Beatles, Strawberry Fields.
Whoa, everyone. S. The Damager has requested the first ever Beatles song on my channel. No one has ever dropped a 20 spot for a Beatles tune. Ever. I'm pumped. Thank you, dude. Strawberry Fields forever. We're going to go play drums, then we're going to get back to this watch party because my show is not just about Star Citizen. It is about me. And I love space games, but I'm a professional drummer. I went to Berklee School of Music. I spent over 10 years as a full-time touring artist. I play in a bunch of bands. I currently am in a band called Stop the Presses. I played some shows with Chad Smith from the Chili Peppers last year, and a brand new music video just dropped featuring me and Chad and the rest of the guys in Outer National. I have not linked the new video yet, but I have a link for the old video from last year by typing !Chad Smith in the chat. I'll have to update it and get the new link. It's on Outer National's pages, so if you watch that, it'll probably get suggested to you next, right? Now let me cue up this next tune. Hold on. Strawberry Fields Forever. I haven't played this song in a very, very long time. I'll do my best Ringo impersonation, all right? Here we go. Thank you very much. S. The Damager. S. The Damager.
Slow Shadow Mark activated the Prime.
And Slow Shadow. Thank you so much for the resub. I see you. There's so many overdubs. This recording is incredible, but like wild. It's like an experience, you know? I Barry Paul. Yo, okay. So playing to that song is crazy because recording technology has changed so much. Like, there are so many hard panned sounds in those old Beatles recordings where you only hear drums here and you only hear bass here. Like, we don't mix albums that way anymore. It's wild to hear all that. But dude, thank you very much, very much, S. The Damager, for that request. And another one, Ether Fox, just coming in right now with another old school request, a Cream tune, which is Eric Clapton, The White Room. Oh man, I don't think I've heard this song in decades. Let's see how I do. Thank you, Ether Fox. This is the third song request of the day. We are here for the Star Citizen Con After Action Watch Party, where I watch it for the first time with you. We just finished the whole segment about the Nix system, and now we're playing drums, and then we're going to go back and we're going to watch some more after this next request, The White Room by Cream. Also, thank you, Motor Flames, for the 5-month resub. I'm pretty sure Ginger Baker is the drummer on this recording by Cream, but I can't guarantee that. Someone look it up for me. Here we go. Cream, The White Room. Let's go. And the classic fade out that was White Room by Cream. Also the first time I've ever been requested to play a song by Cream on the channel, after the first time I've ever been requested to play a Beatles song on the channel. 2 throwback jams. It's hard playing these old songs because drums used to be mixed so much lower. Drums are so hot in recordings over the past, 20, 30 years, 40 years. And anything older than that is like the drums are so buried. Also, music recording was so loose back then. Like that entire song is like, how about a fill? How about a fill here? How about another fill? Like the fills are all over the place. You're like, what's even happening? It's such a different way of thinking. Like when I hear classic rock recordings, all I think about are like 16-year-old drummers who are just constantly playing drum fills all the time. You know, the drummers whose beats sound like this. Like, that's what I sounded like that when I was 15. That was me on drums, too. But that's the way I think when I hear all these old drum recordings. I'm not saying they were bad drummers at all. There was a lot of great drummers back then. But recording was so free back then. They were like, I don't know, put a mic over the drums. Just do it. It's different. All right. That's enough of this and enough of me blabbing. Thank you, Renoxes, for 27 months on the channel. Let's get back to the desk and watch some more Star CitizenCon 2025, you and me. All right. Let's get back into this after I say thank you for being here. It really means a lot to me to have so many people hanging out while we are just watching Star Citizen videos. You know? I often feel like in this job, to entertain any number of an audience, I have to work my freaking ass off, constantly running back between the drums and the desk and the keys and the desk and answering every single question in chat and like being so hyper focused. And it's really nice to just like sit back and watch video about the game that I love, that I want to learn more about, and hang out with all of you. So look at this, another Prime sub coming in. It's just what I'm talking about. Thank you.
Agus 4192 joined the Enders Elite.
Thank you, Agus. I appreciate you with that first time tier 1, not a Prime, a tier 1. Holy dude, that's even a bigger deal than a Prime sub. That's a real sub. Thank you. So we're going to hop back into this video, and that's what we're going to do. Cool? Can I get, let me, yeah, no more words. Showtime. Here we go.
Run down, but the people who live there love it and are working their hardest to make it a great place to live.
This is a location that has a lot of nostalgia for you guys, and we don't want this just to be a re-release. We do want you to go, wow.
It's not going to be as complete as Pyro was at first.
Real monochrome optic. 5 gifted subs to the community right there. Dude. Massive W. Cheers. Cheers to you, man. Thank you. We have now had 2 5-packs of gifted subs and 1 10-pack of gifted subs. Who will become the first 11 gifted sub? I don't know. Hold on. Delete that. Forget what I said. I love you. Thanks for being here. Let's get back to the show. No more back. No music. Here we go.
Came out but it's going to be our first iteration, and you're going to be able to see it grow as we work on it.
Like with everything, we're always learning and improving and finding new ways.
I mean, is there anything more Star Citizen than
This is the end of the
just
segment.
building the system
They're
while
just
the players
giving
watch
you
us
a little
build it
bit
around
final
them?
notes. Don't worry about
a
it.
Nice dynamic.
Don't worry about it.
To Stanton, and be a much more calming of style system than Pyro.
The people that would have played it before are going to love to see this come back, and the people that haven't seen it before, it's going to be a great new location.
This is the first time that I'm going to be able to touch stuff and kind of bring my own content to the game.
Yes,
That's
yes,
really
yes, yes,
exciting.
yes, yes.
Levski coming
Next.
back into the game is
Next,
a huge
next,
milestone.
next. Okay. Remember, exclamation free ship if you want to win this spaceship and a copy of the game, Star Citizen. Only on Twitch. Something wicked this way comes. Teehee. Oh, prime sub from Yardy. Yardy, that's very kind of you.
Yardy 23 Lux
Thank
activated
you.
the Prime sub.
Look how excited he is for you, Yardy. Okay.
We've talked about Levski, we've talked about the Glazing Belt, but you're probably asking yourself, what's the new gameplay activity we're going to be doing? So let's find out.
Welcome to Nyx is your first experience in a new space station in a new solar system.
It's a mystery to be solved. There's things for the player to explore and look into. There's going to be some twists and turns, of course, some combat, and if you're lucky enough to survive, maybe some good rewards.
This is basically a continuation of kind of our ASD storyline. So in the closing out what we had called our Science Run Amok storyline, we
went through this entire thing just last week. Do you remember the irradiated worm fight? Yeah.
Revealed that ASD had been procuring sort of very black market illegal stuff in order to conduct their experiments. So this mission is basically going to be continuing on that trail.
So the Navy has learned that illegal tech is being sold in the UAE, and they're hiring Intersect to investigate. Intersect Defense Solutions is the leading military defense contractor in the UAE. So the Navy contracts with them a lot for doing various kind of military operations that they don't want to handle themselves. We didn't want players to be working directly for the Navy. The Navy just doesn't call up random citizens and ask like, hey, if you're free, can you fly a helicopter? I guess as a player, when you can think about like, oh, where am I going to be doing missions that are capital ship battles or large fleet scale?
Oh, that was a cool shot. Can we take a look at this? Look at this shot on the rifle looking up at the soldier here.
Oh, where am I going to be doing
this is a cool
missions
shot.
that are capital ship battles or large fleet scale stuff or military operations? That's all going to come from Intersect Defense Solutions.
All right, so we have a military contractor of some kind.
Intersect have discovered the source of the illegal tech is in the Nyx system and an old abandoned QV Planet Services logistics station that's come back online.
So they want the players to figure out what's going on.
Stop teasing Quantum Boost.
So when you come out of Quantum and you start your approach vector
Oh, unless that was just regular Quantum, just an animation for, okay, never mind.
to the objective, you'll be weaving through asteroids, going through the Glazing Belt, and slowly the station will reveal itself. Now, this is an old QV logistics station. It's pretty beat up, it's pretty derelict, but there's some points of interest that you'll spot as you...
Damon Bomber, don't tell me to chill. I am so tired of being teased about the Quantum Boost system. How many years now? Okay. All right. I like how this station looks like the Pyro stations, you know? Kind of looks like Obituary.
It's pretty beat up, it's pretty derelict, but there's some points of interest that you'll spot as you go through. So the station itself shares design cues from old Pan Am stations found in Pyro. This architectural design found
I know what I'm looking at.
Found its way over to the Nyx system as the system was being established. But you'll also see some additional design cues that QV planetary services were adding, so it's a nice transition architectural point. It's fairly skeletal in design. You'll see logistics yards and cargo yards, but also facilities pinned inside the asteroid, creating this network of facilities. You'll notice there's a Polaris near the main hub. It's not a normal Polaris. It's damaged, it's broken. It's not a standard corporate Polaris.
Oh, cool.
So at this point, you should be asking yourself,
Pirate Polaris.
who does this belong to? Away from the Polaris.
The PP.
You'll see struts leading to asteroid bases. Now these asteroid bases are locked, so you don't know exactly what's inside
Don't look at me.
just yet. But all of this comes together to form the playground for the mission to take place. So not only is this facility unabandoned, but it's also under attack from a surprising but familiar foe.
I'm down here now. All right, so there is a abandoned station, or not really abandoned. It has a pirate Polaris on board. It's not called the PP, and we're going to learn more about it right now. Let's keep watching. Who's this little sneaky ship here? Who's this little sneaky? Look at this guy. That's a Vanduul ship. We got a blade, a
First
scythe.
time in the PU, the Vanduul.
So we're actually going to get real Vanduul enemy pilots
the
now.
Vanduul are a
Cool.
nomadic, very, very, very violent
Awesome.
spacefaring race.
They're the Klingons of the Star Citizen ecosystem.
They've been striking out against outposts and such in the Nyx system. They don't really know what they want, don't know why they're doing it, but it seems like whoever's running the station is really pissed them off.
If we steal these ships, are they actual Vanduul alien ships and not the reproductions that are made for human use? That's the first thing I want to know. Can I steal that ship and have it be different than any other Vanduul recreation in the game? Okay, let's keep watching.
Vanduul raiding parties have been arriving in the system, and they're unaffiliated to any clan. There's small groups coming in and picking at them. But as time goes on, those raids are getting bigger and more frequent.
They'll be the scythes that you're familiar with.
All I'm saying is that if there's a way to steal these ships, the player base will figure it out. How many of you remember when we figured out how to steal the Idris? Like, as soon as it was like in the game with no cockpit, just the driver's seat, you know?
Waves and blades that we all know and hate. And a new craft for the PU, the Vanduul Stinger.
The Stinger! The Stinger! Sorry, I was in Massachusetts the other day. I played a show with the Pilfers, and I heard a lot of Boston accents. I lived in Boston for 12 years, so now the Stinger is here.
You will be contacted by some civilians on arrival asking you for help.
So at this point, you have a choice.
Wicked Stinger! This joke is like only for like the regional dialect of like New England area. So if you don't get the joke, don't worry about it.
Either bug out, mission over, or join the fight.
Scarthy says they're not showing actual Vanduul pilots in those ships. Wait a minute. Did you guys zoom in? Did someone zoom in? Can you not see Vanduul sitting in the ships? I don't think I've seen a shot yet that was close enough.
This will be the first time since the PU launched that you'll be able to fight against Vanduul aggressor ships.
This fight will be intense. The player should be able to deal with them, but they will have to be prepared and they'll have to come back in to fight off this initial wave, and that won't be the end of it.
After you fight off the Vanduul ships, the mysterious inhabitants of the station invite you to come on board.
Which Intersect sort of will encourage you to do because
Hey,
it'll
Elliot.
help further their investigation against
Elliot watches the show sometimes, but shh, he could be here right now, so don't say his name too loud.
What's happening here, why these QV stations have come back online.
You dock your ship, you board the station.
Scarthia says, did you see the pips were broken in that clip? Let's go back. Rewind the clip for the broken pip.
The end of it.
What am I looking at here? Power management. 2 pips, 3 pips, 5 pips. What, Scarthy, what am I missing here? Scarthy, talk to me. What am I not seeing? Hey, everybody, we are just learning about Von Duel actually being in the game to fight against.
After you fight...
Oh, you're talking about these. The aiming pips not moving correctly?
Off the Von Duel ships, the mysterious...
I thought those looked weird. Okay. Thank you. Good. I'm glad it's not just me.
Inhabitants of the station invite you to come on board.
Which INSEC sort of will encourage you to do because it'll help further their investigation against what's happening here, why these QV stations have come back online.
You dock your ship, you board the station, and it turns out the inhabitants here have a real surprise for you.
The player will be immediately ambushed. These guys are not your friends.
What are
Of
they
course, it's not gonna
wearing?
be easy because the people that are inhabiting the station are going to fight you every step of the way.
The fight will be challenging, but this definitely will be the warm-up phase of this mission. This will be the
New
players
armor?
getting a sense of what exactly is going on there, who these new people are. They'll be in unfamiliar armor. They will be wielding...
Yeah. What? Is that a sub? Barney Wubba. What up, Barney?
Barney Waba activated the Prime sub.
Thank you. Now, I do want to talk about the screen I paused on here. Does anyone know why I paused on this screen? Because I have noticed some new armor in the game that when you look up, it literally exposes your character's neck. Now, I'm seeing this again on this new armor. Is CIG not paying attention to like the area between helmet and armor piece here for these new armor sets? Like turtleneck not included? I just want to point that out. Okay. Because this was also on the new Hurston armor that I unlocked from the resource drive event. When you look up, you see your neck. Okay, never mind. This is just me being stupidly critical about something that does not matter at all. Because we all know necks are impervious to space. Thank you. More caffeine. Thank you.
Unfamiliar weapons, and we want you...
Unfamiliar weapons? Did they have new guns in their hands? Hold on.
Turns out the inhabitants here have
immediately...
Oh, that's like a...
surprise for you.
It's like a beam. Is that a different... like energy weapon of sorts, or are we just seeing a like a trail on that projectile?
Player will be immediately ambushed.
The sound is kind of different. Do you hear that sound? It's very space pew pew. But it might not be. It might just be a different sound that I'm used to hearing.
The player will be immediately ambushed. These guys are...
You hear that? Pew pew. Very ray gun-esque.
Will be the warm-up phase of this mission. This will be the players getting a sense of what exactly is going on there, who these new people are. They'll be in unfamiliar armor. They will be wielding unfamiliar weapons. And we want you to get a sense that you are in a new place, in a new territory.
Yeah, these are definitely
fighting
humans.
a new faction.
Like, these are humans in these outfits.
So after you survive...
So these are Von Duel working with humans? It's unclear.
Survive this initial ambush, you get back in touch with INSEC, and obviously the question is, who are these people? Why are they attacking? Why are the Von Duel attacking them?
At this point, there's more going on here than
They
anyone
are
thought.
Borg.
The director
We
from INSEC
are Borg.
is to explore the station and collect as much information as you possibly can.
Along the way, you're going to get to explore some new areas.
It's not just the space station. There's the disabled capital ship. There's asteroid bases nearby with obvious installations there, other forces that Von Duel have been attacking. There's a debris field.
Explore the locations in any order you want and try to find out who these people are and why the Van Duel are after them.
You'll find new clues, you'll find ways to solve the puzzle of what's going on at the space station, and find out what kind of loot they have for you now that you beat them.
Okay, so the Von Duel does not follow the old phrase of the enemy of my enemy is my friend. They're more like the enemy of my enemy is still my enemy. Got it.
And of course, this is a legally open station, so anything you find is yours to keep and sell, maybe even give to Wicklow.
Thank you, Elliot, for confirming that this will be more Wicklow Fetch Quest stuff.
Texas Sidewinder activated the Prime sub.
Texas Sidewinder. That's a snake. Pretty sure. Thank you very much for the sub, dude. Nice to see. Can I just say thank you for all the new subscriptions today? I think there's been more new person subs today than maybe any stream in the last few weeks. It's really nice to see so many new names in the chat today. I think maybe CitizenCon happening this weekend maybe brought some more people to the surface. You know, people couldn't watch over the weekend, which is why I'm here watching with you the CitizenCon convention for the first time, because I took Saturday off and I went to a concert. I went to see my favorite band, Anamanaguchi. If you're like, who the hell is that? They did a lot of the music for the Scott Pilgrim franchise, video games and movies. They're on tour right now. I think they're ending in Florida this Friday. If you live anywhere in Florida in that area, you need to go see Anamanaguchi. They're like a transcendent live show. Oh my God, it was so good. And I don't like that many live shows. I'm kind of I'll smile and I'll nod, but I won't get like emotional. And I legit did at their show. It was so amazing. Okay. Back to CitizenCon coverage. I'm Ender. We're giving away a ship today. We're giving away this, the Origin 100i. It comes with the download of the game, and you can win it by putting exclamation free ship one time in my Twitch chat right now. Other platforms won't work, so come to this one. And yeah, thanks for that. And oh, damn.
Drum request. 96 Quite Bitter Beans, CKY.
Everybody, we're going to play a CKY skateboarding jackass nostalgia overload Tony Hawk Pro Skater extravaganza of a track. Thank you very much to our newest subscriber, Texas Sidewinder, who not only subscribed, but then dropped a 20 spot to get me on the drums. Thank you, dude. Let's do that. Let's go play that track. Yeah, that's how it goes, right? It's got that cool, like, disco beat. Boop, spop, spoop, spop. Yeah. Let's go. Drums, you and me. Keep the chat moving. What even is happening there? What is that section? Like, I don't know what they played at all. But for real, what do they do in that middle section? What is happening there? Hold on. No, wrong song. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1. Ah, that's it. That's it. That's it. It's 1 and 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2. Yeah, that's the part. What a wild little part that is. I don't think I ever realized that song has that. I mean, the best part of the song though is the da 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 dum ba dum ba dum ba dum. That little disco backbeat. That's the coolest part. And you get to do this trick. It's an easy move. Watch, slow motion. You hit with the left hand and you swing with the right hand. It's easy. It looks hard. It's not hard. Hey, I'm Ender. Thanks for being here. I really appreciate so many of you hanging out for my CitizenCon watch party. Let's get back to the desk. Thank you again for our latest subscriber, whose name is Texas Sidewinder, for dropping a 20 spot to get me on the drums. Thank you, dude. Thank you. All right, so to do a quick summary of things we have learned so far about Star Citizen right now is that the Nyx system is coming to the game next month, apparently. And the Vondul actually attacking you flying in spaceships will be attacking us at a new mission in the Nyx system. And we are learning about this facility right now. We just heard Elliot drop a little teaser that there's going to be some questing items here to be used for Wicklow missions. And look what I just discovered on my pause screen here. Does anyone in the chat know what this is? Because I know what this is. I'll let chat answer. What do you think this is? We got a taste of what this is last year during the Squadron 42 1 hour and a half gameplay trailer. It is a Vondul boarding party ship that flies in, hits the hull, cuts a hole, and they wart. Because they look like Halo elites. That's what that is. So, if you didn't watch last year's coverage of CitizenCon stuff, type exclamation Squadron 42 in the chat, and then you can just bookmark it to watch it later. So let's continue this. Here we go.
This isn't just a one-time event. This is a permanent sort of mission that we're going to be adding to the game.
You can go back and repeat this mission and find ways to do it even better, even faster.
There'll be a different story and different flavor. Obviously, we can't have the same thing happen every time. There'll be other missions that Intersect will offer to you based on the evidence that you found.
Now you know the real story, and you can start digging and giving more information to Intersect along the way.
We're going to pause this for a quick joystick question. I play VKB joysticks. The best one for most people is the VKB Gladiator because they're only about $100 to $130. These are the gunfighters. They are a much higher end joystick, double the cost, all metal internals. But I see you saying you want to play Battlefield 6 with them. I don't think Battlefield 6 has joystick support. Feels like the kind of game that if you plug a joystick in, your character will just spin around in a circle all the time. There might be a way to use third-party tools to try to use a joystick by emulating a controller, but a lot of those games, due to the anti-cheat stuff, don't like when you run any third-party programs. So I'm going to say that joysticks with Battlefield 6 is a bad idea. But, I mean, I wish, dude, if Battlefield 6 had real joystick support, legitimate, real support, to let me keyboard, mouse, FPS, and then fly helicopter and fly plane with joystick natively, it's a game that I would really consider playing. Like, legitimately, really, really consider playing. But AAA games just don't include that because the percentage of people who play AAA FPS games who also own flight sim equipment is pretty narrow. What do we think that overall percentage is globally? 5%? Apollo says 0.015%. This is why Star Citizen is such a special game, because how many games in the world let you play an FPS experience with keyboard and mouse and then fly your ships with 6 degrees of precision with joysticks or rudder pedals or throttles? Other games don't support this because literally other gamers don't want this, but I do. And I know a lot of you do. So Battlefield 6, put in joystick control so you can make the negligible small amount of us happy. They won't do it. Okay, let's get back to the show and continue this. Here we go. I mean, even No Man's Sky has no native joystick support. Come on. Oh yeah, here are those Von Duel.
I'm super excited
Look at them.
to finally see the Van Duel in the PU.
I'm excited to bring cool Van Duel ship combat to SC.
Players in the PU will now get to face down these awesome ships and get a taste of like we already have it in Arena Commander where you get to fight the Vandal Swarm, and being able to do that in the PU is going to be, I think, a heck of a lot of fun.
Who's going to be the first person to steal one of these ships? That's the question. And how are they going to do it?
So this marks a great milestone for us for not only pushing hard and adding great content this year, we're also being able to introduce the next star system and introducing the next landscape to tell new stories and add new gameplay beats into the ever-expanding universe. So we'll leave 4.4 there. If you're at one of the watch parties, please raise a toast to the great work that all the teams have been doing this year.
Cheers!
And I'll be right back in just a few minutes to look ahead at some of the things coming in 2026.
Ooh.
Hello, everyone.
Jared.
And welcome to the Voyager Bar in beautiful scenic Orison, where the staff of Cloud Imperium Games Manchester is gathered for their very own CitizenCon Direct watch party.
Look at those trees. They look just like the trees in Orison. Whoa.
As the dozens of such events happening at locations around the world, we've gathered today to watch this sneak peek at just a little of what the next year of Star Citizen has in store for everyone.
So cool.
Oh, that was really good, everybody. I'm Jared Huckabee, your host for the festivities.
Hey, Jared.
And for the show today, and let me tell you, it's not a joke. It's not a gag. Next week, we're hitting our 9th patch in 10 months, and then in November, we're going to finish out the year strong with the long-awaited arrival of the Nix system.
The room mic is too loud on the live stream. I bet they'll fix it.
And in case you missed it because you were chatting with friends, hi.
That's the natural reverb effect. That's not the reverb on the mic. That's the sound of the microphone audio and microphones in the room to get the people clapping and their crowd response. Yes, this is why whenever I'm here doing stuff in my studio, if I'm on the drums on that mic, I mute this mic. And when I'm not on the drums, I mute that mic. Because multiple microphones on at the same time can create natural chorusing and reverb effects. Did you know that? I went to music school. Okay, let's keep watching the show.
It's not the lawless wasteland of Pyro many folks have been speculating, but an independent system with its own set of rules and laws and multiple ways to get there. It's an exciting time for everyone at Cloud Imperium Games because, as the architects of our persistent universe said at the start of the show, the foundational tech that we've been building for so many years has now unlocked us to bring more to Star Citizen than ever before as we continue our journey towards 1.0. Now, before we continue with the show, let's get a few housekeeping tasks out of the way. First, we're simulcast on YouTube and Twitch. So if you want the keen communities of Twitch or the 4K ultra high resolution of YouTube, you have your choice. Second, throughout the broadcast today, we want to see and hear what you have to say.
Stacy, thank you for the sub.
Stacy Hingle.
Hashtag CitizenCon. We're especially interested.
Citizen gone. Pretty funny unintended joke by the automatic captions there. Too real. Too real.
To see any photos from those watch parties that are happening across the globe, and we're going to find some way to bring a few of them into the broadcast later in the program. Third, we've also had a CitizenCon contest going for people to create their very own
CitizenCon contest.
slice of life in the PU videos.
They should have called it the Con.
And we played the winning entries during our
Missed
pre-show
opportunity.
countdown. The offerings were super varied. The idea was to work with a team to show the life of a miner or a hauler or a bounty hunter or whatever. But one guy just said, I'm going to make a video about how awesome I am. And I respect that. So shout out Nocturnal Revenant. I don't remember if you were one of the winners getting an L21 Wolf from Kruger for their efforts, but you won the coveted Disco Lando Complete Narcissist Award. Good job. And to all the winners, I'm sure someone will either be in touch with you about your wolves or they'll just show up on your accounts.
On a technical standpoint, I wonder why they didn't put a lavalier mic on Jared for this. I wonder why they went with a handheld mic. Maybe they're going to pass it around. But even then, lavalier mic for Jared and then wireless to pass around. I'm getting too caught up on the production details. I'm sorry. Clearly, I care a lot about production. Obviously. I need to that's not what, we're not here for that. You are not here for that. Okay? So let's keep watching.
I really don't know how that process works.
I love Jared. Jared. Okay.
Now before the show, huh? He's so afraid. Either way, if you missed the pre-show and are curious if you won, you can check the replay after we're done here today.
Should we watch this?
All right. I just realized that my boss is Chris
I love
Sanders
Jared. I want to
sitting in
keep
a movie
watching.
theater watch party in Switzerland right now. A completely captive audience. So real behind the scenes here. This is especially torturous for Chris right now because he's super excited about the next segment we've got coming up. Aren't you, Chris? And you're just sat there right now, forced to watch and listen to anything I say. Do either of you regret that decision so long ago? All right, so I've probably pushed my luck enough. Let's get to the next thing. When Nyx arrives next month, it'll have Levski, the Glacium Belt, and the new Welcome to Nyx operation we just discussed. But throughout 2026, we'll also continue to build the star system out with new features and new technologies that will not only set Nyx apart and give it a unique identity from its sibling star systems, but continue to set Star Citizen apart from other video games altogether. Now, at this point, if you're running one of the watch parties, you're going to want to crank your speakers up for some brand new music from the Maestro Pedro himself. And let's take a look at some of what the next year has to offer for the Nyx system.
breaking new ground.
At Cloud Imperium Games, we believe art inspires the best technology. And through the development of that technology, it pushes us to create even better art. When Genesis comes to the persistent universe starting next year, it will change how you experience every world. And not just in the building of the new planets for the Nyx system. We will also go back through Stanton and Pyro and reimagine them through the lens of our technology.
Did you guys hear that? Genesis is coming to Star Citizen. Genesis is coming to Star Citizen. Are you prepared for the power of Genesis? We've been waiting so long for Genesis. That joke is only for old people. Did you get it? Okay. Now we'll go back to the show.
And more traditionally, we'd create slices of biomes, like deserts or forests. This approach moved us forwards and got us this far, but solving the scale was always tricky. And for Star Citizen, we like to do scale on another level. Issues like seeing tiling from our height maps from high altitude, or the unpredictable blending when two biomes connected, were common. But ultimately, things just never felt right. Our worlds were gorgeous, but to us, they still sometimes felt like interpretations. Now, this was a super hard problem, which we needed to solve at the scale for Star Citizen requires. We challenged ourselves to emulate nature in the most believable way, and not just on a planetary scale, but to our level of detail.
All right. Whoa.
With Genesis, we've made a complete paradigm shift to how we do things. Biomes are now created based on the physical data sets, with the assets being spawned whenever and wherever the correct criteria is found.
Okay, I want to go back to looking at this. So if I'm to believe correctly, this is CIG showcasing the Genesis engine, which I believe builds planets semi or fully autonomously based on data sets, like not handcrafted by designers. If I'm believing this correct, let's keep watching. They're going to explain all of it to us, but because that looks incredible.
With Genesis, we've made a complete paradigm shift to how we do things. Biomes are now created based on the physical data sets, with the assets being spawned whenever and wherever the correct criteria is found. So when you see a forest or a meadow, it's no longer because an artist painstakingly crafted it there. It's now because it simply wants to be there. It fits inside our rules.
Yes. This is what I've been talking about for a long time. The problems with procedural planet generation. It was cool when Elite Dangerous did it. It was cool when No Man's Sky did it. But Star Citizen is doing it bigger and better. I think the problem is how many people out there actually care about it being better and more realistic. I think that is the most important thing to think about. Because I know you and me watching this right now, we are all in for this. We're like, OMG. But Star Citizen needs more than us to make this game a success. We need the people who are less interested in these kinds of details. You know, that's what I get afraid of. I get afraid of, like, they're doing all this stuff that's so cool, but like maybe the world's not ready for it yet. I don't know. All right, I'm just getting ahead of myself. Let's keep watching here. But This is really cool, the new Genesis engine, and I want to rewind and see this a little bit again here.
So when you see a forest or a meadow, it's no longer because an artist painstakingly crafted it there. It's now because it simply wants to be there. It fits inside our rules.
That's so cool.
Genesis also ties into our other gameplay systems.
Those trees look
Our
great.
new planets are built from the information we create for our different data sets.
None of the trees here in that last shot look like rows of like assets or lines or like striations. Like,
it fits inside our rules.
You see a lot of just like random ground when you play space games and fly around. Look at this ground. This looks like I'm in a plane flying over, filming out my window to post on my Instagram. Please follow me on Instagram. Dude, I'm floored by the new Genesis engine right now. Okay. All right, let's keep watching here.
Temperature, soil types, soil amounts, geology.
Rewind.
Are built from the information we create.
So planets are built from the information about
systems. Our new planets are built from the information we create for our different data sets. Like height maps, humidity, temperature, soil types, soil amounts, geology erosion data, to name but a few.
And we've seen videos, holy shit, look at that. I was going to say, we've seen videos with them talking about this stuff before, but this image of this valley just shut me up. Wow. Okay. Okay.
This means you can now tell where to find valuable minerals as the geology looks like it would be suitable for it. Where scree piles exist below sheer cliff faces, and where rocks have broken off over time due to erosion. Of course, these new tools still give us the ability.
This shot is so Star Wars. This looks like the opening scene of Rogue One a little bit. I mean, these weird alien plants maybe not there, but like that ship in the background, how rainy it is. Very cool.
To direct the look and feel we want. The attention to detail from the tallest mountain to the smallest flower is still our core DNA.
Oh, the God rays coming down there, the lighting. Oh.
With Genesis, we can now keep that detail-orientated mindset.
Oh yes, the
as
swamps.
We focus on the quality.
Last year they teased these swamps.
Provides the quantity.
I want to crash my not the X-Wing Scorpius into this swamp so bad. And then I want to use a tractor beam to pull it out of the swamp.
Genesis provides our planets with the ultimate sense of exploration and adventure, discovery in the purest emotional form. We want you to find that perfect place, with the planets providing an abundant resource to harvest. This is a major part of what exploration is for us. We want that feeling of finding a corner of the universe that you'll fall in love with, and where you want to settle down and build your home. Now I'm going to hand you over to Will to go deeper into what we have built that allows Genesis to realize our vision. As a reminder, some of the visuals you'll see will evolve and change as we continue our technological development.
Like, I'm not doing a bit here. Like, my face right there, I was not doing a bit. I'm absolutely flabbergasted, to use a weird word, about this right now. Okay? Like, imagining flying through this valley and then using my Tobii eye tracker to, like, look left and look right and be in the moment right here. That's the kind of next level futuristic immersive gameplay that I am ready for and that I'm excited for. And another reason why I believe in this project. Every day I have to go through my comments online and read scam citizen after scam citizen after huffing the copium after how much money has this dude spent after I'll be in the grave when this game comes out after scam citizen, scam. Every day I have to go through so much of that. And it can be hard to like stay mentally invested in this project and stay upbeat and stay happy. And I know I'm just looking at a video of scenery, but a lot of simulation gameplay is looking at stuff, walking around, flying around, look at stuff, you know? And this is some pretty compelling, beautiful stuff to look at, right? Also, there's sirens outside. I live in New York City, so I'll let those sirens pass by, and then we will keep watching. Quick rewind. Here we go. Let's watch that again. I want to watch that whole thing again.
Now I'm going to hand you over to Will to go deeper into what we have built that allows Genesis to realize our vision. As a reminder, some of the visuals you'll see will evolve and change as we continue our technological development and hone in on the final look for Nyx.
Damn.
Thanks, Ian. So, in case it's not already clear, Genesis is our name for a group of technologies that are improving our ability to build worlds, refining those that we've already created, and ultimately expanding our persistent universe to the scale and quality that we all expect. I work on Planet Tech, so let's talk about how that's continued to evolve since our presentation last year. And instead of just highlighting some really cool biomes that we can create, let's go ahead and show how all this work applies to the upcoming planets of Nyx.
Once again, if you just got here, hey, what's up? My name is Ender. We are watching the Star CitizenCon watch party from Saturday. But I'm watching it for the first time today on Monday. We're learning all about the Genesis engine, and this is Genesis the band because, well, I'm on theme. I'm on theme here. We are giving away a ship today and a game package. This. If you don't see the ship, you're on the wrong platform. Figure it out. Exclamation free ship in the chat. I'm going to run that giveaway all afternoon long, and we'll find out who wins at the end of the day. But let's go back to CitizenCon 2025.
So there are 3 planets in Nyx. Nyx 3 is a gas
planets.
giant.
Okay.
And,
so far, all we know about Nyx is the asteroid where the Levski base is. I don't like when they just name planets numbers. Does anyone else out there dislike when they call planets Pyro 1, Pyro 3, Nyx 2, Nyx 5? Give me a name. Give me a proper name. Call the planet Gerald. Call it Sforzando. Call it Kim Possible. Just give it a frickin' name. Okay? All right. Nyx 3. It's a gas giant. Okay. Farty Mc3. Got it.
3 planets in Nyx. Nyx 3 is a gas giant, and I think it's blue. It's not going to surface. I don't really know.
I love that little breaking the third wall moment here. Can we see this shot again?
It's not going to surface. I don't really know.
Look at Jared's head fall there. That is great. That's very, very, very well done. Love how candid he's being right now. Beautiful.
Nyx 2 is a yellow, toxic.
This is a drawing.
It's got like this high pressure atmosphere.
Very
and
Star
it's like
Wars.
A very volatile planet with high risk reward gameplay. It's going to have some really interesting biomes for you to discover, but for now, just know it's going to be dangerous because today we're going to focus on what we consider to be the hero planet of this system.
The hero planet.
Nyx 1 has got a rugged, remote beauty. It's got a diverse set of biomes, from weathered rocky mountain ranges
These
to
mountains look
vast
so
sweeping
cool.
forests and grasslands.
Oh.
And from damp, expansive wetlands to claustrophobic, festering swamps. These core biome concepts give us a fantastic platform to hone our technology, in some cases because the current tech couldn't do them at all, or because we want to completely step up our game for them.
Hell yeah.
So, let's approach this planet in much the same way that you, the player, will, from orbit.
You guys know that every single time I make a video showcasing this feature,
approach this planet,
that has been how you approach planets without quantum for 5 years, at least. Every time I make a video about this, people who have been following my content and following this game are like, how'd you do that? How? What did you have to do? How'd you make that happen? I've tested it every time. And it just goes to show you this game has so much in it. So much that even things that I'm just used to now, the community that knows the game is still like, wait a minute, that's in the game? That happens? Yeah. Awesome. Okay, let's keep watching.
So, let's approach this planet in much the same way that you, the player, will, from orbit. The orbit appearance of the planets going forward is far more tied to what is present on the surface. Previously, we had different data that drove the orbital and ground coloring.
Oh, okay.
That's because the orbit was designed to look like vegetation that we'd place on the surface, and the ground coloring was trying to be a mix of soil, rock, and the organic compound coloring that forms the kind of colors there.
Okay.
Now we all...
Yo, that ground looks incredible.
Author much more of the data in a unified way. When you look at Earth, you see blues and greens for ocean and vegetation, and brown or yellowy tones for sand and soil. We wanted to keep it as simple as that. The same set of textures and data that define the color of the soil, sand, and rock on the ground are used to create the orbital look. We then assess the presence of vegetation and...
Oh, hold on. My camera's literally blocking this very cool elevation color graphic here. Let's rewind it for that.
As simple as that. The same set of textures and data that define the color of the soil, sand, and rock on the ground are used to create the orbital look. We then assess the presence of vegetation and competition between different species on each part of the planet and use that to blend in tones of green, including variations due to species health and the current season. This creates a far more complete image and allows you to identify features, geologies, and potential points of interest all the way from space. Let's go down to the surface and start with something closer to what you're used to, but in a whole new light.
Wow. I know we're just looking at footage of the planets using the new Genesis tech, but that's what this segment is. This segment is showcasing the new Genesis engine for mostly autonomous. They haven't really said the percentage-wise, but like I think almost all autonomous planet generation, which is incredible. Now, what they're not addressing are the problems with maneuvering thrusters. How the actual F is this Polaris just slowly floating by right here? Like, I don't know if they're going to go into it during CitizenCon, but I want a rework for like thrusters in gravity so badly. I'm tired of ships just floating like we are playing with dolls. Or this is a crocheted cockroach. I'm tired of them just floating any direction for any amount of time at any moment. So we'll find out if they get to it later on in the show, because I have not seen any of this. But this is all about planet tech. So ignore the magic floating ship and go to the planet tech. It's a cute cockroach, right? Isn't this the most adorable cockroach you've ever seen? Isn't this the cutest? Look at this thing. Yeah, my wife made it. Isn't it great? A little cutie. I put it right there. Okay. Remember, this ship could be yours. Exclamation free ship in the chat with the game package. Okay? All right. Back to the show.
When we approached the surface of the planet, we wanted to start by focusing on just the soil and rock.
Oh my God, I got caught off guard by my buddy DePoets in the chat. Yeah, dude, this is a Sony Alpha 5100. It's got a pretty snappy auto zoom. Look at that. This is why I use Sony cameras. They got, from my experience, they got the fastest auto zoom. This is an older Sony camera too. This is not even a fancy one. You know what I mean? This shot is also incredible. All this scenery is freaking me out right now. Roaches in New York are big, bite smarter. That's a fact. So are our rats. That's a fact as well. Now, the Genesis engine is not coming online next month. I'm sure CIG is going to go into more detail here, but we are getting the Nix system next month, but we're not getting all of the Nix system, and we're not getting the Genesis engine. So I don't really know what this means yet. Are we only going to get Nix with like one asteroid base to go in? Look, I don't have the answers for you. I'm watching the same thing you are. Let's watch together. Here we go.
The surface of the planet. We wanted to start by focusing on just the soil and rock. One of the things that was missing from our terrain previously was simply like feature complexity.
Almost looks like a real photo.
Looking at our contemporaries, we lacked detail at the ground scale. To combat this, we've added a new layer of data. That layer is called the medium tiles. These are intelligently placed on top of the existing 4-kilometer terrain tiles based on slope, soil type, and other erosion data. And these medium tiles don't just create height changes, they also bring in local erosion data both for soil and bedrock size values. And this gives us a whole new level of terrain detail, of scale, and allows us to create far more unique locations across the planet. So now that we've nailed the surface, let's have a look at adding some rocks. We've now got two major contributors to the rock content of our planets. Firstly, long desired feature, cliffs.
Hell yeah.
We are adding large scale, very detailed to all our cliffs based on the geology at a given location. This adds an exciting new dimension to steep slopes that we simply couldn't get before. The second is a big one for you.
Climbing gear will be a DLC. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. $5.99 per pickaxe.
You ground vehicle enthusiasts, rocks are now found not scattered everywhere, like spilt popcorn at the cinema, but only in places you'd expect to find them, thanks to a brand new rock scattering algorithm that isn't annoying as hell.
Whoa.
Using physical data generated for each large and medium tile, now rock distribution makes sense and has a physical basis.
Man.
So if you're still crashing into them after this comes out, that's on you.
This new planet tech is freaking me out.
We now create rock sets related to a particular geology that look like they originated from the same source. And this ties into how we'll be distributing minables in much more interesting ways too.
Look at that beautiful grassy mountainside here. Like, this shit looks too good.
So now that our base terrain and rock scattering looks good, let's add some vegetations and explore some additional biomes.
Oh, colors. It's fall.
Next one's forests and grasslands are full.
Was that a sneaky new vehicle on the corner? Or one that we know? That looks like, what is that thing? Oh, is that the fancy Ursa? The one that comes with a bottle of champagne? The Lynx. Yes, thank you, chat. Thank you.
Next one's forests and grasslands are full of trees, various grass species, rock formations.
Look at the fog.
And they're found in all sorts of elevations, like mountain valleys, open plains, and dense meadows.
The trees forming here where like water and sediment would come down from the mountainside, moving the actual like seeds for the trees, like not here, but like, dude, so cool.
And when we start to add a bit of fresh water, they begin transitioning into more wetland-type biomes. And while forests are super cool, let's focus on the grasslands and wetlands today. So, how are we making these look so great? Obviously, we've had grass before, but never meadows of it. Because until now, we haven't been able to spawn grass in large enough quantities or effectively represented at distance. So we're stepping up our game in terms of spawning, shaping, and shading grass.
Wow.
With Genesis, we now leverage GPU spawning to create vast quantities of assets across all biomes.
Everyone make some noise for 5 gifted subs right now. Right now. We're learning about the Genesis engine. Listening to Genesis in between and thanking the subscribers and viewers. So thank you, Nakaras. You've been a member of the show for a very, very long time. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Quick Genesis moment. Okay, that's enough. That's enough. That's enough.
Assets.
It's enough Genesis time. Now back to this Genesis.
Leverage GPU spawning to create vast quantities of assets across all biomes, whether it be dense meadows or more complex collections of ground cover like you can see in these wetlands. We are also able to fit our grass tiles to the ground by conforming them to the unique terrain underneath. Now we can finally cover complex terrain shapes with grass and ground cover assets, and as a result, they are now gravity aligned, meaning each blade is...
Dude, that grass, I keep saying dumb stuff, but that grass looks incredible.
Unique terrain underneath. Now we can finally cover complex terrain shapes with grass.
And there's like all the different things in the grass too, like the blade and the little, seeds?
And ground.
I'm not a grass expert here, okay? But I know what grass looks like. I've seen it.
Cover assets, and as a result, they are now gravity aligned, meaning each blade is oriented as you'd expect and not sticking out like before.
Yes, beautiful.
Next, let's take a look at how we light our grass. Now, as in real life,
let's take a look at how we light our grass.
Next, let's take a look at how we light our grass. Now, as in real life, the shading of a grass blade, or indeed a whole field of grass, is lit very differently to like a flat surface. We now use a solution that shades meadows of grass far more like fur or hair. And this, if you think about it, makes sense. At a distance, a field of grass is far more like a carpet or cloth than a flat surface. This improves how our grass looks from a near perspective, as well as bringing us nicely into how we're solving the distant representation of grass.
It's very impressive.
So, let's...
I know it's only freaking grass, but it's very impressive.
Talk about the distance problem.
Whoa.
One of our biggest achievements with Genesis is allowing us to build beautiful biomes out of flora and geology assets like a building set. Can I say Lego?
No.
Too late. But in the past, this broke down very quickly when...
Hey, is that another sub while we're watching the Genesis segment?
Mudman JR activated the Prime sub.
That's a follow and then a sub from Mudman Jr. I see you, Mudman Jr. And I thank you. Thank you so much.
Too late. But in the past, this broke down very quickly when objects simply disappeared when viewing the same biome from 10, 20, 100 kilometers away. Because we don't hide planetary transitions and allow you to view complex regions from very large distances, there are almost infinite perspectives from which you can see a location in Star Citizen. So, how can we afford to evaluate complex spawning logic at runtime for the entire swathes of the planet? Enter the virtual terrain.
All right, we're going to get some technical stuff here.
Virtual terrain, or VT for short, is how we now cache and represent our terrain at varying scales. This has been the enabler for all of the lovely advances in terrain complexity and asset spawning we've shown.
How many devs do I have in the chat right now? This is like a dev moment.
So far. And it's also how we now evaluate and represent vegetation from a distance. When creating the VT for each
Wolven!
Wolven_Finn has subbed for 6 months.
Wolven! Thank you for 6 months on the channel. We are watching the Genesis Star Engine segment of CitizenCon with little Genesis the Band musical blasts every now and then. Thank you very much. Appreciate you, dude. So much. Streaming is my full-time gig. Subscriptions are what make it a job. So I only have this gig because of all of you. Thank you so much. Now, I don't know what any of this means. Okay. This is all above my pay grade here. I don't get this. I don't need to get this. Okay. I don't need to understand this. It's fine. I can sleep at night like a freaking baby and not know what any of this means. Here we go.
And it's also how we now evaluate and represent vegetation from a distance. When creating the VT for each part of the terrain, we assess if vegetation has covered the ground, and if so, what shading should be applied. For all of our biomes, we're now able to use the same shading model for the distant representation as the close-up asset, whether that's our lovely rolling hills, some more dramatic rockscapes, those muggy wetlands.
I know I keep talking about the rocks, but I am so impressed by the rocks.
Those muggy wetlands.
I think it's because I played so much Elite Dangerous trying to do canyon runs with just how terabad those mountains and rocks were. I know that was years ago, but still, like, this stuff excites me.
Or even our festering swamps. So yeah, we didn't forget about the swamps, and they're coming to Nyx 1 as well. Built using the lessons learned and all the technologies we've developed, these swamps now spring into existence from the planetary data. This biome combines all of the elements from the other biomes we've shown you today, from water interaction, denser spawning, unique ground coverage, and I think it creates something really unique.
I want to see a brontosaurus pop up in this shot. I know it's not going to happen, but like, just imagine. It's got to be some kind of crashed ship in the background there. This has got to be a piece of a crashed spaceship right there. Or part of a mining installation. Stargate remnants. Give me a 1 in the chat if you love Stargate. I love Stargate. I'm still sad that Stargate Universe got canceled. Stargate Universe was incredible. I got to meet the actor who played Teal'c once when I was at the Los Angeles Video Game Awards. 3 years ago, AMD put me in a commercial, !AMD, to see the commercial. I'm in the first couple seconds. And that actor, whose name is escaping me, won an award for playing Kratos. So we were staying in the same hotel. So I got to have a moment where I was like, you know, I love what you do. Big fan. Okay, bye. I got to pretend I wasn't weird. Christopher Judge. Thank you, Solid Gun. Yeah. Okay. I like seeing that we have a bunch of other fans as well of Stargate. I figured we did. I figured the majority of us love Stargate. Come on. Is this a sub? It is!
Prairie_oyster has subbed for 4 months.
Thank you, Prairie, for the resub. We are going to go back to the video here. I think this is the end of the Genesis segment. Oh, no, we have a little bit more. We have a little bit more before we go to the next thing. But you know what? This seems like a good moment for a teeny tiny little moment for me. I got to get my lunch from the fridge. Can I get my lunch from the fridge? You guys can listen to some more Genesis music. Okay, here's some Genesis for you while I get my lunch. I'll be back in less than 2 minutes. I guarantee it. Okay? Okay, cool. Sweet. Hold on. Wrong button. Hold on. Correct button. Okay. Hold on one sec. All day. Okay. I have returned. So, thanks so much for hanging out, everybody. I appreciate you. We are stop, Phil Collins, shut up. Hey, everybody. Here we are. I got my liquid lunch. We can jump back in to the CitizenCon watch party. I cannot believe how many of you are hanging out with me today during this. Like, I mean it. This is the most people we have ever had for a CitizenCon watch party. And I'm not even on the day. I'm like 2 days later. Thank you very much, everybody, for real. I've been doing this for a long time. I've been streaming this game for about 5 years now, and I have hosted a lot of events like this, and I'll tell you right now, way more people are watching me and paying attention to me now than they used to. And it feels nice, and I'm very grateful. So thank you so much for being here with me, okay? Thank you. Let's get back to this. I want to keep watching. Let's go.
Anyway, that's our update on the Planet Tech portion of Genesis and how we're using it right now to sculpt the identity of Nyx-1. And I hope you're as excited as we are to explore this and everything we haven't shared yet next year.
As you can see, Genesis is now inspiring everyone here to create planets of the quality and believability we've always strived for.
Wait a minute. Things are happening right now.
The _Foo0 has subbed for 55 months.
The Foo! 55 months from the Foo. Thank you very much. For 55 months, that's a lot of months. Thank you, dude. Thank you. I got lost. Can I rewind a bit?
Sculpt the identity of Nyx 1. And I hope you're as excited as we are to explore this and everything we haven't shared yet next year.
As you can see, Genesis is now inspiring everyone here to create planets of the quality and believability we've always strived for. A meeting of technology and art that I truly believe will set our worlds apart from anything we've done before. And with that said, let's move on to a little travel between systems, literally. Up until now, our mission system has been specific to the star.
I want to rewind that.
And with that said, let's move on to a little travel between systems, literally.
Okay. I know this is the ship that so many of you have space trucker dreams of just working in. How many space truckers are in my chat who want this ship? I know the ship is in the game, yes, but like loading it is awkward as hell. It tends to not work very consistently at all. It's one of those things that's in the game, but like, is it in the game? Is it really? Casper
1626 activated the Prime sub.
Thank you, Casper, for 2 months on the channel. Appreciate you. Thank you. So many subs today. I'm feeling very honored. Thank you, everybody.
Up until now, our mission system has been specific to the star system you're in, meaning a Stanton mission has to take place in the Stanton system, and a Pyro mission has to take place there. We've never been able to link these together, but with the introduction of our third star system, it's time for this to change.
Yeah, it's about time.
And that begins with the introduction of interstellar cargo.
Yes, exactly. This is a no-brainer. This is an absolute no-brainer. Do not let them rephrase this as something that they like coined, invented. Like, yes, it should be completely normal to take a mission in Stanton where this kind of laws are and take the goods to Pyro where these kinds of laws are. It's about frickin' time. Okay.
Talking about today. System-to-system hauling missions. Hauling is back.
Jordan said hauling was gone. He doesn't even play the game?
These are exactly what they say on the tin.
Yeah.
Missions where you're going to start in, say, Stanton.
Winner.
And in Nyx.
Winner.
Taking various volumes of cargo between the stations. So there'll be high volumes of cargo that kind of fulfill the purpose for the Hull C and the other series of Hull ships. And there'll be a few sort of more direct routes.
So you might pick up some cargo from Ruin Station in Pyro and go through the jump point to Stanton and drop it off there at one of the Helios.
So if you've never sort of experienced the jump point or going through it, these missions will require you to. They're no way limited. You can do them in any sort of ship you want, any size of ship. I'll be doing them in my Drake cutter myself.
I want smuggling system-to-system missions. Specifically, items and goods that are not allowed in one system to be brought into another system. That's what I'm the most interested in with this kind of thing. But the fact that the technology can now do this, or they've figured out a way to make it work with the server meshing, is all good news. Yes. And does this mean that there might finally be a use for the Mercury Star Runner? Like, why the hell did they build that whole underground part in that ship? In that other room? Like, I know there are many ships in this game that they made years ago that, like, we got all excited for, and then we were like, oh, so it's useless? Mercury Star Runner. Give that ship a purpose. It's a cool ship. It needs purpose so badly. And functionality. Okay, back to this.
Do them in any sort of ship you want, any size of ship. I'll be doing them in my Drake cutter myself, between Stanton and Nix.
Just a Drake cutter.
I've got a few ships, but the Drake cutter is really cute, so.
The Mini Winnie, baby. There it is.
One thing that we're looking to add with these interstellar missions.
I want them to give us a wood paneling option paint job for the cutter badly.
Is scripted combat encounters where you can be attacked by NPC ships. Maybe the mission giver has tipped off some pirates who are looking to get a hold of that cargo, as well as express missions, which means the deadline timers that you're used to in the regular hauling missions might get really tight and you've got to learn to be very fast. All of the love and care that has gone into hauling missions so far, with the logistical network and making sure they make sense within the themes of the systems, just as much love has gone into the interstellar missions we're making now.
Now, I'm full aware that the Mercury Star Runner is supposed to have smuggling rooms and whatnot. I'm just saying they don't do anything yet. And this kind of gameplay makes me excited for when those might do something, or mean something, or function.
At the start of the show, we said we was going to build out the Nix system right in front of you after 4.4 launches next month, and why we want to keep as much of what we're doing behind closed doors so you can discover it for yourself, in-game and on your own. We still are excited to share with you a brief look at one of our up-and-coming locations we're calling Rockcracker.
Rocker! It's a laser rock cutting station called the Rocker. There needs to be like guitar sounds every time someone says the Rocker. Very Wayne's World moment right here. Love it.
Okay, so Rockcracker, Jared, is our internal name.
Rockcracker is where you have to crack a rock. It's a big rock. You want more?
So way out into the Keegar Belt, you'll find these old QV breaker stations. These were originally industrial facilities breaking apart large asteroids and mining them down. But since they've been mothballed and been left abandoned. So you're going to have to find your way inside and thinking about how do we bring this facility back to life.
Oh, this is cool.
It's not just about flipping a switch. As you bring these stations back to life, you'll be lighting the beacon and calling attention to these long forgotten places.
This is really cool. Did you guys see that I think it was a Disney show. It's a sci-fi show on Disney. It's got the guy from *Halt and Catch Fire*. I don't remember the name of the show, but they have these like old jump ships that they bring online, and then they can like use the ships. This is reminding me of that show. This is cool. I really like this.
One of the main features is the laser head, which will require certain things to get working. It's up to you and your friends to find how to get in.
There'll be a variety of options. Whether you're discovering the bowels of the station and mining your way through long-forgotten tunnels, or you're going through the main laser entrance. Now, as you're traversing through the facility, you'll find the old engine room. Now, there may be ways to bring the facility back to life, kickstart the engines, and bring power to different parts of the facility. Maybe eventually bringing the laser back online and cracking some rocks.
The secondary gameplay loop is FPS combat.
Cool.
You're not there by yourself.
There may be squatters and outlaws in these stations trying to stop you from what you want to do.
Rockcracker Station. Very cool.
So you've found these old facilities, you've brought them back to life. You've systematically brought power to various functions of the facility. You've activated the laser.
Yo, this looks
You've
amazing.
fired the laser.
That room is giving like Hadron
various
Collider vibes. A
You've
little bit, you
fired the
know?
laser.
It's also giving Death Star vibes.
You've activated the laser.
You know what I mean?
You've fired the laser. You've broken apart the rock. And then you'll be able to fly your ship inside and see what's there.
We're gonna crack the rock open, and there's
You
gonna
fly a
be
ship
rare
into an
minerals,
asteroid.
rare minerals in there.
You just get into your ship and fly in and start searching around and trying to find the pieces that you want to mine.
Yeah, so this is going to be kind of like what we have now in Stanton when you turn on the orbital Hathor mining laser, opens up the cave, go into the cave. So we're going to do that, but now in our ships. And there's definitely going to be stuff in here that Wicklow wants to unlock for other Wicklow fetch quest items, for sure. Concept art. Everyone temper your feelings about what you're seeing now, because if they're showing us only concept art of this, they are not ready for this is not coming soon. You know what I mean? Put on your sleepy hats, because we're going to be taking a nap before we see this in game.
I'm really excited about Rockcracker because it's a sandbox activity. You can kind of go to these whenever you want to.
This content is for players who enjoy mining, who enjoy exploration, investigation, and don't mind a little bit of FPS content while they're there.
It will be a very new experience compared to any other asteroids, because this one, kind of like Alan and mine, will crack open and show its secret.
And one presumes you can make a decent amount of scratch in an asteroid that's big enough you fly your spaceship into it.
It wouldn't be worth doing if you couldn't make a good amount of coin. Yeah.
Making promises for the econ team.
Yeah. They've got to balance it.
It's for people who want a lot of minerals.
Is that a phrase? I don't know. That must be a British thing, maybe.
Crafting comes in, when all the other mechanics and features that we want in the game for 1.0 come in, it will be a place where like an organization or a group of like 5-6 people could come.
He said balance it, not bathroom sit. Thank you. The subtitles got me.
And just get a monumental amount of minerals.
Rock Cracker Station, very cool.
So that's a look at some of what's coming over the next 12 months. In addition to what we've shown, there'll be new mission packs tailored to the People's Alliance and their struggles. There'll be events that invest you into the evolving storyline of all 3 systems we'll have in the game. And of course, when we begin populating these with new planets, there'll be a whole host of ground-based POIs, settlements, and structures inhabited by those trying to make their way in the verse. And all of this in service of building star systems that complement the massive corporate yard of Stanton, the lawless ganking of Pyro, and now the new frontier of discovery for the Nyx system. Should I say ganking?
You already did.
Good job, everyone. So yeah, a whole lot to take in there. Interstellar hauling is the beginning of a massive expansion to the mission system that'll let us connect these 3-star systems like never before. What else we got? Rockcracker. Rockcracker is just one of the next operations that'll be coming to the Nyx system in the first half of next year, where you're gonna fly into an asteroid and do that thing that miners love more than anything else. Complain about PvPers getting in their way. No, I'm being told it's mining. It's mining. And of course, one of the most anticipated features coming to Star Citizen, Genesis, and what that means for the planets of Star Citizen, including the ones already in there. So let's talk to Will Hain and find out more. And I'm just remembering that Will Hain is in France at the watch party. Okay, France. Ask Slarty Bartfast over there how they're going to use Genesis to update the planets and moons of Stanton and get back to me, all right? And see if we can get some fjords.
Are those actors next to him? Or are those other employees pretending to be actors? What's happening here?
What else we got? The CitizenCon Digital Goodies Pack. That's a hard thing to say. That went up for sale a couple weeks ago and has a whole bunch of mysterious items in it. And that's where I can tell you now that almost all of them are tied to the Nix system in one way or another. So let's find out what's actually in there. There's a gunship flight suit and helmet. 2 armor sets from that mysterious faction causing a ruckus with a van duel, and an Intersect BDU sweater and outfit, a couple of crazy weapons that I'm certain we're going to learn about in just a few minutes, some slick Levski swag, and finally, to celebrate the long-awaited addition of the Van Duel to Star Citizen, a cool Van Duel knife and adorable plushie, which I swear to love and squeeze and cherish forever. So yeah, it's a pretty solid haul for this year's Digital Goodies Pack, which you can still pick up right now on the RSI store. So now, let's go ahead and transition into our next segment. Much of what you see in the show today has been the culmination of a lot of people's work in... What's up? All right, I had a dream about like this once. Yeah. Okay, so against everyone's better judgment, the thing has finally happened. Can I help you? How do you think the show's going? Good. We're getting the Nix Star system and the Van Duel are coming. Kind of been a lot of Nix, right? Well, yeah, but it's a major milestone and it deserves a major showcase celebrating everybody's hard work and... You got more, right? Well, yeah, there's spaceships coming out. Cool. Wow, it's like they only scanned the original community portion of me. If pictures steal your soul, imagine what face scanning and PCAP does. Well, this has been super cringe. So I'm gonna head out. Bye. Oh, regular CitizenCon is still better. You should have done that. Of course. Thank you. Part of me that isn't a soulless marketing puppet. All right.
Oh, the puppet.
No.
Man, I love all these Jareds right now.
Let's just go to some spaceships, shall we?
Hi, my name's...
Hey, I'm Ender, and you are here for my CitizenCon watch party because I wasn't watching on Saturday. So it's the first time I'm watching any of this. We have a giveaway going on. It's for a ship called the Origin 100i. It looks like this. If you don't see the ship on screen, you're watching on the wrong platform. Figure it out. Come to the one where you can see this and type !free ship in the chat if you want to win it. It comes with a copy of the game. And I'm just delighted that there's so many of you chilling with me. This is quite easily the most people I've ever had for a CitizenCon watch party. And I've done 4 or 5 of these now. Well, no, they didn't have a convention the first 2 years. So I've done everyone that there was after that. Okay, cool. That's my spiel. Thanks for listening to me. Let's get back to this for the next segment, which is apparently about spaceships. And we all like that, right? Okay.
John Crew, I'm the Vehicle Director here at CIG, and welcome to Talking Ship, where we're going to talk about 3 new ships coming to the persistent universe.
Three new ships. Talking ship.
The last year has been pretty hectic in terms of vehicle deliveries. I think we've delivered the most we've ever done in a 12-month period, and we've covered all the way from tiny little snubs all the way up to capital ships.
We've kind of filled out a few little gaps. We've introduced some new ships by some old manufacturers.
You had the Polaris come out, and obviously people have enjoyed playing with that. We snuck the Idris in without none of you expecting it for a while, and it's been a busy year. It's nice to start revisit some of the older catalogue and some of the bigger ships again.
I think my favourite ship from the last year is a tie between the Wolf and the Golem.
Oh, favourite ship from last year? Probably the Wolf.
I feel like it's the obvious one. I'm trying to think of something else, but I really like the Wolf.
Everyone's mentioned the Wolf. The Wolf's everyone's favourite.
The Wolf, obviously, a return of Kruger, a completely new aesthetic to the game.
The Wolf was, it was kind of everything we set it out to be, and it revived an old manufacturer. We've not seen anything from a while, so yeah, I'm going to say the Wolf.
The Golem, I think, is just an incredibly well-formed ship in such a small package. It really just shows off that Drake aesthetic, giving you the absolute bare minimum needed to perform a role.
I honestly do really like the Zeus. I think it came out really well.
Zeus is a wonderful
it's hard
ship.
To pin down.
In terms of all the ships that are really, really, really good for a new player, the Zeus is the best ship of all of these. If you're going to only have one of those 3 ships, The Zeus might be the best jack of all trades ship in the game. Zeus, C1 Spirit have completely beat out the Cuddy Black in my mind as being best multi-purpose medium-sized ship for now.
My favorite, to be honest, because we've released, you know, a lot of really cool ships.
Next year, we've got some super exciting ships coming up. We're ticking off a few big ones, which is good. We're gonna see, again, maybe some ships from some manufacturers that don't have that many in their lineup. There's a few big challenging ones starting, so they're good. A breadth of ships, should we say.
The 3 new ships we're going to introduce today all tie in some way to the primary factions fighting over the Nyx system. We'll start with the People's Alliance and Anvil Aerospace. Anvil is a very military-based brand. It's been a brand that's in Star Citizen for a long time, fighting for lots of military contracts and lore, often up against Aegis, and to the point it actually beat Aegis in the past. You will be familiar with a lot of their ships' designs, such as the Hornet and Lightning. Earlier this year, we introduced the Anvil Asgard, based on the Valkyrie chassis, which is an extremely popular offering. And this year, we're bringing the concept ship we introduced last year, the Anvil Paladin, to life.
Okay.
The Paladin is a gunship from Anvil Aerospace designed to support ground operations.
A gunship is a ship that's designed to sustain a sustained firefight while dealing a lot of damage, also taking damage.
We don't have a lot of gunships in the game. They're true dedicated gunships.
Redeemer, I'm thinking about dedicated gunship, which I like.
They are quite a tricky archetype to control in game without being too powerful. It's designed with a lot of firepower and high armor and health, but very low maneuverability.
It's multi-crew, it's just built purely for battle. It's got lots of armor, lots of guns, big guns.
It's got a very similar squat kind of form to the Valkyrie. It kind of reminds me of, I guess, like a pit bull, obviously a very menacing silhouette.
It looks quite forward-weighted in its stance. It feels like it's coming towards you, even when it's just sat still, and I think that's something that helps with it feeling intimidating.
If we swing round, following the ship round clockwise, what you'll then see is the first of the side turrets. If you notice the canopy, you'll see that there's a fairly thick space between where the glass is and the hull exterior. That's because it has deployable armor, which can come out and give you a little bit more cover while you're actually attacking the target head on.
I really like
nice
that.
kind of dual-connected wings.
Yes, it has a Mad Max mode. Go back. Go back. Show me the Mad Max mode.
Where the glass is in the hull exterior. That's because it has deployable armor, which can come out and give you a little bit more cover while you're actually attacking the target head on.
That is exactly what I wanted with the armor shields that go on the sides of the cutter. Very cool. Can we see the animation one more time? One more time. Yeah, that's awesome. Hell yeah. Okay, let's keep watching.
Head on.
It's got these really nice kind of dual connected wings with the turrets out on the sides, just to try and give as much kind of range for those turrets as we can get.
Which is controlled by one of the 2 remote stations underneath the bridge. If we come around to the rear, you'll see a rail. Now that rail mounts the main turret
like the
of the
Scorpius,
ship, which is controlled by the co-pilot.
So
same as the Scorpius.
Full 360 coverage underneath, full 360 coverage on top with it.
Very
and then
cool.
the side turrets also have 360 coverage that way around and 180 out sideways. So really you have, between the turrets, pretty much 360 coverage in all directions.
Awesome. I wonder what the convergence is like with those side
One of
weapons.
the unique things about the Paladin is all the turrets are remote and all the crew are located in this one central 2-story room.
A lot of our other gunships, the
interesting.
crew gets scattered across the ship, but with the Paladin, you're all sat together with a nice, cool experience, so you can really feel like you're playing as a group.
You've got the pilot, co-pilot up top, and you've got the gunners underneath, and I think that helps with the intention of what the ship does, because you've got this really nice kind of like gunner viewpoint down, kind of giving this lower coverage.
We added a glass floor just to keep the 2 connected. I think that really helps with the feeling that you're all working together.
That's fun.
And communicating.
That said, if you don't have the ability to fully crew a Paladin, you can still fly it and engage in combat solo.
Obviously not as good as if you have a full crew, but you You can't always guarantee your friends are going to be online.
As a solo ship, it's pretty capable of doing a variety of missions within Star Citizen. So if you want to run this ship solo, you can take on combat missions that, say, other heavy
Are they going to
fighters
tell
like
us
the
how many of the guns we
Scorpius,
can fire?
or other ships such as the Drake Cutlass could do.
But what does a solo player get to use? They didn't really explain that. If there's weapons on top and sides, okay.
Solo, you can take on combat missions.
So everything but the main
that,
gun.
Say, other
Okay.
heavy fighters like the Scorpius, or other ships such as the
Got
Drake
it.
Cutlass.
Okay.
Coming aboard.
Oh, that little entrance is cool.
Coming aboard the Paladin, you enter into this sort of armory ready room area. You have a variety of suit lockers and weapon racks in this room.
Everything's very militaristic, stripped back, simple. It's a very functional space, but you'll find everything you need in
Thanks,
there.
Panda.
One of the improvements from the original concept is we've added a small dedicated cargo bay area, allowing you to store actual SCU crates. Forward of that is the route to the lower gunners, and then upstairs you have the bridge area, and then off that central area you have the dual living quarters, one on the left, one on the right, and then at the rear you have the main sort of engineering area where the majority of the components are. Also within the upper traversal area you also have a little breakout area with seating, food machine, toilets, etc.
I think it's a very cool looking ship. I think we did a really nice job of taking what was there in the concept and adding an extra level of detail and trying to kind of push things forward.
I think it hits the nail in terms of a really solid military ship. It's really complementary to some of the other ships in the Anvil lineup, so something like the Valkyrie, where you've got this big drop ship. You know, the Paladin's there just to make sure it's safe, make sure no one messes with you, and just basically scare people away.
The thing I like most, I think, about the Paladin is that it's very clearly got a crew of 4, and they all kind of work and operate under the same conditions. You know, the pilot, co-pilot, and the 2 gunners, they're basically all...
All right, so what ship do we think this is going to be the competition ship for, other than Redeemer? Redeemer is the first one that comes to my mind with this size and this kind of crew, this kind of gunship, very small storage. I mean, the Redeemer only has like, what, 2 SCU, maybe 3? It looks like this one might have 4. Is there another ship? I mean, is it really fair to compare it to the Valkyrie? Ooh, Retaliator. Thank you, Thudwit. Yeah. Maybe Retaliator, although that ship is old and needs an update. Yeah, Redeemer, for sure. Retaliator. Okay. Paladin. I mean, Constellation Andromeda is like, maybe... But this thing looks like it's going to have more firepower and armor. Now, someone asked in the chat about that armor shield that comes down. How does that work? Guess what? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. But it sure looks cool. Let's keep watching, all right?
all equal on the ship. There's one toilet, everyone's got the same style of bunk. When they're at work, everyone's at the front of the ship.
Only one toilet. 4 people, 1 toilet? How many of you lived in an apartment with 4 people and 1 toilet? It's a rough situation.
Together.
It's really odd to me that you call that, you like that there's 1 toilet for 4 people.
Well, you know, it's you all work together. You're all equal at work. The
toilet seat never gets cold.
Toilet seat never gets cold. Yeah.
So that's the Anvil Paladin. Whilst originally a military-built craft, it's the perfect ship for folks on the frontier trying to defend against threats. And talking of threats, let's move to our next ship, a replica from Hesperia.
The new Vandul ship?
Manufacturer. They specialize in recreating
the one they showed off at the beginning of the show?
Alien spacecraft.
Effectively what they're doing is they're remanufacturing them, making them a little bit more suitable for kind of human flight. And the latest offering from Asperia is the Vandal Stinger.
The Stinger, the wicked Stinger.
The Vandal are big, scary space aliens. They're like 7-foot tall, evil war race that sort of take over, steal technology, absorb it, fuse it all together into their own needs.
They are the...
He made them sound like the Borg right there.
Relatively nasty aliens that you sometimes hear about and haven't seen much of yet. They also make really cool spaceships.
The Stinger as a Vandal heavy fighter was reserved for their higher tier sort of ace pilots or high-ranking members within their clans.
Whoa. Okay, this MFD looks very cool. I know all they did was add little spider web stuff around it, but it still looks really cool. That's what we need. We need more weird stuff inside all the alien ships. It's been years since CIG has updated really any of these Vandal ships. So this is cool to see. And it's cool to see a subscription come in like this.
Shunter08 has subbed for 7 months.
Shunter, thank you very, very much for the resub. That's your 7th month subscribed to my channel. Thank you. Subscriptions are how I get to keep doing this gig. So thank you. All right. I used to be a music teacher and touring artist. I still am, but that was my job. And streaming has become my job over the past many years. And 5 years later, it's still what I do. So thank you. All right. This is the most people we've ever had for a CitizenCon watch party on my channel without any raids, without anyone boosting the show. We've got 250 people here, and that is freaking insane. Thank you. All right. Thanks so much. Now, I won't get too sappy. We'll get back into the show right now.
The Stinger is a competitor to something like the FA or, I guess, the Scorpius.
It packs a lot of firepower in quite a large frame.
Okay,
so it's
lots of boom booms.
Very, very tanky.
Lots of pew-pews.
Spacecraft. The firepower is almost unrivaled in terms of just...
Everyone, look what just happened. Look at this. Look at this.
Shunter08 dropped a 5 sub bomb.
Thank you, Shunter, for the 5-pack of gifted subscriptions to various members of the community. So 5 more of you now have ad-free viewing, and you have all those fancy emotes that you can spam whenever you like in my chat and everyone else's chat all over Twitch. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me get a sip here. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, let's get back to it, shall we?
Both the number and the size of them. So it's there for players who don't want agility. They don't want to be in and out quickly. They want to be there brawling.
Cole!
Cole 2,121,001 dropped a 5 sub bomb.
Cole following suit and dropping 5 more gifted subscriptions. Wow. Startled at the generosity. Thank you very, very much, Cole. Something special's happening today, all right? Something special is happening on the channel today. And all of you need to know that if my channel becomes a show where there is always 250 of you watching, a lot of stuff is going to change for me, all right? All right, this is not the norm. We're basically double my norm. So, thank you, everyone. Thank you. I've been posting 2 to 3 videos a day, every day, except for this weekend. I took the weekend off for like 10 months. And it has transformed everything about what I do. So if you're a streamer and you're struggling, post every day. Don't miss. Every day.
Johnny 17
Johnny!
dropped a 5 sub bomb.
Johnny with 5 more gifted subs. Strong. Strong, Johnny. Thank you, dude. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. I really, really appreciate that. It's super cool of you and very generous. Thank you. Now, we're going to get back into this video because we have an hour and change left. It's so long. Oh my God, we have so much left. But that's good. Let's keep watching. You know what I mean? Let's keep watching.
With big guns and taking all the hits. One thing Xperia have done differently with the Stinger is they have done away with the majority of the bespoke weapons.
I heard everyone's
I
complaint.
lived in Massachusetts for like 12 years. I can't not hear the New England accent.
About the glaive and blade, and have stripped off the original Vandal weapons to allow customization for standard human weapons.
With the exception of the single size 5 gun.
Because it was too well integrated into the hull, even for Xperia to remove.
All the additional weapons are generic mounts, so they can be swapped.
So they're going to let us
any of the
swap
existing lineup that we have in the game.
the side guns.
By doing this, provides greater flexibility to the end user, and this is something Xperia wanted for the civilian market.
Oh,
for that
cool.
one bespoke weapon, the size 5 plasma cannon, functionally it is the same as the existing size 5 plasma cannons on the Scythe and Glaive, but it is a sort of Gen 2 model and wraps it in a different aesthetic compared to those models. You'll see they're very much older Vandal styling. This is much newer Vandal.
Oh yeah, those old ships haven't been touched for years. The Glaive and the Blade and the Scythe. Those ships are cool, but like CIG has not touched them for many years.
Styling, but
So
underneath.
I would expect this one to be significantly better in terms of its animations, in terms of its flight mechanic, you know, in general, everything.
It is the same weapon that people have used for years.
Our job as the vehicle
love
art
that
team on
glow
the PU
that
was
comes
to
out
take
of the spine.
Stinger from the squadron team and prepare it for life in the PU. We took an opportunity to take, you know, this really well-established art style and, you know, add extra details where needed.
So the exterior is a real blend of these kind of hard surface, kind of rare alloyed kind of wings, and then underneath this real kind of organic structure that kind of webs all of the ship together. You know, it connects the thrusters in, it connects all the kind of underside of the vehicle and pulls the whole ship together.
You can tell it's very different from the Vandal ships that are currently in the PU. If you take, for example, the way the cockpits are constructed.
Up at the front, we've got this big kind of bubble dome that gives the cockpit quite a unique shape compared to some of our other ships, and also gives the pilot
Oh,
a
we get to
unique
lay down again?
position within the ship and kind of gives great visibility.
Another
out
one of
front.
those lay down ships.
Boarding the Stinger is a little unusual compared to other ships, obviously being alien in nature.
You're going through a ramp at the rear, and it leads you kind of straight up into the belly of the ship.
Whoa.
There's, you know, lots
I like
of
those- that
organic
rib
detail,
cage.
rib cages, kind of strange alien forms.
On entry of the cockpit, the seat kind of comes down towards you, and
Yeah.
you kind of climb over the back of it a bit like a motorbike.
You're basically riding into the cockpit. It feels very much like you're being like carried inside the cockpit.
Into the
You guys know, you ever been to a carnival and there's like a really tiny roller coaster for like little children? That's what this reminds me of.
Kind of comes down towards you, and you kind of climb over the back of it a bit like a motorbike.
You're basically riding into the cockpit. It feels very much like you're being like carried inside the
Oh, good job. Johnny, you want to go on the ride again? Yeah,
Through the cockpit, the seat kind of comes down towards you, and you kind of climb over the back of it a bit like a motorbike.
You're basically riding into the cockpit. It feels very much like you're being like carried inside the cockpit.
Okay, jokes aside, that is cool. That is kind of a cool animation. It's definitely a little different. The little ramp in it is funny. You have to be okay with giggling at that little ramp there. Pretty good.
into the traditional prone flying pose that Vandal pilots use.
Sweet.
I'm very happy with the Stinger. I think the team done a really good job of making something that feels different, it feels alien, but it suits our lineup of ships and it suits our universe.
I think the guys did a really good job of respecting the, you know, the direction and vision from the original Stinger and
Oh, Scarthy with a great question. What is the ejection seat animation like? That's a great question. What's the ejection seat sequence like? Very, very good question. Very good. What happens?
Vandal ships in Squadron, the direction and vision from the original Stinger and Vandal ships in Squadron.
We've tried to take a lot of inspiration from movies and other science fiction material, but I think it sits well within the Star Citizen universe.
So we have the Paladin for the People's Alliance. We have...
Summary, new ships, everybody. This one, the Paladin, gunship, has armor, Mad Max shields in the front, remote turrets, 4-person crew.
Of the Stinger for people that
Stinger.
really like Van Duel and
Van Duel,
try and pretend
heavy
to be them.
fighter.
But what about the other mysterious faction we have running around?
So Gray Chowdhury got his start as he was working at a cargo center out in Odin. He started being able to get his hands on some stuff that other people couldn't, items that necessarily you couldn't find on a store shelf, but you wanted anyway.
I think Gray is interested in, happy customers. Gray just sees themselves as a conduit to get these things in the hands of people who would appreciate them.
And I think that his latest offering is really going to turn some heads.
So the Shiv, well, we don't really know what it is, to be fair.
It's what happens when someone who is a genius at aeronautics and ship assembly is given free rein to do whatever they want. It's the best of whatever they can find lying around, put together to make something truly unique, wonderful, arguably beautiful, and just released out into the universe to see what happens.
The
At
jalopy?
first glance at the exterior of the Shiv, I think most people will probably recognize there is more than a fair proportion of a cutlass visible there, but it's had quite a few changes to it.
As you look a little bit closer, you'll start to pick out elements from other ships. You've got, main thrusters that are from the Valkyrie.
Even the bits that are obviously a cutlass have had panels welded on, panels removed. The top turret, which is now remote, is just this hodgepodge amalgamation with multiple other ships' turrets. And then the changes continue onto the inside where, again, it sort of feels cutlass-like, but then you'll find there's bits of Crusader ships just integrated into the wall instead of what was there originally.
It has lost its side entrance, some of its cargo capacity, but what it's gained is it's gained visually more powerful thrusters. It's gained a really kind of nice set of belly thrusters. It's upped its firepower.
As ever, with the refined work from Gray's Market, you can see that great care was taken to the health and safety to ensure that there's no trip hazards anywhere.
A great comment here. I didn't think a Drake ship could get any more Drake. Exactly.
There's loose cables, panels are exposed. If you look carefully, you'll notice there are tools laying around in the cockpit.
It's gained a toilet.
It's a bucket. It's got 2 buckets. Good thing the ship has artificial gravity.
Bucket.
Yeah, it's one for doing stuff, and then you need a second one to wash your hands. It's not an animal.
It has very much taken that ethos of Drake and moved it down a level, which I think is quite an achievement.
Just look at this thing. How do you even begin to describe the madness that created this?
This is kind of Jared's jalopy concept, right? Isn't it?
This is something new and different for Star Citizen. Where did it come from?
I'm not going to answer that.
Just
Nope.
nothing. Just
no comment.
Gray goes to places and talks to people. I mean, there are just many ways to find these things that, are they legitimate, manufacturers? No. Are they operating on the right side of the law? Maybe not, but, money's money.
Does Gray have a motto, an ethos to live by?
It probably comes down to, don't ask where I got it,
don't ask how we got it.
Don't worry about it. Just ask if you want it.
Don't worry about it.
I think the Shiv is for someone that is looking for something a bit different.
What's
a bit
the name
away
of this
from the
ship?
norm. They just want something that's unique.
It's
Did they say the
definitely
name?
for people who like a rustic aesthetic.
It's a fun ship, but it's also really strong, to be honest, and it's absolutely a statement.
It's called the Shiv?
I'm happy with the 3 ship offerings. They are obviously very combat heavy.
There's something we wouldn't normally release all at once, but honestly, all of them are a different statement.
Sure.
They're all cool.
As always,
Launch
super
it.
excited to release these ships into the game and just see how players react and play with them. It's always fun to see the quirks and the shenanigans that people get up to with them. So that's Talking Ship for another year.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you can do the thing with Lexi. Talking weapons.
So I've just been informed that we have to do a bit of a timeshare agreement this year. So we have to throw it over to Alexi for Talking Weapons, which is an extremely original name.
Okay, so to summarize that, there are 3 brand new ships that I think are in the PTU to check out right now. One is a gunship similar to the Redeemer called the Paladin. Looks cool. The other is a Drake Cutlass Black that's been heavily modified and altered and turned into this DIY monstrosity called the Shiv. And then there's an alien ship, the first Von Duel heavy fighter called the Stinger. Okay. The Shiv is an interesting ship. I saw chat saying squadron ship, meaning it's a ship that was an asset from Squadron 42 that will make sense in the game of Squadron 42, which is why they brought it here. But that's how we get everything. Like, everything we have in Star Citizen is an asset that was made for Squadron 42 and then brought here. Almost everything. Almost all of it. So that makes sense in a way. But it also confirms some things for me, that in Squadron 42, there are no parachutes. Because if there was an ejector parachute in the game, we'd have it in this game. I also don't think Squadron 42 is going to have any night vision in ships flying around, unless they're really holding on to that for some reason. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's stop postulating about what is and what isn't, and instead move on to the next phase of CitizenCon 2025, Talking Weapons. Once again, the giveaway is still going on for this ship, the Origin 100i. It comes with a starter package for the game. If you don't see the ship on screen right now, you're watching on the wrong streaming platform. Consider making the switch and type exclamation free ship in the chat.
I'm talking about the new edition that came out in October. The non-weapons are essentially the weapons that does not have a manufacturer, the weapons that you can think of that were made by space pirates.
Gray sells whatever he can sell.
Sometimes he gets his hands on some weapons that come from unknown.
They keep talking about someone named Gray. I feel like I missed a memo. You know, when like you introduce your new friends and then you show up late and they keep talking about this new friend and you're like, well, I didn't meet the friend yet. That's how I feel right now. So apparently Gray is some kind of, I don't know, seller of sorts. Shopkeeper. Wicklow 2.0. Got it. Thank you, chat. Thank you. I'm watching the same thing you are here, all right? Let's go. Gray Market. Get it? Gray's Market. Oh, that's okay. That's clever. I see what they did there.
Origins.
He will sell things that no company in their right mind would ever make.
These are the most kind of like scrappy and taped together and the most kind of like pyro-ish weapons that you can think of.
Right now we're releasing 3 new weapons. Rocket launcher.
Hold on. Rocket launcher. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Look at this rocket launcher. Look at this rocket launcher.
The LMG and the long-awaited Space AK.
The Space AK. I love the jankiness of these new in-game weapons.
I think this is the one that not only is the most in demand, but I've been politely badgered about the most. It's a fun rifle that basically fires energy and ballistic in sequence. So your first shot will be your ballistic, your second shot will be the energy. You'll see on the top of the art, there is a bolt that cycles the rounds, and that goes off with the ballistic shot, but it does not go off with the energy.
Yeah, in the opening shot, we saw them fighting in a firefight, and I was like, chat, that one shot looks different, and it sounds different. This is what we saw in the opening shot, was this thing, the Space AK.
Shot. And that is just like a really fun way of making a weapon work in kind of like a scrappy, glued together kind of aesthetic.
Pretty cool.
The LMG, this thing is a really fun, slow-firing, hard-hitting beast.
It will bring the 50 cal, and the only other weapons that have this right now in the verse are the Bearing sniper rifle and the Coda.
Honestly, if you even get hit by one, you just instant tier 1 injury, back to medical.
Damn.
Are you?
Hold on. Salad Days coming in.
Salad Days 1983 has subbed for 39 months.
39 months. 39 months, everybody. Salad Days. Thank you for the 39-month resub. We are towards the last hour or two of our CitizenCon day after, or 2 days after watch party, and it's going incredibly well. It is the most viewed CitizenCon watch party I have ever had in the 5 years I've been doing this. So thank you, everyone, for being here with me. Thank you. Let's get back into this segment about these new crazy weapons. We got the Space AK over here, the Space AK, and then we've got some kind of like LMG 50 caliber thing. But what else is there?
And the only other weapons that have this right
and the
now
rocket
in
launcher.
the verse are the Bearing sniper rifle and the Coda.
Honestly, if you even get hit by one, you just instant tier 1
probably
injury,
gonna
back to medical.
show us the rocket launcher now, I think.
Are you even trying anymore?
You know what? We made all these really complicated, fancy guns, and some people just I want a slow-firing rifle. Give me a scrap-together box that fires the biggest thing you can possibly find.
We don't have a rocket launcher of this caliber. It will be 3 grenades straight together that you pull into the tube and fire towards your enemies. The cool part about it will have an arming distance, so you will not be able to just point it towards an enemy.
It's also going to have a lot of spread. So essentially, you're going to have to get very close with your launcher to be able to blow up ships with a single payload.
Pause this.
Pandemanium_TV has subbed for 46 months. I am doing it again. 2-year streak. Let's go.
Everybody, Pandemanium, 46 months, tier 3. Moderator on the channel, org leader, friend of the show, and me. Thank you, Pandemanium, for so many months being a part of this weird thing that slowly became my job. Fun fact for all of you, 2 years ago at CitizenCon in California, Pandemanium picked me up at the airport. That's right. It's a real friend move. So thanks, homie. Yeah. Let's get back to this and learn more about these wacky weapons. So this is like a grenade launcher that you strap 3 rockets to with duct tape with a minimum fire distance. Let's see the shot of it going off against this parked ship again.
Just point it towards an enemy.
It's also going to have a lot of spread. So essentially, you're going to have to get very close with your launcher to be able to blow up ships with a single payload in it. You can't actually aim with the apparatus because you've got the tube on your shoulder and you try to aim it.
Another resub. We pause. Wiseman
has subbed for 9 months.
Wiseman.
Thanks for being the best SC streamer.
It's very kind of you. Just call me the best streamer. Thank you very much for 9 months on the channel. Thank you so much, dude.
You're going to have to get very close with your launcher to be able to blow up ships with a single payload in it. You can't actually aim with the apparatus because you've got the tube on your shoulder.
Barney, we're going to need multitudes more people before I can retire, okay? You know Kai Cenat streaming for 100,000 people, right? You know he hit 1 million subs last month. He broke the record for most subscribed Twitch streamer of all time. 1 million plus subscriptions in 1 month. That's like $4 million. But I am very happy to have what I have right here on the channel with all of you. Thank you. But don't get it twisted. We are nowhere near me retiring level. We're like nearing me being an actual adult with adult things. Okay, let's keep watching the show. Here we go.
You try aim it, you have to physically put the tube in your head. So we were like, oh, we can't have an aim apparatus for this. And then we realized, like, it's in the spirit of being a tube that you can't use the aiming apparatus, and you just kind of like, all right, I think that's the middle of the screen, I'm gonna hit it.
It's in the spirit of being a tube.
We're gonna have to use those aiming dots. How many of you have a monitor with one of those little red dots you can activate in the middle of your monitor? That sounds like what we're gonna have to use to aim this thing. I've never utilized that feature. It's on my monitor. I've never used it before. That might be what we have to do. Is that cheating? Is that a binocular?
Are we gonna talk about binoculars? Binoculars are really cool. We don't have anything like this in the verse.
Yeah, we have a binocular. Binocular at home. Hold F, push mouse wheel. We've had it for years. What's he talking about? No binoculars.
And I think it will be really convenient to use something that's dedicated to look for the things, especially far away, instead of using your sniper scope, for example.
Will the binoculars have glint?
I'm not aware of this one. Probably not, because binoculars are not something that you need to be aware of.
It's really funny because
I disagree with those words. If it's a glass optic and the sun hits it, it should have some kind of glint on it. But having binoculars in the game is cool. If I was the developer, I would have mentioned something about, hey, everybody, no more holding F and using the scroll wheel, because that's how we all zoom in to see stuff. And we have for years. But let's keep watching. Rewind.
Binoculars are not something that you need to be aware of.
it's really funny because obviously due to Glintgate, as you know, I beautifully internally call it, basically there was a lot of community feedback basically saying like, oh, I really like spotting people. I really like playing a spotter. And essentially I was like, oh, this community wants to be able to spot people from distances. And what can we make gadget-wise that doesn't require new features? And it was like binoculars. And I prototyped a thing which essentially was just a scope in a hand, and it worked. So we've got some really cool binoculars coming that allow you to spot people from distances.
Oh, and night vision on the scope. The only thing we need is that the binocular optic should not occupy one of your character's slots, I don't think. Like, do you think the binocular optic should take over the multi-tool or the med gun thing? Like, that gets confusing because remember we used to be able to put different objects in the one spot for the med gun, which is now med gun or handgun, but can never be multi-tool. It creates for this weird hierarchy of like what is allowed and what is not allowed based on what slot on your body. You know, I just imagine using a binocular in this game is probably only going to be useful if it has its own dedicated button or if it goes on your like chest armor, similar to a med pen or a grenade or something. But this is me getting too granular about something. I need to like not deep dive here and be like, okay, binocular, fun, move on.
How much damage do the binoculars do?
Depends on how you throw them.
Thanks,
Jared.
Jared.
Alexi and Zach. That's the end of this segment for this year. So that's talking ship and weapons, unless anyone else is going to come and tell me something else. It's been an exciting year, and I think the next year of ships is going to be even more exciting and expansive than this year.
Look at this.
Hawk723_ has subbed for 7 months.
Thank you, Hawk, for the 7-month resubscription. Thank you very much. We are a little over halfway through our Star Citizen watch party. This aired on Saturday, but I was busy. I couldn't watch it, so I avoided all the spoilers all weekend, didn't look at Discord, didn't look at Twitter, and now here we are with so many of you hanging out with me to watch this. It really means a lot to me. Thank you, okay? Thanks for being here. We're doing a giveaway. It's for an Origin 100i starter package. So if you look on the screen right now, if you see the picture of the ship, you're watching on the right platform, type exclamation free ship. If you don't see the ship on screen, you're watching on the wrong platform. Figure it out and watch me here. And yeah, that's all I got to say. Let's watch this little segment from Jared and all of the homies in the UK, I believe. I think this might be at the Manchester, England studio right here.
Well. That is an eclectic bunch of combat ships for the verse, and they're all available right now up on the robertsspaceindustries.com store. Also, any minute now, there's going to be a PTU drop that includes all 3, so you can fly them now ahead of their release next week when Alpha 432 goes live. 3 combat ships. I wonder if they'll have any additional uses coming up later in the show. That's a hint. All right, what else can I shill? Oh, there's merch. We've got these cool new Levski desk mat things.
Mouse pad.
These are always popular.
Star Citizen, the mouse pad.
There's some Levski metal posters on the store.
Star
And,
Citizen,
of
the
course,
poster.
Love them or hate them, but you can't avoid them. There's this cool new Wickelow's Emporium
Star
t-shirt.
Citizen, the t-shirt.
Yeah.
The Wicklow shirt's kind of cool,
There's
actually.
also a page published earlier today with a bunch of links to offerings from our third-party partners, from eye trackers to gaming chairs to voice packs to spaceship models from new partners like Planet Ring and Pigeon Spaceport and more. You can find all of that on the RSI website as well.
Is JRDF no longer making the official model kits? Interesting.
And what else can I shill? Oh, for those of you who are at watch parties, where is it? Challenge coins. Who doesn't love challenge coins? There's these lovely Levski-themed challenge coins if you're attending one of the 9 official watch parties around the world. There's also a digital one of these in the goodies pack, so you check those out. Don't leave today without getting your Levski challenge coin. All right, what else can I shill?
Okay, thanks, chat.
Now I'm kind of tired of shilling. All right, let's find out some more about where we are. Simon, can we move? Can we do? Oh, yeah. Look at that. Okay, here we go. Pardon me. Excuse me. Hi. How you doing? That was my best angle. Hey, I got to be careful. Last year I took 3 steps and tore a muscle. All right, so this is the 9th floor of CIG Manchester's Manchester office. That's This is the room where we have lunch every day, and if you get here early enough, croissants, if the weapons team hasn't stolen all of them. Over here, we got some cool mannequins representing.
Dude, these like full life-size armor.
Different aspects of the game. You got
actors look amazing.
The ever-present, Hearst.
Is that Mark Hamill?
In security armor over here. That's really cool.
Oh yeah.
You got
hell yeah. I wonder if this armor is wearable. I doubt it. It's probably like built onto these mannequins.
Your Duster's armor right here. You got this guy from a game that we're not talking about today. Marine armor. Yeah, it's all pretty cool. And then when you come over here, got a nice little recreation area. There's some sim pits over there for people who need to test that kind of stuff. We got this cool Krigeri Bengal carrier. Come over here, shoot it. Go down the.
That
down
carrier
the
is real cool.
I'm gonna go over here.
Whoa!
Can you see me?
That's friggin' sweet.
Hi, Mom. All right. So yeah, and
I want that in my living room. Yeah.
All right. I thought John went to Washington, D.C. Let's see, what else we got? We got cool Voyager bar here. This is where we get all kinds of breakfast goodies, coffee, stuff like that.
Oh, I love the light up bar.
Who remembers the big coffee controversy of 2016 where everybody took to Reddit and pondered the question, do devs deserve coffee? I do. You want to see what next year's big controversy is? Check
sweet.
this out.
This rules.
I'm gonna come over here. Do devs deserve coffee? Welcome to the Stargarita machine.
Stargarita.
Do devs deserve frozen deliciousness? I don't know. Go to Reddit and let us know.
Yeah. Go
All
ahead.
right, let's see. Let's go over here. Competition. Oh, competition winners.
I love that friendly
we
reminder.
have the list of competition winners. Can we put that on the screen?
Friendly reminder.
Yeah, that's the one. Sorry, competition winners. Remember the competition for the CitizenCon winners? The people made the videos, and we gave them a Kruger L21 Wolf. We actually have the names. They're behind me. Look.
Oh, the names are there on the bottom of the screen. Someone's named Jazz Band.
Also, everybody's got food. Do I have food here? Oh, somebody's supposed to save me pizza. All right, so we got. Oh, you guys saved me a lot of pizza. Let's see. There's like 3 different kinds of pizza here. What if we just combine them?
What
into
is
like
Jared,
a challenger
what
situation
is Jared
here?
doing? Jared, what are you doing? Do not. Oh my God.
That's a CitizenCon throwback if you're not familiar with. So I have now crafted my own pizza experience. And that is a terrible segue into our next segment.
Jared's gone off the
Gemma,
rails with this
can
one.
We, Gemma, are you there?
Yes, Jared.
Can we fire up the FPS crafting segment while I try to chew this off camera?
We sure can. Roll, BT.
The easiest, I think, and most fun, dumb mission that I want in the game is a pizza delivery mission. I've wanted a pizza delivery mission for years. Not only would it be great for new players, easy to do, but it would be fun. It would be especially fun if they made us do it in like small ships. Like the ships that we don't get to use for anything. Like the hover bikes. Yeah. Okay, let's keep watching. It must stay flat or you fail. Yeah, dude.
Star Citizen, at its heart, will always be an enormous sandbox experience where you can set out to tackle the universe in whatever ways you want. But that doesn't mean we can't shape parts of the universe here and there to better suit our needs. That goes for both you and us. Let's start this part of the show with a look at how crafting is going to change everything
Okay.
from resource gathering, refining, and even combat when it comes online in the next few months.
Okay, he just said crafting comes online in the next few months. We all heard that, right? Crafting online in the next few months. Now, this is not the first time we have heard this, so I'm going to have a large amount of skepticism inside when I watch this next segment. I'll also go on record and say that I personally don't care that much about crafting. I know it is a big part of a lot of video games. I know a lot of people really enjoy the crafting experience in some games. I don't particularly get a lot out of it. But thankfully, Star Citizen is a multiplayer game with groups and orgs like our org. Consider joining ours, join the Discord. So other people will be able to make the things and craft the items for your group to use, hopefully. So with all that said, let's see what the next crafting stuff is coming in the next few months. We'll all define the word few together. Here we go.
First version of crafting is going to be quite small in scale. We're going to use it as a kind of a concentrated effort to allow the players to experience the initial UI, the flow of gathering materials of different quality, and using those to craft items which are better than what they have currently in the game.
The first version is going to be primarily FPS items that you can craft, weapons and armor. For Star Citizen, crafting is our primary progression mechanic. Star Citizen isn't your standard MMO. We don't have levels. We have ships. We have gear. We have things that you create in the world, you perfect, you research, you improve. And those items, those ships, those vehicles, the armor and weapons, that's how you progress.
The Aurora does still exist. CIG made the Aurora vanish recently.
Those ships.
There's the Aurora. They still care about it. Where'd it go? Why can't you get an Aurora anymore with a starter package? All right, that's not important right now, but let's keep watching.
Those vehicles, the armor and weapons, that's how you progress in Star Citizen. Crafting isn't just a progression mechanic for creating new items. It's also a fundamental change to how we handle resources in the game. The materials that you collect, how you refine them, quality matters.
Crafting the weapons, you'll be able to have some quality materials to influence the item stats on those weapons.
It'll be somewhat random, potentially weighted on the location of the material. Some will have a higher chance of higher quality. And once you take those materials to your crafting bench, the fabricator, you can use them to craft, and the different attributes.
What is that?
Bench, the fabricator.
Is this a taser?
You can use them to craft, and
set
the
phasers to
different
stun.
attributes will be increased based on the quality of the materials you use. It's not just iron ore anymore, it's iron ore of the quality that you know will
I
get
guess
you
I've never
the
seen that taser
stats
before.
for the item that you desire. And it's not just mining, it's essentially every resource we can get our hands on.
Yes.
To support this,
The
we also
sandworm
need
teeth.
major changes to inventory so that all of these new resources that you're collecting.
All right, now how much of this screen are we supposed to accept as reality? And how much of this screen is just like a tech demo test? You know? They know that we're going to pause on this. It doesn't look refined enough to be real. Do you know what I mean? But it doesn't look too good. Like that, there was that one early version of this that we saw a couple months ago that was like too much stuff. Developer interface. Okay.
You can see what you have, you can order it better, you can understand.
To be clear, it looks better than the current 3D model one we have now.
What you have in your inventory.
We won't have the new refining crafting system yet. We'll be using the existing ones. Those will pass the quality through into the refined materials, which you can then take to your crafting machine and start making your personal items.
The crafting machine.
Once you have your blueprint and your quality materials that you've refined, then you can put them together on the item fabricator.
You know this is super early when they're using this like dev tool, GUI, is that what I call it? To type in everything?
This will be pretty much what we showed in last year's CitizenCon, with the UI letting you assign your quality resources to different aspects of the item. Once you're happy with what you see on the preview, you'll be able to click to craft, and it'll get queued up, and your result will be produced sometime later.
Okay.
You'll be able to get the new crafting machine from shops in most landing zones. You'll be able to bring it up on your freight elevator and use it in your personal hangar, or tractor beam it around and stick it on a ship if you want to use it from there.
Oh, okay. That's cool. So it's a big old 3D printer.
There'll be a small amount of blueprints you get credited to your account just to test and mess around, but the vast majority of them will be earned through missions, and then you can use that blueprint to craft the item that it is that you've got the blueprint for. So it should be a good reason to go and test all the different various missions in the game.
It'd be cool if they had some of these blueprints or materials for this crafting as cargo that the NPCs carry around. Because how often do you go fight NPCs and you look at their cargo and you're like, I don't care about any of this. None of this is valuable. And you just leave it. But what if that cargo was valuable? What if you could use it to craft things you would rather have? Then it's not a wasted asset that has to lay around until someone else finds it or until the game engine cleans it up. It's like these systems of not having waste in the game, of having a use for everything, help us to pick up after ourselves in a way, if you will. That's cool. I want that, you know? I hate when we're bounty hunting and like a ship is full of useless items and we just leave it. And I'm always telling new players will be like, hey, you're going to get all that cargo. And I'm like, it's not worth the time. We just leave it. Yeah, so make that important. Make that materials for crafting. Right, chat?
The advantage of crafting your own items is that they'll be better than anything that you could buy from shops. You'll be able to...
Let's hear that again.
Your own items.
Test all the different various missions.
Listen
in the
close.
game.
The advantage of crafting your own items is that they'll be better than anything that you could buy from shops.
The advantage of crafting your own items is that they will be better than anything you can buy from shops. I mean, that's the best incentive I have heard yet to why you should care about crafting.
You'll be able to increase and improve item stats that are relevant to your gameplay. Maybe a gun will shoot faster, maybe it'll do some more damage, or your armor will have greater resistances against environmental effects or incoming fire. You might be wondering, what about the upgrade and research? That will be coming in a subsequent release. We're happy.
This dude has an intense vibe about him. The stare he's giving us with these words, let's watch it again.
Environmental effects or incoming fire. You might be wondering, what about the upgrade and research? That will be coming in a subsequent release.
It's like, it's almost threatening. Like this dude, I don't know if this guy's an actor at all, but like, he could.
We're happy with this initial scope for crafting.
It's going to be so valuable for us as devs to kind of get the metrics in, get the feedback in, because then we can make the changes that, you know, they only become...
He's the most intimidating
obvious,
dev,
so to speak, when you have kind of mass amounts of data.
I like his
mass
delivery,
amounts
though.
of users.
It made me
using
listen.
So I'm very excited to get it out in the wild.
It's our intention to get crafting out on tech preview. By
This
the end of
guy's
the
vibe
year
is
and get
completely
the testing
different.
we need so we can release it when it's ready.
So that's one way you'll be crafting your own experiences in the Star Citizen universe.
Okay,
but
we're getting 3D printers that we can make limited things inside. They weren't really clear on what those would be. Seems like armor and weapons.
what about us? Where do we get to hone in and craft a bespoke experience here and there, specifically tailored to individual or small group play? Well, that's where instancing comes in. And I'm going to let Benji tell you a little bit more.
Okay, so that was a whole segment all about crafting, the beginnings of crafting. And that's a sub? Come on.
Borse_4th has subbed for 2 months, less than 3.
Borse 4th. Thank you very much for your 3-month resub, dude. Thank you. So to summarize that whole bit, crafting is coming to the game in the term, or rather in the shape of a big 3D printer that looks like a, what, like 4 SCU box or whatever that we can make limited items in. They didn't really go into all the details. They said in the next few months, so whatever few months means. But Pandemanium had a question they wanted to ask me that was about that segment. So if you're there, dude, give me that question. Scarthy says, what are your thoughts on why we as random citizens can manufacture better items than the dedicated manufacturers by default? It's a great question. Short answer, CIG wants you to use the crafting 3D printers for data. They want you to use this stuff. Question is, how do you feel about having to put the boxes into the crafting machine manually instead of being able to pull from station local inventory? Great question. It's a bit tedious, but in the physicality of this game, trying to show how everything is a real object that you must hold and move and interact with, I think I'm okay with it. Maybe as crafting gets further down the road, we'll be able to automate more of that stuff. Because look, if we're thinking about the way we craft in a game like Dune and whatnot, like the amount of crafting you have to do in that game would be insane if you had to physically pick up every thing of copper and like put it in the oven, if you will. Hit bake. You know? So I get it. It's not ideal, but it does make for more physical interactions with the stuff in the game. So for now, it's probably fine. But ultimately, yeah, more automation for sure. If you put stuff in one box, your 3D printer should be able to access that box. After all, it is a video game. You know what I mean? Yeah. Just getting caught up in the chat, see if I missed anything. I'm so happy there's so many friends here. If you're brand new to my show, put a 1 in the chat. If you've never seen me before, put a 1 in the chat. Don't lie. I'll know if you're lying. This is the most popular Star Citizen watch party I have ever hosted. I am honestly overjoyed that there's so many people here hanging out with me. I don't know if I got a bunch of new random views or if there's just more people who are back to watch the game's content. Because I stream this game 5 days a week and I have for the last 5 years. But a lot of people who are into this game don't watch all the time. They stop by a little bit and then they're like, see you next month. Or see you in 6 months, you know? So it's nice to see so many people here. Thank you very much. We are giving away this ship. It is called an Origin 100i. It comes with the download of the game. If you see it on screen, you're watching on the right platform. If you don't see it, you're on the wrong platform. Use your context clues to figure out what platform you should come to, and then type exclamation free ship in the chat. And yeah, that's my setup for the next segment. Let's keep watching. All right.
We're bringing instancing to Star Citizen in 2026. Why are we doing it, and how will it work?
Okay, I am very captivated to hear about this because they gave us instanced hangars last year, or rather beginning of this year. Oh, a gift sub. Borse
gifted a sub.
Yo, Borse, thank you for the gift sub. Thank you very much.
So if you've played any content in 2025 in Star Citizen, you know that most of these areas were in actual PvP zones where other players could interfere. Instancing is a means to create an environment where designers can create tailored content that's tuned to a specific group size, but it is also protected from outside interference. It's not to say that we don't love PvP. I'm a PvP guy. PvP me, bro. But like most MMOs, a good balance between a dangerous overworld and a protected instances is needed. Right now, we don't have this ability, and this is something we really need in order to give you a sense.
I'm sorry. The cut to the other cam was beautifully well done. Can we watch it again?
That's tuned to a specific group size, but it is also protected from outside interference.
It's not to say that we don't love PvP. I'm a PvP guy. PvP me, bro.
PvP me, bro.
But like most MMOs, a good balance between a dangerous overworld and a protected instances is needed. Right now, we don't have this ability, and this is something we really need in order to give you a sense of progression that is tailored
Oh
and
no,
balanced
I
to a
PvP'd
tunable amount of
myself.
groups. The difficulty matches the group size. There's a beginning and an end. It does.
Hold on, I got sidetracked with this dumb joke, and I'm not paying attention to any of this. Let me watch it again.
MMOs, a good balance between.
No, rewind.
Say that we don't love PvP.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
But like most MMOs, a good balance
Oh,
between.
resub. Smoky Koala. 10 months.
The Smoky Koala has subbed for 10 months. 10 months. How are y'all, Ender?
I am wonderful now that you've subscribed for 10 months. Thank you. Now, back to this instancing thing. We're going to learn about some kind of Star Citizen mission that essentially removes the open world environment and is a set moment for you and a group of players that other people cannot come into and interact with. I have mixed feelings about this already because I get scared about the mistakes that Elite Dangerous made with private servers and the PvE only stuff, you know? So let's keep watching and hear what they have to say here.
A dangerous overworld and a protected instances is needed. Right now, we don't have this ability, and this is something we really need in order to give you a sense of progression that is tailored and balanced to a tunable amount of groups, so the difficulty matches the group size. There's a beginning and an end. It doesn't mean that that doesn't fit in our overworld strategy, meaning getting to the instance is dangerous, exiting the instance is dangerous, or can be interfered with others. But at least when you're playing the content, we can actually make something that's curated for one experience. So before anybody says this is only a PvE thing, this technology can also be applied to unlock curated PvP experiences that are as seamless as the PvE ones. So it's not about one thing or the other. It's really about unlocking developers' ability to create curated content.
Okay.
So that said, how will it work?
Yeah, tell us more.
Instancing is really an evolution over static to dynamic meshing. We want your instances to be as seamless as your instance hangers, meaning that when you take an elevator, you exit the elevator, you're inside the instance.
How seamless are your instance hangers, chat?
A gateway opens, you cross that gateway.
PvP me, bro. I'm sorry.
You're now into your instances. Could be also a quantum jump into an instance that you don't even see. The transition is just like a dynamic mesh transition. And so throughout the universe, we will be able to add these areas that are open or closed instances that allow you to join in either with a party and have a reserved instance for your party, or join an open instances that has a number of slots. And so some of those areas will be completely instanced on different servers. This allows us to leverage the compute power of the entire mesh. The closed ones will be really to drive one piece of content. You enter and exit seamlessly, just like we do with your instance hangers currently.
Okay.
Let's go and find out what one of our first instances will be.
Yeah, I still need more context on this. Oh, is this Return to Siege of Orison?
Siege of Orison was an event
Hell yeah.
we did previously,
Hell
which
yeah.
created a gameplay scenario.
I'm going to pause it right now. Siege of Orison was incredible, but it was crippled by where the game was at that moment. The game, especially FPS combat, has evolved so much since Siege of Orison, legitimately 2 to 3 years ago? Yeah, this is a good reprise of a cool event that I honestly did not like doing because it ran so bad. Is it going to run perfect now? Hell no. But will it run better? I'd like to think so.
of Origin was an event we did previously, which created a gameplay scenario where the player had to run through and progress through contested islands of Origin. This was a high-paced, high-intensity event, but it struggled a little bit from its technical execution.
A little bit is a very nice way to put it.
But now with the introduction of instancing, it gives us an opportunity to evolve it and modify it and make it better for you and a small group to work through that activity.
Now, as much as I don't particularly love the idea of instancing in this game, if it means the game plays better, if it means the AI are more responsive, if it means when I pull out my main weapon and then quickly pull out my sidearm and then quickly pull out my multi-tool, it won't get glitched and have me pointing my gun at my arm to heal myself with a gun. If it means it fixes all of that through instance gameplay, I'm for it. Because we need positive, joyful, good activities to play in this game right now while it's still in its alpha state, you know? So this is good. I think this is good news. I'm into it. Give me a whole instanced Siege of Origin situation because I want that gameplay. You know? Don't you? Okay. Let's rewind. Let me put the sound back on.
Islands a little bit from its technical execution. But now with the introduction of instancing, it gives us an opportunity to evolve it and modify it and make it better for you and a small group to work through that activity.
Yeah, Jory in the chat says, healing yourself with your gun seems a bit painful. Yeah, if you haven't had the pleasure of playing Star Citizen and like literally shooting yourself because the multi-tool has been replaced or the medgun's been replaced by an actual weapon, like, have you even played this game? Like the amount of baggage that long-term players have for this game, it's amazing that any of us still have joy in our hearts left. Okay. Let's watch.
It is
Elliot!
an event that I had the honor of pretty much solely designing and building all of the logic and having the stress of trying to get it working.
Agent Dooley from the CDF puts the call out for volunteers because basically the Nine Tails have taken over sort of a cluster of floating platforms in Orison.
And you are there to kill these sort of lieutenants of this terrorist organization and take back control. So in our current thinking, Siege of Orison is designed for about 15 to 20 people fire team. So you, your friends, or your org will go in, you'll all have sort of dedicated roles. Some of you might be the tank who brings in the heavy weapons and sort of pulls the fire. Some of you might sit at the back and be the sniper and pick people off who are a bit further to make the advance easier. Some of you will be the medic who sole job is going to be revive and look after the rest of your team and the health of them.
I love that helmet because you look like an old-timey scuba diver. You see this? You see this helmet?
Sole job is going to be revive and look
right there. It's one of my favorite helmets in the game. It's so goofy.
The rest of your team and the health of them. And some of you will be the people who push for the objectives to try and get sort of most of the mission done. The event was designed for about 15 to 30 people, but when we released it, we fixed the problem with 2 DGSs on one server that was fighting for resources. And with that, we also upped the player count to 100. So when it first debuted, it was already too full for what it was designed for.
It was a massive operation at the time. I think that bringing it back and giving it a refresher will be a fantastic addition back into the PU.
So imagine if Siege was a instance that you could go in and play solo, or if it was a public event that you could go with your friends, or you could join up with random players on the server. There's lots of ways that we want to take a look at Siege, how we can make it a more approachable piece of content.
My brain is just flying with how are they going to do this? Like, how are they going to queue up these instances and like make these groups happen within the confines of the open world game that is SC? I'm sure they're going to explain it to us. Hopefully.
I'm excited to say the least to bring back Siege of Orison 2-star Citizen and to sort of have it be one of the first tests that we have for instancing and really get it back to sort of a core experience point where it should be. So while the next season is quite heavily focused on Nyx, I'm also very happy that we're not really ignoring our other 2 systems of Standard and Pyro, and we're going back there and we're sort of improving and expanding on the player's life in those 2 systems as well.
Because they talked about this instancing balancing based on numbers of players. So is that going to be a part of this? Like if you show up with 5 people, will there be less enemies to fight than if you show up with 25 people? I just don't know if, because that's what they said. Or maybe that's what they said they want to do. They did say that though.
Yes, and while things like Genesis, interstellar hauling, crafting, Siege of Orison, and more will reveal next year, we'll continue to bring life into the existing universe outside of Nyx. There's still one more exciting use for instancing we're building right now.
Okay, I want to say that the Siege of Orison being instanced, if it means it runs better, I am all for it. Like, I'm giddy with excitement about an actual quick-paced press button thing happen in game. Press button thing happen in game. I want to hear footsteps from enemy soldiers. I don't want to see them appear out of nowhere. I don't want to see them teleport walking when I zoom in with the scope. If the instanced Siege of Orison fixes all of those things, I am all for it, and I'm really, really excited about it. And you should be too. But we won't know until we have it in the game.
It's an earlier look than normal, and some of it is still in white box, but we're excited to share the first look at a major content release of 2026.
Okay, next
and
year.
what it means for progression-based gameplay. As an evolution of our Building Interior initiative, you won't discover it by accident, because when it's complete, it will be found deep within the heart of Levski itself. This is the Municipal Works. So inside the facility, you'll find huge vapor.
Temper your expectations, everybody. Concept art 2026 stuff.
Vaporization chambers, old processing plants, industrial tunnels, and eventually into the old turbines, which are still pumping heat into the old rock.
So this is the true history of Levski. This is a place where you won't see in Lorville, you won't see in I-18 or the other landing zone. It's the pure basis of Levski. You will have, of course, metal and tunnels and, you know, more structural place, but you will also see a lot of rock and cave. So it's not a place you go to take vacation. It's really a place you go to fix stuff.
Okay, it's not a vacation destination. All right.
Not everybody has what it takes to come down there and do the job that needs to be done.
All of your sewage systems have stopped working. Everything's going to quite literally. And so the player is tasked with their group, most likely, to go into there, take out the outlaws, and get the facility working again.
So let me get this straight. This is literally a mission to fix the toilets of Levski.
It's not just the toilets. You're also trying to turn on the air. Air is a bit more important. It still works in Levski, but, you know, they have, like, maybe polluted air because it's not being cleared properly. It's not just for the toilet.
Poop mission.
It's also a little bit more exciting than just going into, like, some vents. It's like a free-layered system where there's 3 chapters.
This will be mission-driven and repeatable. Everything from mining to...
What is going on right there? Oh, this is some like white box stuff. Okay. Okay, I was like, what are we looking at? Okay, never mind. Not white box, but like very early, you know.
Salvage to combat to investigation. A
That's
variety
cool.
of roles.
Need a big old wrench for that one.
Narratively, it's a real sandbox. Every progression you do will unlock a new area that will link back to previous areas,
Nice.
complexifying the play space.
We've been wanting to have more gameplay around landing zones for a long time. Now that we have instancing tech coming online.
Yeah, they've talked about having stuff to do at the landing zones forever. How many of you can remember inside Star Citizen videos talking about like fixing stuff at Cloud City in Orison, right? Okay.
That allows us to do something that provides really cool gameplay.
Also, all the bases in Pyro look like they're designed for firefights, especially when you first get into the Pyro stations. They have all those high areas, like all that verticality. Everything about that's always looked like it would be a place for an actual mission fight to happen one day. So perhaps this kind of stuff is going to allow these to be a reality. I don't know.
Play close to a landing zone.
With the missions, that's what will create different overlays or change the spaces or change the progression, but it'll be the instancing which will enable us to create tailored content to you and your group. So you're going to be able to play a part of it, make your progress, and then log off. And then the next time you come online, you'll be able to pick up where you left off.
It's going to allow players to return back to it at different states depending on how much you've progressed and be able to keep it going until you've reached sort of the end of the whole 3 chapters.
Where you're not going to have other people getting in your way. It's you, your team, your party.
It's a way of giving players content where they know exactly where they're at and they can keep going back to it and improving sort of their own progress and ability to jump through them faster and faster times as well.
So that's a look at how we'll be allowing players and developers alike to create more crafted experiences within the greater sandbox of the persistent universe. Okay, is that it for me at this point, Jared?
Almost. Throw it back to me, and I've got one more for you after this.
Back to you, Jared.
Okay, chat, I need a quick moment to me, and then we will talk more about this. I'll rewind. Just watch the Siege of Orison thing again. I'll be right back, okay? Don't go anywhere.
Let's go and find out
can watch
what
it again.
one of our first instances will be.
Don't leave. I'll know if you leave. I'll know.
Siege of Orison was an event we did previously, which created a gameplay scenario where the player had to run through and progress through contested islands of Orison. This was a high-paced, high-intensity event, but it struggled a little bit from its technical execution. But now with the introduction of instancing, it gives us an opportunity to evolve it and modify it and make it better for you and a small group to work through that activity.
It is an event that I had the honor of pretty much solely designing and building all of the logic and having the stress of trying to get it working.
Agent Dooley from the CDF puts the call out for volunteers because basically the Nine Tails have taken over sort of a cluster of floating platforms in Orison.
And you are there to kill these sort of lieutenants of this terrorist organization and take back control. So in our current thinking, Siege of Orison is designed for about 15 to 20 people fire team. So you, your friends, or your org will go in, you'll all have sort of dedicated roles. Some of you might be the tank who brings in the heavy weapons and sort of pulls the fire. Some of you might sit at the back and be the sniper and pick people off who are a bit further to make the advance easier. Some of you will be the medic whose sole job is going to be revive and look after the rest of your team and the health of them. And some of you will be the people who push for the objectives to try and get sort of most of the mission done. The event was designed for about 15 to 30 people, but when we released it, we fixed the problem with 2 DGSs on one server that was fighting for resources. And with that, we also upped the player count to 100. So when it first debuted, it was already too full for what it was designed for.
Okay.
It was
All right. I'm back. I'm back. So we have 1 or 2 segments left for this Star Citizen CitizenCon watch party. That last thing was all about the instanced concept of creating these PvE and PvP areas that are locked out from the open world of the game, which is an interesting idea. And I think when I think about the form of an open world game, I don't love the idea that they're altering that path, but if it means things run better, and if it means we can have more fun gameplay, then I'm okay with it, you know? Because making fun gameplay is always the most important thing, you know? So, yeah, that's my take on it. All right. Yeah, like a dungeon. It seems like a WoW raid kind of thing. Yeah. All right. This next thing is a live from Manchester moment. Let's see what's going on with that.
Developers alike of the
Okay. What you got, Jared? What you got for us? Also, everyone, we've hit a new high for the day of 272 people watching my show today, which is freaking insane. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. I'm just watching a video. I'm just a guy in a room full of cameras and drums watching a video. But I do other stuff too, you know what I mean? So please come watch my show when I'm not just watching a video, you know? Yeah. There's a giveaway as well. Exclamation free ship. Get that 100i. Okay? Okay. All right. Back to this. Can I use a controller for Star Citizen? Yes, you can. But good luck with the binding menu. You can do it. I believe in you. Just good luck.
Everybody's really excited about the year ahead. So that's a brief look at some of the ways in which we're allowing you and our developers to craft a more curated Star Citizen experience. Now, at this point in the show, we are in the home stretch. We've got only one more segment to go.
One more second.
Before we do that, we wanted to check out, we said earlier in the show that we would look at what you were saying during the show. We looked at how to put YouTube comments on the stream, and it was immediately apparent that we were going to lose our broadcast license, so we're not going to do that. We did find some social media stuff on Twitch, though.
Absolute facts.
Or not Twitter, X. What is it called now? Let's see what this says. Let's see. We've got Welcome Back Levski from, I'm not wearing my glasses. Oh, no. Oh, time to suit up. Let's go get him, says Ubu. I really should have worn my glasses. Cue the bagpipes. That's the other game, Charlie Oscar. Let's see. Nice
Prepare
to
to fast forward.
Playing for almost photos from. Geez.
Oh, I see DJ Knight.
I've only been created. Sean Trace actions to a little bit about big CitizenCon versus digital CitizenCon versus what we're doing today, which is CitizenCon Direct. Every year, CitizenCon is a monumental task for any number of people, whether that's development, marketing, the support teams, the platform teams. Everybody comes together to make this thing happen and go off, hopefully without a hitch. And so far, we've been doing all right, other than some stuff in the room here. You know who you are. They had to know. But doing CitizenCon is not always the easiest thing for our developers. You might not assume this, but most game developers are not social butterflies. They tend to like to sit quietly in the dark at their computers,
quietly in the dark,
and just make digital virtual worlds like this.
And have back pain, from what I understand. You sit up in your chairs, everybody. All right. Remember to stretch and go to the gym. These are things that I began doing 2 years ago, and I'm in way better shape than I was 3 years ago.
And then I come in all happy and like, hey, you want to be on video? And they're like, no. And I'm like, it's in your contract. And they're like, oh, yeah. So we thought, we usually do it behind the scenes afterwards, but we thought we'd do a little bit of it here. The folks in the editorial department put together a brief montage of some of the more candid moments from the filming of CitizenCon over the last couple of weeks. So we're going to spend 2 minutes and take a look at that. Let's see what they put together.
All right.
How many CitizenCons have you performed in now?
Also, we're almost at 280 viewers, everybody, which is fucking insane. Thank you.
Performed? Just the one. Nope, my first one.
One last year.
2.
A few. 8 or 9?
Maybe 9 or 10?
Never.
Man, I don't know, man.
Did you like doing it?
Yes, I was completely terrified.
It was good, a bit stressful.
The first live one, I was a mess.
Weird combination of going from insane highs to insane lows.
Let's put our hands together for the devs. Everybody, everyone in the chat, let me see some emotes. Let's applause for the devs. Come on.
The live
Come
ones
on.
are pretty special.
They're the people that make this happen for us.
Remember we were at that weird crack house in
I want to see everyone. Yes, thank you.
The live ones?
Yes. Yes.
I mean, I love these digital ones. These are the best.
Every time I've done it, it has been a digital one, and I'd like to do one on stage.
Is it because you have a restraining order against you, or?
Let it be known that Elliot said he wants to do one on stage.
Didn't know if I was going to be sick, I was going to lose my stomach.
How hard is it to keep your eyes open on stage?
That's another problem with the lights. They're kind of, I'm realizing through this sentence.
Yes,
that
the
I'm closing my
lights.
eyes as I speak.
Learning to look at the bright lights is part of performing, all right? This is part of performing. Learn to be okay with it. You want to know what I do when I'm done with the stream? Every day when the stream ends, I sit in my living room and I put the lights very low because I am blasted by this. So I can look good for you across multiple platforms. Thanks for being here, all right? Now back to the show.
I do that a lot.
I am a very shy individual, so this is me just trying to get out of my shell.
Getting the crowd to react to the ideas that we've been working on for so long.
We can react. Watch. Everybody.
Yay! I can feel your passion from here.
Hey, there we go. Dude was so intense earlier. I love seeing him smile here.
The camera.
Yes, yes. I like this segment, chat.
Do I stand up? Do I sit down?
I
Do
really
drink?
like
Do I
this
nod? Do I
segment.
talk?
This will be the best one yet. That's right. Because it's nice and short.
Is this all supposed to be usable content? Because I could be different.
Of all your nicknames, why is Moist Master your favorite?
I think you mean least favorite, and because it has the word moist in it. I mean, come on.
We'll give you a new nickname.
Moist Noodle was the very first Star Citizen streamer to reach out to me to do a collab and teach me how to play this game back in like 2020 when I knew nothing about this game. So in a way, Moist Noodle was pretty influential for getting me to actually play this game more on camera. So that's all. Shout out Moist Noodle. Great streamer, good dude. I got to meet him at CitizenCon 2 years ago.
And by the end of this.
Sounds good. Could do
All
with
right,
one.
Let's get started.
So for those of you watching at home or at the watch parties, you're like, why are we showing that? I put that in there because I'm eternally grateful for all of
that
the
shit
CIG
is
staff
important.
and developers
That's
who
a
take
really
the
good
time
segment.
to appear on these things, whether it's ISC, SCL, CitizenCon, walk
Hell
on
yeah.
stage, be pre-recorded. It's not the easiest thing for everybody. And on behalf of the community, if I can speak for them in this regard, I want to say thank you for participating in these things each and every year that we have them. Now, let's wrap things up here. So let's see, how do I want to do this? At this point, we've only got one major story left to tell. But before we do that, we wanted to do one more check-in.
Spit it out, Jared.
We started last year.
Spit it out.
Last year, Rich Tyler took the stage and presented his roadmap to 1.0. And we didn't want to go an entire year without talking to the senior game director himself to get his update on that 1 year later. So we're going to throw it to him, and we're going to go to our last segment. And when we come back, we'll say our goodbyes. And if you're at a watch party, it's time to get... I was going to say, that's not a word I can say on the camera. Let's just go. Let's just throw it back to me. Go to me from 1 week ago.
Time to get froggy. All right, so this is the final segment of CitizenCon 2025. I have a feeling they're going to have something important to share with us. The Journey to 1.0 was probably my favorite segment from last year because we got to learn about the player-owned space stations and the expandability and the ability to craft capital ships. That was a really great moment at the end last year. So I don't know what I'm going to see here, but I'm excited to watch it with all of you. This is literally the most people we have ever had on my channel for a watch party event. I feel really grateful that you're all here with me today. Thank you. All right. I had a lot of anxiety about this weekend because I was afraid if I streamed a CitizenCon watch party on Saturday that I would fail to hit the viewer numbers I wanted because I don't know when to stream on weekends. I stream weekdays. And I plan to do it today, and it looks like I made the right move because I don't think we would have had damn near 300 people hanging out with us if I was doing this on Saturday. I don't think it would have happened. So I'm going to imagine that I made the right choice. You made the right choice. Thanks for being here. All right. That's all I wanted to say. All right. Let's watch this together. Here we go. The Road to 1.0 Revisited.
Last year, Senior Game Director Rich Tyrer took to the stage and revealed our plan for 1.0. Now, before we end this year's CitizenCon Direct, we wanted to take a few moments and follow up on that reveal from last year, to do as we've done today and look at the year ahead. So, Rich, thanks for taking the time to join us.
Well, you're welcome.
All right, so we're going to jump right into it. Everybody knows the only constant in game development is change. So I'm going to ask you outright, what's changed about the road to 1.0?
Well, fortunately, nothing. It still remains our North Star. The team is busy working towards that goal in the background, and every patch this year has moved us towards that goal. And if you haven't watched the Star Citizen 1.0 presentation from last year, I highly recommend you do so, because everything in it is still relevant as of today.
You mentioned every patch this year has moved us towards that goal, so I want to dig deeper into that. We've done, at this point, 9 releases in this year, more than any year prior. How does each one of these not just sit as their own moment in time, but move us forward on this road to 1.0?
Well, last year I discussed the framework of 1.0, how all those complex systems can tie together. And one of the core aspects of that was the main story, which became the spine of the universe, which brought all of the locations, mission givers, guilds, and all the different areas of the game to the players. Now, what I didn't talk about from last year was all of the content that was going to support that framework, add the flesh to the bones, should we say. And I think that's where this year has moved us towards that goal. If you think about previous events of previous years, they've generally been locations that we've put into the verse, but they've been transient. We've taken them away, like Siege of Orison or Zenithreat. We've added them to game, and then
I'm very happy Siege of Orisin's coming back because I liked that event. The game couldn't handle it. Hopefully it can handle it now.
They've been moved away. And I think with the addition of the patches this year, when you look at the Hathor facilities, Onyx facility, these are permanent additions to the world that not only have their own story, as when we release them with the patches, but they'll also become points of interest and areas that the larger 1.0 narrative will utilize.
Since we're on story, I'm going to stay with this here. Since we launched the PU back in 2015, it's always been this sandbox where players can do what they want. They can bring their own story to the verse, and that'll never change. But how important is it that we also build this concurrent narrative of our own, this crafted experience, if you will, alongside that?
Well, we're trying to create a living, breathing universe. And that includes both the player stories that you mentioned, that they can go and enjoy and create their own memories together. But it also means that we want to have a universe that gives back. We want areas and locations to feel like they're believable and real life locations. And if
I'm
you
listening,
look
Panda.
throughout this year and the patches that we've worked towards,
I don't want to talk
we've
over
had
him.
An overarching story that's moved from patch to patch.
This is all just filler right now. I'm listening for anything that's beyond filler.
And we're going through.
I mean, it's good filler, but
some of those cycles right now. We've also been introducing mission content that has fully voiced dialogue and facial animation, which allows us to inject some of the meaning and the why to what you are doing as a player. And I think story is integral to Star Citizen as a connective tissue that ties all of these different complex systems together, because it takes players on that journey throughout the game.
To see this big turn this year to start injecting story into the verse, I think people are really responding to it. So everybody knows, and you mentioned just now, that this year we changed a whole lot about how we operate and how we release things. How do you think that's gone?
I think it's gone very well. I think if the mantra that I've always been pushing this year at the beginning of January was patch always goes. And I think this year has seen a different development strategy for how we've been moving the game forward. That's where this different strategy has allowed us to really take a wider approach. And we also have to remember that Star Citizen is played by tens of thousands of players every day. And while we have lofty future goals, we still have to make decisions right now that make the game fun for the people that are playing it all the time.
What are they talking about right now?
Playing it as their daily game. If you look at previous years, we've had to hold a patch back, we've had to make concessions, mainly due to around a feature may not have been ready or right to go into there.
There were 3 months, 4 months, sometimes 5 months between patches.
Exactly, and I don't think that's good for anybody. I don't think it's good for the players.
Oh, okay.
I don't think it's good for the development team. I think it's better to have regular cadence of drops. One good example is this year for a lot.
Oh, drops? The day we have Twitch drops? OMG, everybody. Twitch drops for Star Citizen would be epic. Incredible. Every single person that broadcasts this game, more views, more numbers. I cannot wait for the day they do Twitch drops. Even if it's for something useless, the numbers would skyrocket. T-Man with 5 months.
T-Man 792 activated the Prime sub.
Thank you very, very much, T-Man, for the 5-month resub. Appreciate you, dude. Last sub was 35 minutes ago. Thanks for bringing it back. There we go. Now, this is the final segment. I'm trying hard to pay attention, but I'm not going to lie. I'm having a hard time keeping the thread of the narrative right now. Okay? They're talking a lot. I haven't had a video. I am having a bit of trouble here, but you know what? We're going to get through it together. Here we go. Let's get back into this.
Line of mine. People probably don't know, but a line of mine, when you turned on the laser, it was actually supposed to reveal the sandworm Valakar. And I played it, and it didn't hit the quality that I wanted to go into the game. So we changed, and I took it out, and I made that decision alongside Chris and Erin, and we've held that back, and we're going to work on that towards a future patch. But I think definitely the more regular cadences has had the multiple benefits, and like I said, I want to dispel a myth right here, right now. Like, features are still being worked on quite heavily in the background, from radar and scanning in FPS.
We pause this for another resubscription from Solar Alex.
Solar Alex activated the Prime sub.
Thank you, Solar Alex. Appreciate you. Thank you.
The new quantum to inventory, engineering.
FPS scanning, what?
The new quantum, quite heavily in the background, from radar and scanning in FPS.
In the background.
The new quantum to inventory, engineering, and crafting. And all of those features are going to be coming very, very soon for players to get their hands on. And, you know, I'm going to be honest, I'm not going to sit here and say that if I was to go back to the start of the year, I would hope that we would have released more features. But I also think every decision we've made this year has been through the lens of making the live experience as stable and as good as possible.
Absolutely. All right, so that's a bit about the year before. And the year
and another sub. This one's a gift sub. Thank you, Slow Shadow Mark.
Slow Shadow Mark gifted a sub.
Thank you. Let's keep watching. I'm waiting for them to get to the point here. Like, this is like a preamble. This is like when you're in class and your teacher's like, listen up, I have something important to tell you. And then they just keep talking. And you're like, you don't want to miss it. And you start thinking about like what you want to have for dinner. And then you start thinking about like, oh, did I set my alarm? Is there an, you know what I mean? That's where I'm at. Look at Jared's face right now. This is where I'm at. I'm trying to keep it together, everybody. I really am. Here we go. Let's keep watching.
before has been I've said this before, I've said it internally, I've said it out there, I'm going to say it right now again on camera. I think this has been the best year of Star Citizen ever, and I'm willing to look right into the camera.
I mean,
and say
Jared's
that.
not wrong about
The
that one.
Player
This has been a very good year for being a fan of this game and playing this game. I hit the mic to show how serious I am. I agree with Jared there, for sure.
numbers are up, engagement numbers are up, the length of the play.
I mean, they claimed 45% higher player numbers than last year. If that's a real number, that's pretty incredible.
Sessions are up, bug numbers are down, 30K is gone. It's been a solid year.
Yeah, man.
But CitizenCon.
30Ks used to happen literally multiple times per stream, like almost every hour or two. Yo, Riddick.
Taking song donos?
Riddick. Thank you, Riddick, for jumping in to get some more energy into me for this moment. We're going to play a song on drums right now for Riddick. It is a $20 instant song request, and I'm gonna fire it up right now. It looks like the song is it's Stained. Outside, it's not. It's been a while. It's not Mud Shovel. It's a different Stained song. Oh, damn. All right, let's do that. And then we will finish the Star Citizen watch party. But I need something. I thank you very much, Riddick. You have no idea. I was starting to lose it here. Let's go. I don't remember this song. Let's see what I can do with it. We have almost 300 people in the chat. Let's make it seem that way. I have not heard that song in probably 10 years, if not more than 10 years. Wasn't that the hidden track at the end of the first Stained album? Wasn't that a hidden track with him playing acoustic guitar? Or didn't he play it like on stage with Fred Durst on acoustic guitar? Wasn't there like a less polished version that went really popular and then it got added to the next album? I'm pretty sure that's what happened. Yeah. Wow. All right, everybody. I was about to say we're going to go back and watch the last segment of CitizenCon, but Riddick has requested another track. So allow me to spin around and open up the next one. And yeah, that's what we're going to do now. We're going to play one more song. This one's a Seether track. Oh, dude, I don't think I know any Seether songs. Maybe I do. Maybe I know this one. Sometimes I hear a track and I'm like, oh, wait, I've heard it, even though I don't know it. So maybe I do. This one is again for Riddick. Thank you very much, Riddick, for another $20 instant song request. This one is Fine Again by Seether. We have more people in the chat than I typically ever have during this kind of content. So don't be afraid to spam those emotes and let's make it a party. And here we go. Let's see how I do. I don't think I know this one. Mr. Spoons with a Zeppelin request. Hell yeah, man. Okay, everybody. The Star Citizen Con watch party is slowly turning into a little bit of a drum request party because guess what? We got 2 more requests during that one. Mr. Spoons wants a Zeppelin track, and Riddick wants something else that's hidden behind a Spotify link. So I don't know what it is till I click it. But I want to say that this is really amazing because I was planning on ending the stream once we were done with the CitizenCon watch party. And we're in the last segment. So this is what's happening now. I love it. Thank you. I was a drummer. I am a drummer, but I used to be a full-time music teacher and touring artist before I became a streamer about 5 years ago. And I began touring less and streaming more. I've played in lots and lots of bands, over a dozen international touring bands. My new band right now is called Stop the Presses. We're a ska and reggae band here in Brooklyn. I played a big festival last month. You can watch me playing in front of around 2,000 people by typing !drum cam in the chat to watch that footage. I did some shows with Chad Smith from the Red Hot Chili Peppers last year, and 2 music videos have been made from that. One is a music video of us driving through Manhattan, and we're playing a song called Electric Avenue. !Chad Smith in the chat for that. But a brand new video literally dropped 2 days ago. It's the live version of us playing in front of the Astor Place Cube in Manhattan. The Astor Place Cube is this like big installation art that you can like shove and make it spin, but it's really, really heavy. And we had a huge audience in front of the Astor Cube. If you go click on that video that's in the chat under the Chad Smith one, and then watch the next video. I need to make a link for it. I'll make a link later. It's actually really good. It's got good footage of me and Chad rocking out together. Okay, another request just came in. Yo, a Foo Fighters song. Thank you, Rosalind. So kind of you. Thank you. All right, this track is called When the Levee Breaks. This is one of the most famous drum recordings of all time, and it was done with 2 microphones only. Let that sink in. When the Levee Breaks, Led Zeppelin. Here we go. It is for Mr. Spoon. Forever Zero, 5 gifted subs. Thank you, dude. You gotta lock in for this one. Just become Bozo, you know? That was the 7-minute epic that is When the Levee Breaks. One of the most famous drum recordings of all time, recorded with only 2 microphones, I believe in like an old house, with the drums being at the bottom of a staircase and one mic like really high up in the air, like a really up high mic hanging, I believe is part of how they got that reverb, that like really distinct sound that engineers have attempted to copy on so many tracks. There are so many songs that try to embody that spirit that was recorded back in the, early 70s? Hell yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Spoons, for that one. Hey, if you just got here, my name's Ender. How you doing? This is our Star Citizen watch party, but we've been interrupted by some very generous members of the community who put those donations in to get me on the drums. So we are drumming it up a bit before we have our final conclusion for the CitizenCon situation. You know what I mean? There's one segment left. I was getting pretty bored listening to Richard talk. I mean, he's got good stuff to say, but I was losing the thread. I was like, what is he talking about? What is... Well, we got 2 more songs. Hold on. That was a sneaky sponsor segment. Use code Enterprise on G Fuel. Thank you. Okay, this next tune is a Riddick song. I don't know what it is. Let me click on it back here. Oh, the link is being weird. Oh, there we go. Now I got it. No freaking way, dude. Oh, for a second, I thought you requested the song Cold by the band Cold. You guys remember that band? Remember that? Okay, it's not. It's not Cold by the band Cold. It's So Cold by Breaking Benjamin, a band that I saw live in concert on my birthday in the middle of last month. It was a really awesome experience, and got to go with my girlfriend, and it was a really wonderful time for me, and I had a good time. That's the point of the story. Let's play it. Do I remember the song? I don't know if I remember it. We're going to find out. So Cold by Breaking Benjamin. Here we go. Now. I agree about those Tool vibes. It's the toms and the open snare. Yeah, Danny Carey for sure. There we go. That was So Cold by Breaking Benjamin. I think I've never played that song before. Yeah, I think I've only heard that song live in concert. I don't think I've ever listened to the recording of that song before. Yeah. True story. Thank you again to Riddick for that request. Thanks everyone for sticking around for the drums on the show right now. Really means a lot to me. And you know what? We've only lost a couple people, so I'm really happy that a lot of you have been sticking around. Thank you for that. Thank you. You know, it's pretty cool of you. Let's play the last drum request we have right now, which is Everlong by the Foo Fighters, a song that is just nonstop. This. Now, Cool Breeze says, you got to bring your drum set to a Star Citizen spaceship. Do you want to know the event that I have pitched to Star Citizen devs now 3 times? Me playing drums to a compilation of Star Citizen video announcements to be performed live at a CitizenCon event. I pitched it 2 years ago, I pitched it last year, and I pitched it this year. I want to do that. I want to be the person who helps to bring a live music component to the annual Star Citizen Convention. Because up to now, I don't believe there's ever been a live music element at any CitizenCon event. And if anyone in the community that makes content about Star Citizen should be a part of that, I feel like it should be me. You can tell me if I'm being too egotistical about that. You let me know. Send me the links of the other Star Citizen music people. I know there's some out there, I know. But I really want to do that. I don't know how it is. I don't know what it'll be, but I imagine opening up like the morning ceremony at a CitizenCon event when they have the video that they play at the beginning of the morning, but me on drums, making it happen. Riddick dropping another song into the request queue. Oh, man. All right. I'm going to shut up, and then we're just going to keep going. I got to play Everlong by the Foo Fighters. This song is hard to play. Let's do it. Here we go. Everlong. This one is for Rosalind. Thank you, Rosalind. Thank you so much. Here we go. Now. Damn. There we go. That song is called Everlong by the Foo Fighters. It was for Rosalind's $20 donation. Thank you, Rosalind. I think that's the first time you've ever requested a song from me. I believe. Am I right? I think so. I think so. Actually, it wasn't that hard to play for me. I think this means I'm slowly getting back in shape, slowly getting back in drummer shape. I mean, I've never had, this is gym gains you're seeing right now. But like just literally getting back into playing drums again. Like when you don't play in a band that has rehearsal every week and a tour every 6 months, you don't maintain that edge, you know? It's really hard to maintain that drummer chops, heavy control when you're not playing in a band that's grinding all the time, you know? And I'm not. I'm in a band that's great, that plays good shows, but it's not a punk rock band. We're a ska band, reggae band. I love it. Exclamation Enders Band in the chat to check out my new band. I am recording a new album next month with the band. We are working on new material. I can't wait to share it with you once we are ready to share that. And we got a gifted sub from Cole to Rosalind. And look at this, everyone. Wolfen Rivers coming in for 26 months, tier 3. Not that many tier 3 subscribers out there. Thank you, man. You are batting with the power of multiple subscribers, and I appreciate it. Best electric drum set to start with. The most expensive one you can afford, because electric drums don't scale like real drums. You can buy a real drum set for like $200 and it sucks, but you can learn how to play. And then you can buy a better cymbal. And you can buy a better kick drum pedal. Then you can buy a better snare drum and it builds and builds and builds. E-drums aren't like that. You buy an electric kit, it is what it is. There is a limited amount of musicality built into every drum set, and the less money, the less musical that drum set is. I would say electric drum kits start at about maybe $700 to get something that's not what I would call a toy. Look in the used market in your neighborhood for an acoustic kit, and if you have to go electric, again, you could look at the used market, but be wary. We can talk more on my Discord about this. What is this? Wolfie coming in with 5 gifted subs. Dude, thank you. That's really, really kind of you. Thank you so much. Now, I got to spin around and click this last drum song from Riddick. It is what? What is it? What is the final song from Riddick? It's another Stained song. This one's called So Far Away. I think I know this one. Do I? Hey, speaking of new metal and whatnot, did you guys know that Limp Bizkit has a new song that is #1 on multiple different like charts right now? I haven't heard it yet. But yeah, they have their first #1 song since like 2011 or something. Pretty insane. I know. I know. Okay, here we go. So Far Away by Stained, and then we will finish our Star Citizen watch party, CitizenCon watch party. Thank you everyone for being so kind and so cool to me. Let's do this. So Far Away by Stained. It's for Riddick in the chat. Here we go. Yeah, I don't know this one. that was Stained So Far Away. Thank you again, Riddick, for these wonderful requests. Thank you to everyone else that threw out some requests. I don't see all the names here right now. I like this first-time chatter. Actually insane drummer. Yeah, man, thank you. I am a legit professional musician. I went to Berklee School of Music. I've been in over 12 different touring bands. I could have just become a drum streamer on Twitch and not played games, but after, my lifetime of playing drums as my job, I wanted to find a way to mix gaming and music together. I ended up doing this weird thing that I do here. Well, you could argue that maybe I would have. Never mind. Let's not talk about maybe. Let's talk about the fact that you're here with me, and I'm so happy you are. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Let's go finish CitizenCon 2025. Okay? Okay? Yeah. Woo! Guys got me a little sweaty there. Got me a little sweaty. You can see I'm glowing a bit. My shiny dome is got some glisten to it right now. That's for real. Do I have a towel? I think I do. Hold on. I played a show last month, exclamation drum cam for the footage. It was a festival in Virginia. We had about 2,000 people in the crowd for our set, and here was the towel they gave me. They gave me this towel. So there we go. There we go. Use code Enterprise on G Fuel. Don't worry about what the towel said. Okay. Even though we only have like 20 minutes left on this video, I after all those drums, I need a little moment for me. Can I have like 2 minutes? I'm going to rewind a little bit of this. I'm going to rewind 2 minutes of this chat that I have no idea what the hell they're talking about. I don't know what they're talking about here. I'm going to rewind it a little bit, okay? I'll be right back. Hold on.
Last year, Senior Game Director Rich Tyrer took to the stage and revealed our plan for 1.0. Now, before we end this year's CitizenCon Direct, we wanted to take a few moments and follow up on that reveal from last year, to do as we've done today and look at the year ahead. So, Rich, thanks for taking the time to join us.
Well, you're welcome.
All right, so we're going to jump right into it. Everybody knows the only constant in game development is change. So I'm going to ask you outright, what's changed about the road to 1.0?
Well, fortunately, nothing. It still remains our North Star. The team is busy working towards that goal in the background, and every patch this year has moved us towards that goal. And if you haven't watched the Star Citizen 1.0 presentation from last year, I highly recommend you do so, because everything in it is still relevant as of today.
You mentioned every patch this year has moved us towards that goal, so I want to dig deeper into that. We've done, at this point, 9 releases in this year, more than any year prior. How does each one of these not just sit as their own moment in time, but move us forward on this road to 1.0?
Well, last year I discussed the framework of 1.0, how all those complex systems can tie together. And one of the core aspects of that was the main story, which became the spine of the universe, which brought all of the locations, mission givers, guilds, and all the different areas of the game to the players. Now, what I didn't talk about from last year was all of the content that was going to support
the temperature
that
differential
framework.
in my room right now compared to outside my room is ridiculous. Like, the amount of drums that happened over the past half hour literally heated this room up. It is 80 degrees in my room, and outside my room, it's like probably 70. It's kind of cold in New York, so I don't have the AC running. Otherwise, I'll freeze my wife out in the other room. Maybe I'll open a window? I'll open a window. Let's do that. I legit forgot opening a window was a possibility. I mean, I do live in New York, so opening the window means higher possibility of loud fire trucks and, hey, I'm walking here, kind of moments. Okay. Hey, everybody. I want to say thank you for everyone who is legit still with me right now. Like, we have had over 200 people almost all day today watching the CitizenCon live stream. And right before I went to the drums, we hit 300. We hit 300 people. Now, during the drum break, about 60 to 70 of you did leave, but I also got a bunch of donations for drums, and I love that. And I love playing drums, and I love being here with you. So thanks for being here with me, all right? That's the point of all this. I honestly didn't know what the hell this was going to become when COVID trapped me in my room and I was streaming more and more. I had no clue that this would become my thing, that I would literally change almost every aspect of my life to grow this channel, to grow this brand, to do this. And there are some of you out there watching right now who have been here for 5 years now, which is... honestly, I could cry if I think about it too much. So thank you. Thank you very much. Now, let's not get sappy because we got some good news, I think, coming up here. I think we have some good news that's about to be dropped upon us. So I'm going to fast forward to about where I think we left off during this Richard speech that I was kind of getting lost on, but let's see what he has to say.
The multiple benefits, and like I said, I want to dispel a myth right here, right now. Like, features are still being worked on quite heavily in the background, from radar and scanning in FPS, the new quantum, to inventory, engineering and crafting. And all of those features are going to be coming very, very soon for players to get their hands on. And, I'm going to be honest, I'm not going to sit here and say that if I was to go back to the start of the year, I would hope that we would have released more features. But I also think every decision we've made this year has been through the lens of making the live experience as stable and as good as possible.
Absolutely. All right, so that's a bit about the year before. And the year before has been, I've said this before, I've said it internally, I've said it out there, I'm going to say it right now again on camera. I think this has been the best year of Star Citizen ever. And I'm willing to...
full agree, Jared.
Look right into the camera and say that.
Full agree. PvP me, bro. That's a callback from earlier during the show. Okay.
The player numbers are up, engagement numbers are up, the length of the play sessions are up, bug numbers are down, 30K is gone. It's been a solid year. But CitizenCon isn't CitizenCon without talking about the future. So I want to move us to the future. We've talked about story. We've talked about this more diegetic, immersive universe and adding voice lines and stuff like this. But where do we go from here? Obviously that continues, but what more are we going to do to make this universe seem alive and real and breathing?
I think the biggest thing is to start having that conversation be two-way. So if you think about this year, like you mentioned, we've been having fully voiced NPCs, but a lot of those missions and those NPCs, they're talking to you, they're talking at you.
Right.
You don't
we don't talk to them.
Back to them. Now, obviously, you get to interact with them through your actions. You get to go and do their mission, and you get to move that along, and then they talk to you again. But it's a one-way conversation.
We're missing.
Yeah, we have two-way communications with the bartenders, if you can call it that. How many of you try to order a drink? It's fun. Ish. Okay.
That conversation wheel.
Exactly. The next part would be physical mission givers. That's something that we're going to be working.
What the next part? We already... Who remembers physical mission givers with interactable dialogue? We had that, but it did go away for a while. He's right. It went away. I'm going to stop interrupting them. Okay. Okay. Let's
Exactly. The next part would be physical mission givers. That's something that we're going to be working towards very soon, with Battaglia being the first one coming back in the verse. And just to be clear, we will be bringing all the mission givers eventually back.
Thank
and
you.
We want them
Yes.
to be a integral part.
But the way he said that made it seem like the way he said that is like the way Apple tries to gaslight you into thinking they invent everything. You know? They're like, liquid retina screen. We invented an OLED screen, but they just have a different name for everything and they don't invent shit. That's almost the way Richard said this. Okay.
We'll be bringing all the mission givers eventually back, and we want them to be an integral part of the verse and the story that players go and enjoy. We want the locations to be brought to life, and as we mentioned last year, we want to have interactive scenes that you can go and be part of. And obviously the full end goal is towards, you know, to have cinematic stories in the game, and that is what we're going to be pushing towards. Everything we do, every decision we make is through the lens of moving us closer to 1.0. It might sometimes be difficult to see why those decisions have been made at the time they've been made, but rest assured that Star Citizen 1.0 is still our North Star. That's what we're still aiming towards, and that's what we're going to be moving forward with every patch next year as well.
And remembering when mission givers were first introduced, they sometimes became a bottleneck. Is there a role in instancing, which we learned about earlier today? Is there a role for instancing in that, in helping with mission givers?
Yes, partially. It will be one mechanism that will allow us to have players go to their own individual area of the verse, have that conversation, and then go and continue on into the open world environment. So I think that's where, when we look at instancing provides us one tool that allows us to remove that bottleneck and provide a more seamless experience.
Happy you said that, because that's one of our last topics I want to get to, is how we reconcile instancing with the persistent universe.
Yes, I spoke about this at length when they said instancing's coming to the game. I like that Jared's asking this question.
Like, for the last 10 years now, we've been building this giant, seamless, persistent universe where everybody can come in and play together. And it would be easy to have a first instinct reaction to the idea of instancing and say that's antithetical to everything that Star Citizen is. But you mentioned last year these 3 pillars of building Star Citizen in the PU, and I want to, you said nothing changed, but I want to ask you about this specifically. What are those 3 pillars again, and how does instancing fit within the greater design of Star Citizen?
Okay.
So
lock in, chat. Lock in for this one. Lock in.
The 3 pillars I mentioned last year were open world. That's just like the missions you love today. You can go and play. There's other players there, and you can go and enjoy that.
Open world. We have that. We love that.
Together. Then we have instancing, which I'll talk about more, but similar to municipal works that we've talked about previously. And then the 3rd pillar was dynamic content, which would be content that's generated by the activities of the players. And
Xenothreat.
I think it's very easy to become myopic around one specific thing when we're talking about it a lot, when it's the next stage of our development. And I think you could reverse it. If we'd have made a game that was all instance, and then I'd come on camera and said, hey guys, we're going to start doing it open world, it would be like, oh, is the game changing? Are we doing open world now? Is open world the new you know, North Star that's going to take us this way? And it's not. It's just one more tool that's going to allow us to offer different and dynamic experiences for players to go and engage in. Now, when I talk about instancing isn't always what you'd imagine as a solo instance experience where it's only just you. We're going to have several different versions of instances. Some are going to be closed instances, which will be like the new player experience. We'll be able for you to go in by yourself, for us to teach you the ropes in a safe environment so that you can understand how to play the complex game that we've made. But we'll also have open instances like a cantina or a bar.
Was he just saying that the new player experience is going to be an instanced thing? So when you first drop in, you won't be around other players, which means you won't be able to get spawn camped, which I think is a good thing.
Where we might say, hey, we only want 50 people to come in here because we've got mission givers and we've got other NPCs for you to talk to, and you would just walk in and it would be seamless. You wouldn't know that there was an instance, it's not going to get a loading screen, you would just seamlessly walk into that location, it would be full of other players and NPCs, and you can go and enjoy the content. And
it'll only become a problem when you are playing with your friends and you go, hey guys, meet me here, and you get there and your friends like on Discord, they're like, hey, I'm here. Where are you? You're like, I'm at the bar. You're like, I'm at the bar. I don't see you at the bar. Hold on. What are you wearing? Red armor? Okay, I don't see you. That's going to happen. But hopefully party grouping will keep us in the same instance. I have a lot of instanced baggage, if you will, from my days playing Elite Dangerous. How many of you ever played Elite Dangerous and tried to go mining with 20 or more people? Like we did every single Wednesday for a full year back in 2020. That's how I got partnered on Twitch. That's how I developed this career, if you want to even call it that. So instancing in Elite was really difficult to do. Now, obviously, technology is a big part of Star Citizen and new technology and utilizing what they've learned and what they've built. So hopefully this instancing tech that they're talking about will be fine and normal and not create a bottleneck for aggravation and instead make for better gameplay. But let's keep listening to what Richard has to say here.
That's, I think, something that instancing is going to provide us. It's going to give us a tool to offer different dynamic content or curated content, as I'd say. It allows us to create experiences that are different to the open world experiences that we've already made. And it's not to say that we won't continue our open world development or only do instance content. It's going to be a mix. And like I said, this is one of the pillars that will move us towards 1.0.
As long as instancing in Star Citizen makes the game more fun to play and doesn't allow player groups to cheat, if you will, and do things in a safe environment without the fear of PvP. A big problem in Elite Dangerous was that player groups could do missions to get rep and control territory without letting anyone else come in and mess with them because they were on a different instance of that area, you know? So as long as we don't mess up that aspect, we don't even have that part of the game yet. Like, you know, I'm talking about things we don't even have in Star Citizen yet. So there's really no issue with them bringing in instance gameplay at this point in the game, but it does raise a lot of potential red flags and the difficulty of having a PvP open world game that is also a PvE game that now will have instanced isolated content within that greater open world game. So this is a really big thing. I didn't know that this was a part of the plan, but it looks like it is, and we have to just digest it, accept it, understand it, and see what they do with it, you know? Oh, is this a resub? 777 boots. That's a lot of boots.
777 boots has subbed for 5 months.
And that's 5 months on the channel.
Clap.
Thank you, dude. Really appreciate you. Thank you very much.
We will eventually work on dynamic content that will move us toward 1.0, and all three of those pillars will interweave to create the full Star Citizen experience.
All right, so we've hit a lot of the bigger topics, the feature work, engineering, and FPS crafting coming to tech preview soon, stuff like this. We've talked about instancing and how that's going to work within the universe. But I want to ask you this one last big one. It's very easy to say Star Citizen is this kind of game and that kind of game. Those of us who spend our days making it know better. It's an everything game. It's everything we can make it game. It just is.
Mm-hmm.
But at the core of this is still spaceships. You know, that life of spaceships. What more can you tell us about spaceship gameplay in the future? What can you give us? What can you tee up for us to look forward to for those of us who are really into Star Citizen for the spaceships?
Our intentions going forward are to make sure that every ship or ship archetype that you acquire has a role and has content that you can go and enjoy in the universe. For example, right now I know that we're working on more robust mining missions, more robust salvage missions. We're going to be working on refueling missions. And we want to make sure that each and every one of the ship has a purpose and has a reason to exist in the game. That's from the smallest Argo MPUV, as well as ground vehicles, all the way up to the large capital ships.
And this is important to say because not every ship in this game has a use yet. Either because the gameplay doesn't exist yet, or they have not added that function to the ship. I feel like this is obvious. I don't know. I don't think Jared had to ask this question, but I'm going to keep listening because, well, we're going to watch the whole thing.
We want to give them purpose. And I think it's something that we are absolutely aware of. We want to make sure that we're building that spectrum of content to allow players to go and engage in. And I think 2026 is going to be a very good year for Star Citizen. And I think there's going to be something that's
Citizen
very interesting and something that
Squadron.
a lot of people have been waiting for.
42.
But rather than me spoil it, I'll let Ian and the team.
Squadron 42. That's next year. Squadron 42. They're not allowed to say Squadron 42 during this, but yes, Squadron 42.
Go into the details on that.
He had a twinkle in his eye. Ian, take it away.
Yeah, they're definitely going to do a Game Awards thing this year. I agree, Wolf. I'm pretty sure we're going to see a Squadron 42 gameplay trailer at the Game Awards this December in Los Angeles.
So the persistent universe has existed for over 10 years now. During that time, we've created lots of gameplay systems, we've added hundreds of locations, we've added lots of mission activities for different purposes: combat, cargo, mining, salvaging. But for combat ships, the only thing you've been able to do is fight other combat ships. In 2026, this changes. We're going to be delivering a spaceship-focused activity space which incentivizes the use of different gameplay roles. These are going to be scenarios where you're going to have to plan and strategize and create operational tactics to overcome your objective. So what you're going to see is very early. It's early in the pipeline process, and it's going to come online about mid-next year. But we're really excited about the content we're creating, so we want to share with you a super early look at what we're building.
Okay, this is maybe the last segment of the show. So this early preview of a new ship combat mode, let's lean in.
In a space we're calling Tactical Strike Groups.
Tactical Strike Groups.
The People's Alliance are still trying to get to the bottom of what this new faction is really doing in the Nix system.
They've sent a capital ship to check out a station and run it into more than they can take care of themselves.
Unfortunately, that team came under attack and members of their groups were taken hostage. Now they've reached out to Intersec, who've reached out to you to help recover the pilot. Of course, it's unwise to do this alone, so you'll need to put a team together to attack the station.
When you arrive,
Hell yeah,
this
fleet.
big asteroid, kind of broken asteroid, and
I'm going to pause right now to say how badly I want to be able to easily jump with a crew like that. I know group jumping has been possible for very long, but it does not work very well, if ever. I want this. Watch it again.
You'll need to put a team together to attack the station.
Yes, please.
when you arrive, you will have this big asteroid, kind of broken asteroid, and on this you will have this base where you will find three big arms. You will see in the middle, you will have this big energy core. Everything here has a purpose. It's not just for the show, just something nice to see.
You'll see a People's Alliance-owned Idris that's just on the outside, and it's going to be getting harassed by this unknown faction that you have met before.
So your first objective here is to clear out the ships. There'll be waves of these ships, so this is where you want your light or your medium or your heavy fighters, whichever playstyle you prefer.
So while one part of your group is dealing with the fighters, now it's time to actually assault the station.
Now, is this an instanced mission or is this in the open world? They haven't said yet. They might say at the end. Don't tell me, Chad, if you already know the answer. Let's keep watching.
This station has been outfitted to resist all of the obvious way of attacks.
Somehow they've incorporated Vanduul capital ship killing turrets. These turrets ignore small fighters, and they have the firepower to destroy even the biggest capital ships.
Whoa! Yo!
Your Polaris and your Idris, if you get it close.
You look at that beam!
Turrets ignore small fighters, and they have the firepower
I'm
to destroy even
firing
the
my
biggest
laser!
Your Polaris and your...
Hell yeah. Okay, that's sweet. How do I get that? How do I get that beam for my ship? How do I craft it?
Idris, if you get it close, it will get shredded. The idea of these is so we can sort of make it so we can mix up that ship combat and not everyone can just bring the biggest ship and win just because they have the biggest ship.
I like that. I like that there has been a problem in the game for a long time now where biggest ship wins, always. And we've also had problems with having very inadequate defense systems at stations and at bunkers that can't track the small ships at all. So seeing a heavy, big beam weapon that ignores small ships and only goes for big ships is really cool. I like seeing that. It forces you to make choices and actually use fighter gameplay, like mothership, launch fighters, the big ships fight each other, the small ships fight each other. Like this is good. This is very good. Let's keep watching. Oh, that beam looks sweet.
You have to send out your best pilots to navigate the superstructure and take down anything that may damage your bigger ships.
Oh,
so at this point,
you
you're
gotta blow it up.
thinking, destroy the turrets.
Yeah.
But it's not that easy.
You can't blow it up.
This turret has shields that you've never seen before. It won't take any kind of damage.
Special
Your
shields.
missiles won't do anything. Your lasers won't do anything. Your ballistics
God
won't do
mode.
anything to them. But like everything,
God
they do have a
shields.
weakness. You have to cut the power to their shields.
Hear me out, chat. There's an exhaust vent. It's only about the width of a womp rat, but I have a feeling one of you might be special enough to get a shot in there. I believe.
To do that, that actually brings you to your first objective, the power relays.
Go, blue team leader.
So the exterior has a number of power relays that are holding the doors closed so that you can't get in.
You have to find them, you have to target them, and you have to destroy them. But it may not be as easy as it seems.
Here's our first wrinkle. The power relays have their own shields that are resistant to energy-based attacks.
We know how much you like using laser repeaters, but so do these guys.
Capital ship can't get close enough because of the turrets.
So ships with explosive or ballistic ordnance will be needed here.
Okay.
That's torpedo ships like your Retaliator or Gladiator, or even another fighter with ballistics loadout. That's going to take you a while.
The wolf? A whole wolf pack. Deploy the wolf pack.
Once the power relays have been taken.
What if you launch a tank out of a ship? The tank has a ballistic weapon on it. Will the turrets target the tank floating in space? Just a thought. I think I have a video about it. Exclamation tank, maybe? Tanks in space? This is like 5 years ago. Okay.
Down, the station opens up.
And this is where things get really cool.
Now it's time for you to fly your ship inside the station.
Yeah, you, in your ship, fly into the superstructure of this station.
How cool is that? Nice.
I feel like this is a proud dad moment.
Fly your ship in, very cool.
We're just gonna call it what it is. It's a trench run.
Yes, see? My Star Wars references were valid.
So as you enter the structure, you'll see cooling units along the sides that you'll need to take out.
Oh, this is awesome.
There's 3 arms to the station that have these trenches. You'll fly into one, and then there'll be a core in the center, and then you'll move out another trench.
Yeah, look, we don't need to reinvent the wheel here. Just give us the thing that the majority of us watching this right now have wanted our entire frickin' lives. Thank you, CIG, for just serving on a platter what we actually want. Thank you. Thank you.
You're either gonna do it multiple times, or you need to bring friends.
At this point, the core is still protected, so these are essentially strafing runs.
Now imagine this with the rework to maneuvering thrusters, to where you actually need to like move and like float and like, okay, yeah.
Objects to avoid, you're gonna have to be able to dodge, you're gonna have to move quickly, you need an agile ship.
The wolf pack.
Because the shield generator that you're targeting is emitting lots of distortion damage.
So once the cooling units are out, that exposes the core to overheat, which means that you can attack it from the inside and also from exhaust ports on the outside of the station.
Bombers, baby.
This core is armored and just takes a whole lot of damage. Once the power core goes down, the turrets come down, and then the capital ships can get closer. Why is that important? Because during all of this, you spend a lot of ammo and munitions and ballistics, and you're going to want to top up.
This is where we're going to get our new feature in: ship hangar refueling and rearming.
Finally.
You're going to be able to land in the hangar of select ships and be able to use the same
Idris.
interface as you are
Polaris.
right now at stations to refuel and rearm.
It's specifically for ships like the Idris and the Polaris and other ships that are designed to have other ships land inside them.
Exactly.
Of course, it'll be more than just those 2 ships, and you'll find out more once we get closer to release, but this is a really important feature that we're really excited to get out.
Let's hope they have some kind of cargo grid system for ships that are landing, because without any kind of grid, when all these ships are trying to land inside the carrier, it's just going to be crash after crash after crash after smash. You know, right? They need some kind of system that will allow us to click in to place. Hopefully.
If you're not bringing your own Idris, the People's Alliance has an Idris there that can provide a safe port in a storm, allow you to set back up and head back out.
And it's a good thing.
The good news there is that we're getting refueling and rearming capabilities on larger ships. Good.
That you've rearmed and refueled too, because now another group of ships is coming to attack the People's Alliance Idris.
They just need to have the perfect landing system. Oh, yes.
Perfect landing.
I'm ready for that. You know it.
So while the fighters are protecting the Idris, what's happening at the station? Well, that's where the dropships come in.
Now you've got to take a fire team in. You've got to land.
Yes.
You've got to fight through an onslaught of FPS enemies that belong to this unknown faction, and you've got to open a hangar.
That helmet was crazy.
Which will allow you to release.
Look at that helmet. This is like a Hellraiser helmet. Wild.
This unknown faction, and you've got to open a hangar door which will allow you to release captives from the station.
Oh, yes. Open hangar doors.
After you've opened the doors and that person's taken off, you've just got to make sure they get to safety.
So at this point, all of this sounds pretty simple, but there's an additional complication.
It all sounds
So
simple?
up until this point, it's just been you versus the enemies in the station. But the enemies in the station have their own enemies.
The Van Duel neighbors who
The Van Duel show up at the end?
will come in and wreak havoc on everything.
And they're not going to discriminate between you and the station.
Yo.
They're out for blood.
It's like, yeah, and then the Van Duel show up because why wouldn't they?
When you alert the Van Duel by destroying the power core that the station's now vulnerable, you're on
We've
a
been
time
waiting
limit.
all day for
Van Duel
this
are
final
coming, They're
moment.
going to come hard. They're going to keep coming. You're going to have one hell of a fight.
Is there a kingship? I mean, it is, right? That's no moon.
Tactical strike groups. I'm personally so invested in this. So throughout 2025,
Massive
we created
Von
a variety
Duel
of content.
warship.
Some of it was very focused on FPS combat. So personally, driving a more vehicle-based experience was very important to me. This is a defining statement that I want to do in 2026. We're a spaceship game. There are prized possessions. To the objects we fall in love with. This is the content we want to create, which creates scenarios and roles for you to use those spaceships. We won't get to all roles initially, but we should see this as a landmark, a position where we can see a gameplay space which incentivizes the use of different ships and scenarios to clear objectives and complete missions in a variety of roles. And in the future, we can use this to expand on. So I hope you're all just as excited as I am for tactical strike groups. They're gonna be fantastic.
Tactical strike groups. Hell yeah. I mean, tactical strike groups seems really cool. We all want a Star Wars trench run. They're giving us a Star Wars trench run. We all want the ship choice to matter. They're finding ways to make it so you need to use small ships versus large ships. We all want the kind of weapons we use in battles to matter. So they're making different parts of this mission only interactable with certain kinds of armaments, like certain things you need energy weapon for, certain thing you need ballistic weapon for. Like, those are all good things. Everything about that new tactical combat environment, multi-ship battle sounds great. Sounds really fun. When are we going to get it? We don't know. Sometime next year. My question is all of that instanced per group, or is all of that open world, meaning anyone can fly in at any moment? Either way, that was a really cool mission that they just told us all about. I have no qualms with it. All sounds fun. I want to play it. I think we all do, right? All right, what's these closing statements going to be?
Okay.
What you got, Jared?
Why do you still have the puppet? John, come home. All right, so tactical strike groups. You know, it's been a long road for the last 10 years. The PU's been around. We've done lots to build stuff for mining ships and for salvage ships. And as Rich said, we're currently building out even more for those. And our first refueling missions coming online in 2026. But combat missions. Oh, hi, Aaron Roberts. Aaron Roberts. But finally having enough of the foundation in place that we can begin to build real spaceship operations, hesitate, you know, in any other MMO they'd call dungeons. It's really exciting for me, and that's why we're ending the show this year with that. So yeah, that's been CitizenCon Direct.
thank you
Who
for
is
taking
Aaron
the time
Roberts?
to
A cousin?
share this with us. Again, this is just a glimpse at
brother?
some of what's coming in 2026. I've seen the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat like, oh, you're spoiling everything. I promise, we ain't. So before we let you go, that's it for me. Thank you so much for tuning in. And as with every CitizenCon, the last word shouldn't be mine. It should belong to our founders and CEO. So take it away, Chris Roberts.
Chris.
I hope you enjoyed this glimpse into some of what the team is cooking for the near future. Of course, we're not going to spoil everything that's currently in progress, and many features we haven't discussed today are in active development, like base building, social, and trade tools that are very much a priority. These, along with bringing the final polished features from Squadron 42 into the persistent universe, will make next year the most exciting yet for Star Citizen. Finally, I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to everyone at CIG for working so tirelessly and with so much passion to deliver something that is already special and will only get more so as we continue. And of course, to all of you for making all this possible with your support and feedback. We couldn't do this without all of you, something that I and the team appreciate every day. We are very lucky to be allowed the time and the money to build a game of all of our dreams, something that is only more apparent as the video game business becomes more monolithic. We are one of the few large independents left standing, and there is no way we would be allowed to dream as big as we are on an original game and take the time to achieve that dream if we were part or funded by any of the few remaining mega game companies. So thank you, and I look forward to seeing you all in the verse this coming year.
All right, everybody. That has been CitizenCon 2025. There it is. That's it. That's all we get. That's the end of it. We watched the whole thing. Overall, I feel this year's CitizenCon videos affected me a little less than last year's CitizenCon because last year we got the Squadron 42 gameplay trailer, or rather live demo. That was a high point for me for last year. Now, there are still some high points from watching this right now, and I did have a good time watching it. But there are so many things that the majority of us out there still want to hear that we didn't hear. But I did enjoy it. And I encourage anyone out there who didn't see the whole thing to go watch it on your own. I'd like to know from those of you who are still with me, which, by the way, we had 300 people earlier today. I can't believe that happened. We still have like 250 or so. Thank you for being here. I want to hear all the things that they didn't talk about that you kind of were hoping they would. What are the things that you wish were said today, or topics that you wish were discussed? I'm very curious to hear. Suit lockers were not discussed at all. In ships, correct. Data running and hacking, not discussed. The flight model changes, not discussed. Nothing about engineering was discussed, correct. Escape pods, yeah, we have them in the ships. They don't work yet, correct. Not discussed. Crafting system in ships was kind of discussed. We have new 3D printers coming to the game that you could then put on your ship. They're like the size of a big box. But you're right. Slightly different. Not really anything about ship-to-ship docking, correct? Nothing about the bedsheet physics was discussed, for sure. Social comms updates. Yes, there was no discussion about the comm system, the Moby Glass, how we interact with each other. Getting caught up in the chat here. Yes, still no word on how showering and bathroom use will be needed in the game. Still don't know anything about that. No discussions about potential launch dates, which I don't think they're going to announce any launch date until they are much, much, much closer to a 1.0. Death of a Spaceman. What does that even mean? It's a great question, Sandwich. Again, that was not discussed. I did enjoy the deep dive on the planetary tech and Genesis. I think for me, my favorite thing about this CitizenCon was learning more about the Genesis star engine and how they are generating these very organic, believable, and gorgeous worlds. I like that kind of stuff, you know? It's the kind of thing that I don't hear other game studios ever really going into that kind of depth about, you know? And I liked the stuff last year about the biomes. So again, this year, it was cool seeing that. We didn't have as many gameplay wow moments this year. Remember last year we had that moment where they were just like talking about something and then they were flying a ship and then it was raining and then there were lightning strikes. Like they didn't bamboozle us into any gameplay moments really today. Everything felt very edited and snappy and like showy, not in a bad way, but we didn't get tricked into any moment this year, you know? And I liked that, you know? We didn't get that this year. No talk about performance for Genesis, obviously. My big takeaways are instance gameplay is coming to Star Citizen. It's not going to be an always open world game. There are going to be pockets where the open world cannot interact, like a WoW style dungeon raid or some kind of closed off PvP battle area. That's a big takeaway from this. That's probably the most important thing overall to take away from this year's CitizenCon Direct is that there will be a large push for how instance gaming will make it in to this open world game. They also told us that the Nix system is going to come to the game by end of year, but they didn't say how much of the system we're going to get. Unlike the way we got Pyro, which was like, boom, here's Pyro. We're going to get Nix with not everything there. And we're going to get Nix before the Genesis engine is ready to be online. So it's going to be like a stepping stone version of a star system for Nix. Still exciting to have a new place to go. But not all at once. Not like how we got Pyro. There's a couple new ships. There's a couple new weapons. There's a big new battle mode coming next year, all about a tactical multi-ship engagement for all of you orgs out there that have large fleets of ships and players. They're giving us a mission for those orgs. That's what the final segment's all about. A very Star Wars inspired mission. Sounds really fun. They talked about bringing Siege of Orison back, which was an event that I really liked. And overall, it was a really good watch. So I encourage all of you out there to watch this on your own. It's on YouTube. Go watch it. And thanks for watching my stream doing this today. It's the biggest watch party I've ever had for a Star Citizen convention. So thank you for that. Truly. That's what I'm walking away with here. I'm walking away with the reality that so many of you wanted to hang out with me today and watch a video. When I think about how hard I work in this job to entertain and educate and run all over this room. And today, all I did was sit in this chair and hit spacebar and watch, and then hit spacebar and talk, and then hit spacebar and watch. And we were able to maintain literally double the audience we normally maintain. Is insane for me to contemplate and compartmentalize. So I want to say thank you. Oh yeah, we did have a drum break. I did play drums for like 30, 40 minutes straight, thanks to all the requests from Riddick and Etherfox and Damager and Texas Sidewinder and Mr. Spoons and Rosalind. So thank you for that. Let's find out who's going to win the ship. If you have not entered yet to win this ship, the Origin 100i with game package, type exclamation free ship in the chat. And if you don't see the picture of this ship, you're on the wrong platform. And this is the last resub of the night. Look at this epic moment.
Lazy's Donuts has subbed for 58 months.
58 months, everybody. 58.
The
58.
dropped a 5 sub bomb.
I had to calculate it. That is 4.8 years. Resub 6 months, Lazy Donuts. 58. My dude. Thank you.
133 joined the Enders Elite.
Wow. Thank you. Also, Costy, drop in 5 gifted subs. Thank you. Darksider is the last tier 1 sub of the day. Thank you very much, dude. Thank you. Oh, yes, this was a gift, everybody. Guess who it's from? It was from Lazy Donuts, literally, who just resubbed in the chat. It's the 8-bit dough numpad that's also a calculator when you hit this little button right here. See? It's pretty sweet, I know. But we're not here to talk about how cool that calculator is. Exclamation numpad in the chat. I think that'll bring it up. Try it. It's an Amazon affiliate link. All of my stuff has Amazon affiliate links. Exclamation kit in the chat to look at everything I have here, from the cameras to the lights to the drums, all of it. Yeah. Okay. Back to the giveaway. Who is going to win? We had 462 people enter the giveaway today. This is a new record for giveaway entries in one day. This means 463 individual people showed up today and went, I want the free ship. That's the most people that have ever done that. Ever. To put it into perspective, I did a sunglass giveaway over the course of a month where I talked about it every day on camera. And I made multiple videos for people to win custom-made sunglasses that are quite literally worth $200 to $300, and like barely 100 people entered that giveaway. This is a digital spaceship and game package that costs maybe $75. And almost 500 people entered the giveaway. Look, it's wild, man. The things I think people want and the things people actually want are so different in my mind sometimes. Okay. Let's rip the giveaway in 3, 2, 1. Moldy Sandwich! I just saw you in the chat a moment ago. Moldy Sandwich, you win.
Jobs Live activated the Prime sub.
You win. You win. Moldy Sandwich. I'm texting you right now. I need your SC name and email. If you don't have a download of the game, you can get your own version. You can get your own account for free by using this link. I'll send you this as well. Hold on. If you need that, there you go. I will get that to you later tonight. Everyone, let's put our hands together for a moldy sandwich. I love that over 450 people entered the giveaway today, and the winner was right here in the chat when I did the drawing. That makes me real happy. You know? That makes me legitimately very, very happy. So now the question is, who should we raid? I want you to tell me who we should raid in the chat. Do not tell me anyone who has over 50 viewers. I want to bring our crew to brighten someone's day. I want to break someone's alert system because so many people click follow. Admiral Pooks, let's take a look at them. Are we friends? Hold on. I don't think I know them. All right. Don't know them. We're going to do it. We're going to raid Admiral Pooks. They got 6 viewers. They're about to have like 246. Zombie Kid, you're the last sub of the day. Thank you, Zombie Kid. Last Prime sub of today. Thank you. We're going to do it. We're going to raid Pooks because Lazy Donuts has been subscribing to my show for almost, 5-something years? 5.5? Dude, I'm blown away. So that's what we're going to do. Everyone, thank you so much for making today really special for me. I'm on Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, YouTube. I'm going to post a video in the next 30 minutes or so. Go comment on the video. Give it a like. Even if you want to just say, I don't know, potatoes in the chat, you can do that. It's your right. I accept. Potatoes are yummy. That's it for me, everybody. I'm going to eat some dinner. I'm going to post a video. I'm going to go to bed, and I'll be back tomorrow for another day of drums. Star Citizen, Keys, you and me, live in the chat all day long. I love you. I'm done. Good night. Now let's get ready for the raid. 20 seconds until the